Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Botano Mancer Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 2 years since he had woken up. 2 measly years that seemed like a fever dream, way more than what everyone else tried to tell him actually was. The official story was that 5 years ago he had fallen into a coma together with 450 unrelated humans. The official story was still that it had been a villain quirk, and due to the long vegetative state barely anyone had made it through. It was such a plausible story in this world where villains were lurking at every corner and heroes were doing their best to stop them, but Izuku didn't believe it. He knew better. He knew that those presumably 3 years hadn't just been spent with dreaming. He knew it wasn't the truth, and from the way the government was actively shutting them up with threats and bribery, he also knew that they knew better as well. For Izuku it hadn't been 3 years. It had been 30. 30 years which he had spent in Fefala, where his soul had transferred over only for him to fight 30 years to defeat the 111 floors of the dungeon to get back home. It was ridiculous how they had T0LD him that it had only taken place in his head. He knew that wasn't the truth. His head would have never been able to come up with a story like this, with a life like this, but even that didn't matter because he still had proof. He had the proof in the magic that was still running through his blood, the plants that still whispered to him when he came across the small greenery that existed in Muzudafu. They still told him things, they still reacted to him. They still listened. His powers were still here, same as his actual self. Soul merging, something he had only done a few times in the safety of his bedroom, where he had spent hours staring at his image in the mirror, at his actual appearance. Izuku refused to believe that it was part of the side effect of a villain quirk. It couldn't be, it didn't make sense, not when he had so much proof. There was also another factor that proved to him over and over again that it wasn't made up by him. He had seen them. He had seen some of the faces of his old comrades, of those who had managed to survive the deadly dungeon they had been forced to enter over and over again. They existed, he hadn't made them up, they existed and they were here with him even if it was practically impossible to get into contact with them, and he had tried, by Hecrolic had he tried. But, how should his letters have ever made it through? It wasn't like they knew his actual name. None of them did. The biggest rule in Fefala, the moment you spoke out your name you acknowledged being in Fefala, and with it you became the possession of the gods that had sponsored them, abandoning one's former world and gods to belong to the Fefalan ones. Hecrolic might have given him his magic, Hecrolic might have made him the man he was today, but that did not mean he would have ever allowed himself to become one of his subjects, and with it giving up the possibility of ever going back to Earth and also becoming useless in their mission. Still, it was problematic now. None of his letters ever got through to the few faces he had seen on the internet that he knew were his old comrades, and he was still getting nowhere in his search for the ones he actually needed to find. He had no clue where Reena was. Sure, she was American, he knew that, but that was all of it. They hadn't talked about that, they had never given locations or names or anything that would have made this easy. Still too afraid of any of the gods stealing them away with too much information. Izuku couldn't care less if he had to keep his mouth shut about what had actually happened to him. He couldn't care less that he had to keep his powers hidden or even his actual appearance. He didn't give a DMN about that, but what was driving him insane was that he had no way of getting to Reena. Back then he had sworn to be with her until death took them apart, he had sworn to cherish her every day of his life, he had sworn to bloom her favorite flowers for her every day, he had sworn to do anything and everything to make her happy, but how was he supposed to do that if he didn't know where she was? That was his goddamn wife, and he hadn't seen her in 2 goddamn years. The months he had spent in the hospital getting his body to work properly again with any and all healing users that could quicken the process up provided by the government, even more months of him pushing his body through physical hardships to even slightly get near his actual capacities, a year of studies to get back of the level of his presumed peers, and all of that for naught, as he did not give a shit about any of it. The only thing that mattered to Izuku was finding Reena and, well, spending time with his mother. Seeing his mother again after 30 years had been DMN. He had always been a quick crier, even if he had lost that after the tragedies that had accompanied them through the year, but seeing his mother again, hugging her, eating her katsudon, well, he had wept every single time. His reasoning for his new actions were due to the 2 most important women in his life. Actually, it wasn't just for Reena but also for his mother. His mother, who had struggled hard to adapt to the changes in her son. She had despaired over his lack of a quick smile and, generally, to adapt to the changes in him. Izuku had always felt sorry for that, but he couldn't quite remember how he had been as a teen. It had been way too long since then and his memory was patchy at best about it, but his mother had quite literally wailed over his changed behavior, trying to animate him to be more lively. He still didn't get what she actually wanted, but somehow she had tried to animate him to pick up old hobbies, old behaviors, and even he remembered that she had always been very sorry about it but also not willing to encourage him to be a hero anymore. Izuku didn't want to be a hero, it was too much of a hassle, quite literally. He fought 30 years for his freedom, he knew the reality of fighting, he had lived through all of it and he was ready to retire, thank you very much. He wanted his wife, get a small patch of land in the woods where he would take care of crops while she tinkered in her own workshop and naturally have kids. Reena and him had waited until they made it back to Earth for this. Neither of them had wanted to face the possibility of one of them dying and then having to raise their children alone. They had seen how much of a living nightmare that reality was and so they had both agreed on only making that dream reality after they knew it was safe. So, Izuku wanted that, but for that he first needed to find his wife and for that he would make his mother happy as well. He knew his mother's attempt to get him interested in heroics again was merely due to her wanting to awaken something long forgotten in him. She would be happy if he picked up an old passion again and he would just be a hero. Hopefully it wouldn't take long until his face was well known enough so that Reena would come across him and be able to find him as a result. It was a good plan. He might still be quirkless and not really allowed to use his magic in public, but he had trained for this, his body was way more robust than it should be, his powers still existed and he knew how to use them subtly, and he had 30 years of experience in combat, and honestly, the villains he saw were lapdogs in comparison to the monstrosities he had fought tooth and nail against. It would be easy, it would be simple, and it would probably be the fastest way to achieve his goal for the retired and happy marital life that he dreamed of. First step towards that? Making it to the entrance exam and passing it. That sounded doable. Izuku didn't like studying very much, and that wasn't because he disliked knowledge. He actually liked studying even if he contradicted himself right now. His issue was that back in the day he had already studied. The first 3 years after arriving in Fefala had only consisted of them being with the guilds of the locals where they had been taught the ropes of Fefala and learned how to wield their new blessings. Especially in the first few years in the downtime in between them tackling the dungeon, there had been days where some of the older transmigrators had taken the time to teach them the school knowledge they would have needed. So it truly wasn't that Izuku disliked studying, it was that he disliked learning it all over again and dismissing what he had lived with for decades. He didn't need to know Fefalan law or literature studies here. He only needed the knowledge from Earth and by the gods. That was a huge mess in his head, and while he wrote the exam he was genuinely praying that he wasn't getting them mixed up too badly. It would not do him well if he messed up the first step of his plan. If he had just wanted to get into general studies, then he knew he could have made it in without even taking the test. The government official that had assisted him had made it very clear they would help him adjust as long as he kept all of it to himself. He could even assume that he could have made it into heroics like that as well, but he was very convinced that if he went that route then his future teachers would have done everything to kick him out. Vitamin B wasn't respectable after all, and while one might keep both of their eyes shut if it was just about education, he very much saw a big difference when it came to heroics, and so he had decided to do it by himself. He also had no interest to have eyes on him for the wrong reason, and by the gods it might have ended in him getting challenged the whole time, and with his very much lacking interest in actual heroics that would have turned into a nightmare and a half. What he also did not favor currently was getting distracted from the presentation for the practical part of the exam, and that was almost harder due to the steaming blonde next to him. Katsuki had not taken well to him being here. Well, Katsuki had not taken well to anything. Somehow Izuku was wondering if it was a teenage thing or if Katsuki was genuinely just emotionally constipated. It was hard to tell. Izuku had spent decades in close teamwork with every last of the transmigrators. He had built himself a life in Fefala as well, becoming friends with locals. Izuku had learned how to work together even with cultural differences and people of all ages, but somehow Katsuki was still the one exception that left the mage more than just puzzled. It had all started when he had woken up again, and after some of the physical therapy he had gotten visitors. The literally first ones after his mother had been the Bakugas. Izuku's memory had been a bit hazy about them, it just had been too long, and the last time he had seen them had been when he had been 10. Still he remembered the best friend of his mother, Mitsuki, her husband, and naturally her kid. Well, to be fair, he had remembered that his best friend's name had been Kachin and vaguely how he had looked, just good enough to pinpoint him when he actually had come to visit him in the hospital. Not that it had gone over well, the boy had reacted quite aggressively to being called Kachin, practically steaming on the spot and glaring, but well, no violence. Katsuki, as his name was, as Izuku had learned later on again, was a confusing teenager, and after merely one meeting Izuku was already certain that his impression of Katsuki having been his childhood best friend had been wrong. while it almost seemed like Katsuki was afraid of Izuku getting injured, he also always had rage practically spilling out between his teeth. There was name-calling, crass behavior and a clear superiority complex with underlying insecurities if one asked Izuku at least. Izuku's memory of his childhood were hazy at best, it had just been too long to vividly remember it, and so he actually was very quick to assume that the only reason he as a child had hung out with Katsuki was merely due to their mother's friendship, but he had also been way more timid as a kid, really people-pleaser as well to a degree. He might consider that as the main reason why he stuck around, or he had just been an impossible stupid kid, which most certainly could also be the case. All he clearly knew was that Katsuki was quite literally not the type of person Izuku appreciated to hang out with. He didn't mind aggressive personalities, but a dismissal towards everyone else was unacceptable. Maybe Katsuki would mature at one point and then Izuku would consider indulging the teen again, but right now? He was just a headache. The main reason why Izuku's patience with Katsuki was running out was due to the simple fact that Katsuki had the attributes of a broken record player. Somehow the blonde was absolutely convinced that constantly phrasing in various degrees of insulting and volatile manners that Izuku was quirkless would do anything. In a way it did do something, because Izuku always caught himself forgetting about his quirklessness. It was just something that had become so redundant while in Pfeffela that it actually caught him off guard almost every single time he encountered it. Sure, at the beginning of the 30 years there had been discrimination inside the group, but there had been a fair number of quirkless people under them, so it wasn't like it had mattered, it had just been a split with the extremists. Quirks had played no role in the end, they had held no weight, almost every quirk had been useless in the dungeon, some had only worked if they had been used in combination with magic, but that had happened little. Pearl, the leader of the Abernathy Guild, had been one of the cases that had made use of her quirk. She was able to grow horns and break them off, which in the end she had used as throwing needles in combination with her skills, but only after she had gotten the appropriate skill for it had it even worked at all. For any Pfeffelin, a quirk had just been another unique skill even if they had been useless. They had never given any huge credit or stand it to them. They simply had been forgotten about. What had mattered was what blessing one had, what unique skills, and naturally how well one could use them. While it had started with quirk discrimination, it had fairly quickly morphed into discrimination based on the merit of classes and blessings, and even that hadn't held up forever. Pfeffelans had really looked down on them for their discriminative practices, and the less transmigrators had been left standing, the less it had ever mattered. Instead, the focus had been on how one could make the most of one's blessing, and every single last one of them had worked together to figure it out and make it work. Even one single more transmigrator had become priceless after a while. Naturally, the occurrence on the 11th floor had been the main cause for their discrimination to disappear. It had seemed like child's play in the face of their actual reality. But, well, maybe Katsuki's manic obsession with Izuku's quirklessness was a good reminder for the mage as to how the worlds differed and what he would have to deal with. It didn't matter though, he just had to find Reena and then he could retire. She was quirkless as well. May Claudivita be with her. Reena had a strong personality. Izuku knew she had never been bothered by her quirklessness, and she would take the discrimination head on and not cry a tear over it, but it still bothered Izuku way too much. He didn't like it. He didn't like that he wasn't at her side when she had to deal with that, even while she could handle it with ease. He was meant to be with her and hold her hand while they dealt with hardships. Even if he just stood in the background and clapped for her when she put a bully in her place. He was meant to be with her and he wasn't. Izuku sighed, forcing himself to keep his mind on the presentation instead. It was only a matter of time now. He would find her. He would, there was no other option. Izuku didn't like metal, well, once again that wasn't quite the truth. It was just that metal had no worth to him, but to Reena it had. Reena was an artificer, making metal bend to her will to use it for inventions and imbue them with magic. Reena would have loved his task, and this didn't just mean that the task was not up his alley, but it was also a reminder of what he did not have, and also a reminder of why he was doing this. The issue for Izuku was that he was a mage, and every mage was elemental based due to Hykralic's blessing. It enabled the ones chosen by him to wield nature. Izuku's job title had been Botano Mancer, in theory an earth mage, but specialized in plants in all kinds of ways. When he had first started out, he only had weak earth magic and the ability to communicate with plants. Well, if one could even call it that. Naturally, over the years his skills had grown, and with it he had achieved new heights, also truly finding out why the job title had been Botano Mancer, not like it had any use for him right now. The robot in front of him was fully built from metal, not even a piece of wood in the construct. In theory the robot wasn't an issue. If Izuku could really use his blessing right now, he would have aced the exam in record time, but he had to keep it secret at all costs. He did not want to figure out what the government would do to him if he broke that rule. Rather ridiculous that even if his life was at stake he probably should not use his powers openly because of the horrors that would follow after. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Izuku shook his head, sidestepping the robot with a fluent movement as his eyes scanned the parameters. He needed to find a way to do this, and while his adult body had genuine muscles as every bit of resource had been used to make their chance of survival bigger, his teen form wasn't that developed. Sure, he had worked hard on himself after recovery, but that did not mean he could just sucker punch a robot, as it most definitely would leave him injured, and sacrificing oneself in battle was not the way to go. It was a last resort, or well, for the Darsignan chosen. Truly in their fashion. Izuku also had weapon training, but support items had only been allowed if the quirk needed it, so once again not something he could use. It was annoying to stand in front of a task he knew he could do with ease if he was just allowed to use his actual capabilities. Probably the most frustrating thing out of all of this. It would be so goddamn easy, he wouldn't even break a sweat, but instead he was scrambling around, flitting across the battlefield and absent-mindedly helping fallen teens. Well, not all of them were fallen. It was just out of habit when he saw someone about to be hit that he pulled them slightly out of the way or assisted in other ways. Teamwork had been so essential in their mission to make it through. Izuku did have a plan, and it involved the small patches of greenery in this mock city. Plant conversation had been his first skill, which at first had seemed impossibly useless. Most plants did not have a conscience, they weren't sentient aside from a few very rare ones in Phephila, but what plants did have was imprints of the world around them. It meant that if Izuku picked up a carrot from the grocery store, the carrot quite literally threw images of where they were cultivated, their farmer, and how they had been taken care of. It was a phenomenal skill to pick out the best tasting vegetables, but it also held another use, one that had presented itself as impossibly useful in the dungeons, especially in the higher floors where information had been scarce. It wasn't as quick as he wanted to as he scanned through anything and everything the plants had imprinted on, most of it merely images of them being cultivated or buried in this location. Some were already showing the fight that was going on, but he hadn't given up just yet, and then he saw it. An adult tapping just between the shoulder blades of a three-pointer, making the machine jump to life and nearly trampling the negative Loden Daisy in the process. Izuku started to grin because when one activated something, it usually also meant that one could shut it off that way. He could hear Reena snort and almost mockingly give him a kiss while she called him her little technical genius for figuring out basic technology. What he had seen through the flower proved the truth when he jumped just behind one of the three-pointers, and from that point on that was what he focused on, just skidding through the fake city to manually deactivate them, even going as far to use sticks and throw them at them, merely using a little bit of his mana to animate the dead plant to act slightly on its own accord, or rather his commands. His battle reflexes were good for it as he dodged and sprinted to not suffer injury, and it almost seemed like a play-like training regime. It wasn't bad at all. Naturally it didn't play into his strengths, but he still assumed he was doing pretty well all in all together, at least, until the zero-pointer showed up. It once again bothered him more than anything that he couldn't use his magic, as it would have been easy to stop it in its tracks to not have to worry about it, but as that wasn't a route he could use, he would just need to evacuate, at least until he heard the girl yell out for help. The frustrating part about it was still his inability to actually do something. It would be so FING easy. Way too easy. But he couldn't. It was what made him grit his teeth, sprinting back to lift the rubble, only making use of the tiniest bit of earth manipulation to lift the rubble up without actually using strength, making the small protrusion of earth disappear before it was even visible. He didn't ask, merely acting on instinct as he lifted the girl up, grimacing when she screamed up in surprise as he carried her out of the way of the zero-pointer before setting her down, ready to turn around and keep going on his hunt for points. But it wasn't like he came far, merely leaving her behind a building as the exam finished. By the gods. But he didn't think praying to Garis for more time would work here. It had been enough. Right? It was kind of amazing how 2 years wasn't enough to get used to quirk discrimination again, but it was just so ridiculous in itself. Even though you are quirkless, the principal has decided to give you a chance due to your achievements in the practical exam, had practically been the least cheat sentence that had been said. In addition, with the holographic disc, several papers had been delivered, all surrounding the topic of Yui not carrying the risk of having a quirkless student in the heroics course and having him carry his own responsibility. It was ridiculous. Izuku had remembered All Might being his favorite hero before he had been summoned to Phephila, a memory kept alive by the mere fact that the moment he had come back he had been plastered with All Might merch. His room had been a walking shrine, something he had been so embarrassed about he'd taken everything off the second he had been in his old room again. Even if he had sold most of it instead of throwing it away as he had correctly assumed that it might bring a pretty penny in. Aside from the fact that he himself was creeped out by the idea of sleeping in a room like that, it would be even worse if Reena had found him and saw that, a reality he didn't even want to imagine. Back then his actions had freaked his mother out impossibly much, had really started her obsession with trying to animate him to like heroes again. In a way he had understood her, having come out of a coma and getting rid of literally the one thing that had mattered the most to him was alarming. His switch in interests and his behavior, especially at the beginning. He had struggled to deal with everything. He had struggled to compute that he was back, that he was in his teenage body and that it was over. It had felt like a punch in the gut to be back in his prior life, as if nothing had happened, inviting him to forget about all of this, to forget about the deaths he had seen. For F's sake they had crossed the portal almost immediately after killing Bervin, the final boss. It had been such a struggle to adapt, to be in a body that had been impossible weak-form disuse. The first few months had been a nightmare, memory not working well. The reality switch, it had been hard, and Reena hadn't been with him. It had robbed him of sleep, had made him break down to not have her with him too. Not have her with him when he needed her that badly, when he knew she was in the same situation. They needed each other, they had spent decades together, and now he was alone with all of this. There had been so much more that has plagued him. It had been too much to handle. So yes, he didn't blame his mother for attempting to get her own son back. It wasn't like she would understand or was allowed to know. It was ridiculous. All Might was a reminder of his past, of the time before all of that had happened, and of his youth's foolishness. Today he saw it differently. All Might was a good hero, that was a fact. He was efficient, he saved a lot of people, and that sounded harsh, but he just that was all there was to it, and the property damage he left in his wake was insane as well. It wasn't like Izuku didn't want to give All Might credit, as he was most definitely a brilliant hero, but his old worship for the man had been ridiculous. Everyone had flaws, and in comparison to what he had seen in Fefala, a guy punching things it just wasn't that special. Super strength was actually a pretty common skill many of Darsignan or Rahir's Chos had started with, and even further Evelyn's Chosen were able to grant it. Some of their support buffs they could hand out were insane. When he had first gotten rid of his All Might merch, his mother had sat him down one evening to show him videos of All Might, seemingly trying to awaken something in him, but all Izuku had done was compare it to blessings, and it just had not been as impressive as he had thought when he was a child. How could it be? How could this be that impressive when there were humans like Blade, Pearl, or Dollface? It also hadn't felt good to watch the disaster, the injured people. It just had reminded him of all the times they had lost someone, of the times they had needed to carry comrades out as none of Evelyn's had enough mana left to heal them. For F's sake he remembered his own injuries, like the time he had lost his arm. It hadn't been good memories, and he had merely stood up, excused himself, but he had not wanted to watch those videos ever again. Glorifying fighting was not something good, not even remotely. It all made this even more ridiculous. His childhood hero, the man he had idolized back then, had quite literally told him that it wasn't a good idea to join Yui even while he had passed, making numerous comments that it wasn't too late to reconsider, even offering an All Might exclusive recommendation letter for Police Academy and the likes of that. It just made him dislike all of that even more. Sure, he was in his 40s, he wasn't hurt hearing something like that. He had outgrown that, he knew his own worth, he knew what he could do, and he knew that a stranger's opinion did not matter. But what if he had actually been a teen? If he had actually been 15, had managed to get through the exam of Japan's most prestigious heroic school, and then he would have needed to listen to his favorite hero telling him to not do it. That would have been soul-crushing, an achievement he would have done, something most definitely praiseworthy to an insane degree, only to be given discrimination as his price. Izuku couldn't help himself. Back then he might have worshipped All Might, and even while that wasn't the case anymore, and he had more been on the track of simply not caring for him, he disliked the man, and he disliked the fact even more that a man who was willing to crush a teenager emotionally on such a level was a very poor choice to allow to teach teenagers. This wasn't just about Izuku, this was about the actual vulnerable teens that would be at Yui. It just wasn't a good look for them that a guy like that was allowed to teach, or maybe all of Yui was like that? But Izuku wasn't here to change the world or society. His mission wasn't to do good, to be a hero, to be better, or educate anyone. He wasn't doing that. He had no interest in that. All he needed was to get his face known enough for Reena to find him, and then he would be gone anyways. He could sell crops, Reena could make money with inventions. It would work out, they could make it work. Izuku was tired. He just really wanted to settle down, to focus on his own happiness for once, to focus on living, on being alright, on having survived this. Izuku wanted to focus on his marriage and on being alive. He would leave world peace to the heroes, someone else could do the work for once even if said heroes were acting ridiculous. Izuku admitted that the school part was something he disliked even more than the whole heroic shenanigans that would ensue. He didn't like the idea much of having to deal with a bunch of teenagers every day and once again being subjected to study things that contradicted his actual education, but the teenager factor was quite literally the worst part about going to school again. Izuku didn't dislike teenagers, by the gods he wanted to be a father, which obviously meant he would have to deal with teenagers after a few years, but there was a difference between having a teen in the house and being surrounded by a bunch of teenagers who saw him as a peer and also being treated like one of them. It was the main reason why after he had recovered had not gone back to public school. Once again the government had paid for it, had sent a private tutor to him to allow him to graduate junior high, and even after that they had offered future schooling if he had wanted to, which he originally had in his mind until he realized that becoming famous would be an easy way to allow Reena to find him. Reena might have told him how she had grown up, what close bond she had with her father and how he had worked in heroic support, but that was quite literally not enough to pinpoint her location, and sending out letters to every single support test facility did not work. He had tried it. Her father might have taken it as a joke letter, or whoever had been responsible for the post had deemed it as nonsense without her real name. This was simply impossible. None of them had known that only their soul has been transported, none of them had known that when they reappeared they would wake up in a coma with only 3 years passing, none of them had expected that they would be back in their countries, and that the government had so much interest in keeping it a secret that they didn't even assist in helping them find each other. If they had known well, they would have done something to guarantee that they would find each other, but they hadn't known and they hadn't done it. He sighed once again, reminding himself that he was doing it for Reena as he opened the door to his classroom, only to be faced with the exact thing he hadn't looked forward to: teenagers in action. Sure, he also had known grown-ups who argued all the time. He knew just being a grown-up didn't make one mature, but in their constellation they had been able to sit in a room together, animosity between them but keeping it outside of their meetings, obviously due to the pressure from the guild masters. If one didn't want to get humiliated they had to be civil, and to be fair at one point everyone was too exhausted and too focused on their mission to waste energy on such scabbles. Izuku really couldn't care less even while Katsuki was involved. They would one day learn, possibly, but it wasn't Izuku's job, and the idea of him blazing in all pretentious and tell them that this was ridiculous was a very stupid righteous thing. He could see Blade doing it though, but with him being one of Darcinian's chosen that was to be expected. Izuku merely sat down on his assigned seat after checking the list. Deku. Izuku calmly placed his bag on his lap to find his notepad. Fing Deku. He probably should also pull out a pencil, just in case. Katsuki's hand slammed down on his desk. I'm Fing talking to you. Izuku raised his eyebrow, worrisome then. My name is Izuku after all. Did you confuse me? It almost sounded like Katsuki was hissing, what the F are you doing here? I passed the exam. You should have seen it, my name was in the revealed list after all. Katsuki gritted his teeth so hard that Izuku had to wonder if he wasn't aware of the damage he was doing. That would cost him bitterly when he grew older. Izuku knew that very well. Some habits came at a steep cost when the body wasn't as young anymore. Katsuki still glared. And take that sheet out of your hair. Are you mocking me? Izuku absent-mindedly raised his hand to the flowers in his hair. Having plants on him had quite literally been something he had been so accustomed to that he had not managed to go without it. Even while his hair had not grown long enough yet to truly braid them in, as his hair had been completely shaven off while in the coma, he still liked to place a few flowers in the mop his hair currently was. His mother had thrown a double glance at the new habit but had actually deemed it as cute and not something she chose to comment on. How does my appearance have anything to do with you? It's a bit worrisome that this riles you up. Are you allergic by chance? If yes, do feel free to tell me and then I will avoid the plants in question. Was Izuku aware that he was riling the teen up even more? Kind of. But at the same time. Was there anything that didn't make Katsuki more aggressive? If yes, then he hadn't found it yet, so he just chose to not let it bother him and act as normal, as it truly wasn't worth the hassle to attempt to find a way to scoot around the teen. Before Katsuki could react again though, there was a loud and female voice interrupting them. You're the greenhead that saved me. Izuku merely glanced, needing a moment to put the face of the brunette somewhere, but with what she had said and the way that she was staring straight at him it wasn't that hard. He stood up only to sidestep the angry blonde and get closer to her. I fear we didn't have the time to introduce each other. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka Ochako, and I'm so glad to see you here again. He smiled. I'm glad you're not taking it the wrong way how I manhandled you that day. Normally I don't just pick girls up that way, but due to the situation I took the liberty. She shook her head, still beaming. I can't thank you enough actually. Everyone would have done dash. He stopped himself, shaking his head slightly. Well, as we have seen, not everyone but anyone with the mindset of becoming a hero would have. The boy with the glasses that Katsuki had argued with before paled. We were in an exam. Naturally there was nothing to be worried about. The teachers would have not allowed a student to get injured. Izuku hummed, glancing back at him. Sure, that's why you ran away then. It was a heavily controlled exam. Nothing would have happened. Ever heard of accidents? What if the teachers did not see it? If the cameras didn't catch it? If they looked away at that moment because someone interrupted them? Many things could have happened. And remind yourself why you're here. You want to be a hero, don't you? Doesn't that quite literally mean that you are supposed to be the person who jumps into the fray? He paused before he bowed. I deeply apologize. It is my shortcoming and I appreciate you pointing it out to me. Izuku hummed again. Just keep it in mind for the future. Last time I was there, next time I might not be, but his attention was already on the man on the floor that was creeping inside the room in a sleeping bag. Unique choice, very unique choice, and even with Izuku having seen a DMN lot in his lifetime, this was weird enough for him to truly be distracted by the sight. A quirk apprehension test sounded ridiculous. It truly did to Izuku. Why even call it quirk apprehension? It was quite literally a practical exam of a person. Sure, quirks were allowed, but if it was a quirk assessment then it would only focus on that and how one wielded it and not a number of tests one did in gym class. It was a bit laughable, but Izuku wasn't worried as it was merely a few fitness tests, and just by one mere glance at his classmates it was easy to guess that most of them did only rely on their quirks. He didn't want to insult them, but some of their appearance quite clearly told him they had neglected it, and his only mission was not to land in last place to not face expulsion, so not much of an issue. The 50-meter dash was probably one of the harder things and one of the tests where he genuinely made use of his blessing, only a little though. He just allowed the earth to push him slightly up when he set his foot down. He obviously couldn't achieve what any speed quirk or the ones who found creative solutions with their quirk did, but even then he wasn't at the bottom. Grip strength was also an interesting thing. There was barely anyone who had a quirk for it, but Izuku had genuinely trained that way a lot. In physical therapy he had needed to reactivate all his muscles, and for that he genuinely had needed to train his grip. It most definitely resulted in him being in the upper rankings. The standing long jump was a bit ridiculous as he once again ranked behind those with a useful quirk for it, but he had also spent a long time watching the rabbit folk jump around and one was able to learn something from it. He didn't do all too well, but not abysmally. It was at this point though that he noticed it. Sure, Aizawa had to watch them perform their tests, but he was absolutely positive that his teacher's eyes were lingering on him for longer, more frequent as well. Izuku chose to not focus on it too much. There was no point in fuzzing over it. The repeated side steps were once again not that much of a test for him, but he was also an earth mage. Sure, more specifically he was a Botano Mancer, but that was based on earth magic, just more specific. When he had first landed in Fefla his basic blessing had literally been weak earth magic, and that at least assured him that no matter what he wouldn't fall or slip. The seated toe touch that followed afterwards was practically one of his best disciplines, and it once again was due to physical therapy. It had been one of the things he had needed to do literally daily. Even to this day Izuku still had recommendations for training, and once in a while he was supposed to check into the clinic for them to figure out if he was still doing well. Izuku was pretty flexible at this point, and he admitted that he was more flexible than his adult self now, which was kinda funny to him. Sit-ups were another thing he did by himself at home. It had been one of the first things he himself had been able to do to train his body back up. It had started impossible small, but he was good at them now. The long-distance run? Not an issue. Obviously he wasn't able to beat Yaoyorozu as she literally was on a motorcycle, but Izuku's stamina was good, very good. His strength might not be at the level of his adult self, but at the same time strength wasn't really what a mage needed, it was merely a bonus to assure better survival. But stamina? Stamina was the A and O no matter what blessing one had. It played into how long it could take to clear a floor. Sometimes a boss fight had taken an impossible amount of time. Good stamina allowed one to hold more mana as well. Stamina was simply one of the most important things in the field, and Izuku had it in spades. He wasn't trying to outdo anyone, but his stamina lasted DMN long, and this was the point of this test in the end. The ball throw though? Well, not his DSPLN, but even then he didn't place last in that, as some of his classmates were truly shit at physical activities. Izuku placed in the upper middle in the end, which was a fair enough placement. He didn't need to ace this, he didn't need to be the best student or anything. He wasn't here for competition or anything after all. What Izuku did not approve of was that it had been a ruse. No one was getting expelled. Izuku had already criticized All Might, but Aizawa? This was just, not that well. In a way he understood the implication of showing the students that it was serious and not fun. He understood that, but it was just an odd approach. Izuku had gone through training himself where death had hung above their head due to the dungeon, there had been a lot of shit going on, and even then their teachers had vastly different approaches than Aizawa's. Izuku just didn't think it was the smartest approach, as the main result would be that it was clear one couldn't trust what Aizawa was saying. Would any student believe in a threat of expulsion again? Or even anything else serious? Izuku was quite certain the most Aizawa had done was ruining his trustworthiness. Izuku himself would question his teacher's words twice now. It just hadn't been the smartest choice to go above it like that. Izuku didn't like mind games like that either, especially not when it was with comrades. If one was on the same side, then there was no need for stupid mind games. It was a waste of time and just compromised the relationship. Truly, Izuku couldn't find actual merit in the logical ruse, and he didn't even call it logical, as the need to implement it hadn't been logical at all. To the one who completes me. You know what scares me the most? At first I caught myself thinking how I should tell you about something when it occurred. My mind automatically filled in that I would need to tell you that when you came home, when I made my way back, and now that has been substituted by mere paper. The first thing that comes to my mind now is that I need to write it down. My first thought is paper, it's letters. It's about how to phrase something in a way that you would be able to practically see it in front of you. I spend way too long on the mere concept of choosing words, I spend too long on it. Way too long, and sometimes barely even a second, as I just start writing with all this splotchy ink, and sometimes handwriting that I know will be almost impossible to decipher for you, and I know I should rewrite it, but every single time I have to force myself to even leave the letter not in tatters. There is a reason for that deranged behavior, and it's because my mind isn't centered on the concept of needing to tell you something. My first thought was you, and now it's about paper. It's ridiculous how things can change, and it's driving me insane in a whole new way. It feels like my mind has accepted that you aren't with me. It's as if my mind isn't even considering the possibility of telling you later. It's as if I'm merely writing a journal, and as if my first thought is about it and not about you. It's about writing and how to express myself and not how you would react when I tell you, and that is a crippling thought. I know that you know, but it also makes me think about my childhood. Back then I wrote notebooks on heroes for the purpose of becoming one. In Phephila I wrote notebooks to understand the world, to not forget anything, to sort it out, and now that has been replaced with letters. Letters that have a person it's dedicated to, and I fear I can only admit it here, as the idea or voicing it out would cripple me, but maybe it will be a letter that will never be sent, that will never reach anyone, a pointless endeavor like my notebooks about heroes had been as a child. I do know that these musings are misplaced. I know even allowing these ideas to ghost around in my skull will not do me any good, not even slightly. I know it's driving me insane. I started writing these letters as a means to mimic communicating with you. I started writing them to not forget a single thing I would normally tell you, a way to fill you in, and even if you aren't here, you will feel like you have been. But I also wrote these letters to hold on to my own sanity. I doubt that these letters can ever fill the gap in the time we are apart. You will not feel like you have been here, but you will instead be an eyewitness to how I deteriorated every single day without you. Napoleon put it quite nicely in one of his letters to Josephine: away from you the world is a desert. You have taken more than my soul. Poetic words, I bet you would agree. Maybe you would laugh. Finding it ridiculous that I have taken a moment to stop writing just to check for the concrete words. Probably. But I didn't want to make a mistake with it, as it's accurate. Which makes it just a tad bit more ridiculous. I wonder if I have two souls now, if my old one has been replaced, or how any of this works. I know I have my soul, but at the same time it feels empty, and I know it's because of you. I know that my soul is alright, but I am not, and every single day it's getting worse. I know I should tell you about my progress, about my first day at school, how I did, how it was. I want to do that, but honestly, I am tired. I don't want to be here. I can only see flaws all around me, and I know that isn't like me. You said you fell for me because of my positivity. How I looked ahead, how I didn't give up all of the optimism and refusal in even considering that we might fail and never get back. I know that those are qualities that you cherish in me, and those are the qualities that are suffering right now. Every day I try to remind myself that I am doing this to find you again, and I know I will, because I can't allow the idea of not being able to manage it. I know that I would not do well with it. If I would never see you again? It's a bleak future, and one I do not want to experience, one that I know I wouldn't be able to handle in any capacity. I would do horrid things, and I know that it's why I try to erase the possibility out of my mind, even if it's hard, even if I feel like I might lose it. I'm wondering if you found someone. If you are with someone and not alone. I know you aren't cheating on me, that's not what I am considering. I'm talking about one of our comrades. Maybe you found someone who is a part of your guild? I hope so, because I am alone, not a single moment I am not alone. You aren't here, and none of the others are either. Maybe I would fare better then. Maybe I would stop only seeing the flaws all around me, maybe I would stop criticizing literally everyone and everything. Reena? I love you. I love you with every single cell of my body and it has never stopped, no matter how long we have been apart I never stopped and I never will. I would do anything to just have you here. I would fight Bervin again if it meant having a portal directly to you. I'm not certain how long I can keep this up anymore. I will try to erase that thought out of my mind and only focus on what's in front of me, but it's hard when I'm sitting here and trying to write my thoughts down. I think I should stop for today. I'm repeating myself anyways and I think I need a break before I can actually tell you how my day went. You already have hundreds of letters waiting for you, all of them stored under my bed in the miserable attempt to hope I dream of you if my thoughts about you are near. What harm would one more do? Maybe I just add it in this envelope so that the days won't double. Please Reena, find me. You are the brilliant one, you're the one who fixed and found solutions and I more than ever before need you to step up and just find me before I lose my last bit of sanity. I need you. Yours devotedly and lovingly. Sage chapter text. Izuku hadn't outright shunned his classmates the day before. He had been nice, had followed through with introductions as well, but he also had not lingered around. The next day had gone over practically the same way, a few greetings in the morning, then he had forced himself to focus on the classes even while it did annoy him, and then All Might had stepped into the classroom and with it a practical lesson. Izuku had heavily considered his hero costume but probably not in the way most would. Obviously he had jumped towards replicating his armor, but when he had been about to write the details down, he couldn't. First of all, no one could replicate it aside from a Claudivita craftsman, and wouldn't it be disappointing, same as dangerous, if he assumed it was the same and caught himself not being watchful? It just wasn't a good idea, and it also felt like betrayal to wear a fake and not something his companions had made. He discarded the idea then, instead opting for some apparently reliable body protection. It was all new technology, something of modern times, and it was light. Izuku didn't want to say that light was bad. Obviously as a mage he had never worn heavy armor, full plate, or anything like that, had never been something he had even envisioned on himself, but it was ridiculous how light the clothes he had gotten were. His actual armor was a work of art, a mix of mostly leather, rattan, and bones. It was sturdy, it allowed him to move. It was perfect, genuinely perfect, and the inscriptions in it only made it more powerful. The Claudivita chosen had always stood back from the dungeon with their lack of combat abilities, and they had spent weeks, sometimes months, to craft perfect pieces, literal masterpieces instead, and Izuku's own armor was not an exception to it, and even if it wasn't chainmail, it still had quite some weight. Good armor simply had weight. Obviously there were lighter models, several of his comrades had relied on leather alone, some even thin fabric, foregoing protection in favor of furthering their speed. Every piece of armor was always tailored to the needs of the wearer, and with the help of craftsmen like Gaia, the Claudivita guild leader, the added magical spark made it way more secure than it should be. Nonetheless, his world didn't have magic. Sure, they had superpowers but not magic. The clothes he had gotten might be stab-proof due to technology, but, well, it wasn't magic, and it was so goddamn light he genuinely didn't trust it. If he was a frontline fighter then he would not rely on it, which did bring up an issue. Without his magic he was kind of a frontliner, which, well, it was problematic. Izuku sighed as he secured his cloak around him. He shouldn't sweat the small stuff. It wasn't like he would do this for long, and this was merely for training anyways. He absolutely did not like the scythe either he had been provided. Funnily enough, it was actually sharp, something he hadn't quite expected, but it wasn't made out of wood, it was made from something like aluminium? He didn't know, it wasn't his material. Reena would know, but he didn't, and he didn't care either. He wanted wood, at least that even if the tree it had been formed had a truly awful life and its wood was brimming with negative energy, Izuku would rather have that than this plastic metal sheet. Also, his clothes were made out of plastic. Well, he assumed it was plastic. There wasn't a single bit of cotton or any other plant in it, and he doubted they took wool. He admitted his hero costume was already putting him in a bad mood, and being taught by All Might wasn't making it better. He didn't even agree. The whole drawing lot, because one wouldn't know who one would be working with, was bullshit. In theory, yes, one wouldn't know who one were within the field if one responded to an emergency, but it was still unwise. If Izuku would take this seriously, he would probably try to force training on the heroes, making certain they all were familiar combat-wise with at least those patrolling in the same area. It wasn't efficient to work with someone one didn't know. One most definitely didn't know their abilities, quirks, skills, and close combat together wouldn't work. If one didn't know the other's habits, then there was a big chance one would just be a hindrance to each other. If one had to work with a stranger, then it was almost more secure to each go in on their own. In theory, a hero had to be prepared for these situations. But doing that on day one was bullshit. But Izuku couldn't care less about it if he was honest. All of this did not concern him, he just had to get it over with until he found Reena, and then he would leave all of this to those who wanted to do it. It would have nothing to do with him, and simply as a student he wouldn't even be involved with actual hardships. That was for the future, and that would just simply not concern him then. He was a bit glad to have Uraraka though as his partner. She at least was very excited, which was, well, it was something. The girl almost sprinted over while Katsuki and his partner were already sent into the building, but All Might was staring more than just nervously at Izuku, which, well, did not help Izuku's already bad mood. The girl was still beaming at him. So my quirk is called zero gravity. If I touch something I can stop gravity from affecting it. Yours? Izuku hummed absent-mindedly. A pretty useful quirk if one could use it appropriately at least. He had seen mages do similar things. Got none? She tilted her head. Your quirk is called got none? No. He tapped his fingers against his arm, contemplating how to do the exercise in an easy manner. He didn't really feel like sweating right now if he was honest. I have no quirk. Her loud yelp actually caught him off guard. What? You are quirkless. Her eyes wide, shock painting her features, her voice unnaturally loud, and with her former reaction it had resulted in literally everyone staring at them. For a moment Izuku didn't quite follow what warranted her reaction or the noises his classmates made, but then he remembered, quirk discrimination, naturally. What else? Accurate. Ashido had whirled around staring at All Might. How is that allowed? That is, nuts. All Might laughed nervously. I did consider letting him sit this one out. Mineta scoffed, so we got a FING charity case here. I thought Yui was a good school. Once again. Izuku wasn't hurt. Why would he? It was ridiculous, as simple as that, but he also was in a bad mood and he most definitely did not want to stand here and get treated like a toddler. He was already treated like a teenager even while he had left those years long behind. He absolutely did not want this to worsen. Let me guess, it is because a quirkless person is helpless, inadequate, and all that jazz? Yayuzoru cleared her throat, looking very uncomfortable. We are not trying to insult you, but quirkless people are less evolved. He hummed. Well, so what we gathered is that quirkless people are less evolved, clearly helpless, inadequate, less useful, failures even, losers? I guess we can list that endlessly, but do you know what's the more interesting question right now? What does it make you all? Kirishima stepped forward. Guys, this isn't cool. We don't have to. Midoriya is still a cool dude. We don't have to go and insult him, and we aren't bullies. We shouldn't be. We are meant to be heroes, and bullying someone is unmanly. Izuku shook his head. Wrong. I'm asking about your skill level, about your own adequacy, about your worth. He didn't even wait for them to catch up. After all, the one who placed first in the entrance exam was me. So truly. If I'm such a disaster and that weak, how worthless are all of you who took the regular exam, as you very obviously lost to me by a large margin point-wise. Some of you barely managed to get a third of my points. Uraraka looked embarrassedly away. Exactly. I would say worry about yourself first, as you all very clearly fall far below average if I'm already under it. Mienta glared at him. Don't talk bullshit. You got pity points. Oh, did I now? Kaminari had his arms crossed. Let's stay civil, dude. I mean, you can prove yourself now. I mean, none of us will say shit to your face if you like. PR0VE, you actually earned your points. But Izuku merely scoffed. Prove myself to you? Convince you of it? Why would I need to? I neither need any of your approval or permission. He just shook his head, turning around to go. The teacher had stood awkwardly next to the kids. Young Midoriya. Where are you going? Doing my battle trial, sir. He could hear Uraraka run after him, but he was already too annoyed. He just wanted to get this over with. Why was he even subjecting himself to this? Ah, Reena. He sighed. Well, good thing there was nothing he wouldn't do for his wife. Izuku had known that being surrounded by teenagers in such a manner could only go wrong, and he genuinely hoped he could quit soon, not just because it would mean he had achieved his goal but also to finish this up. He was in a bad mood. He wanted to go home and, well, what he actually wanted wasn't achievable, but well, there were still a lot of things better than this. Izuku could see Katsuki snarling, running towards him, a certain bit of hesitancy in his eyes. Apparently Katsuki had still not gotten over seeing Izuku comatose, but also not able to keep his wrath contained. Not that it mattered to Izuku, his scythe in the hand, the staff part twirling around in his hand as he merely hit Katsuki's knees from behind, making him topple forwards, the capture tape already halfway around the teen before the boy could even start struggling. Not that it mattered much to Izuku. Katsuki might be aggressive with a dangerous quirk, but one quirk was nothing. He was an earth-based mage, and especially due to his plant specification he had usually been paired with fire-based mages for training purpose. A bit of explosion was nothing if one had to deal with fire that could just follow him. Katsuki didn't accept his defeat though, the first explosion leaving his hands even if he wasn't able to aim at Izuku. Something the mage put to Katsuki's inexperience, it wouldn't do him any favor, but even after the capture tape was fully around the teen, the boy didn't stop. Deku! You coward! Fight me! And he just kept exploding. Izuku truly questioned Katsuki's confidence in his gear. How could one be so certain it would be fine if he kept on exposing it to fire? There would be a limit and the heat would still affect him. Was Katsuki fire resistant? Did that even make sense? Gods, Izuku truly had no clue about the boy's quirk anymore. Pity. You're captured. The boy actually growled, fight me. Izuku at this point actually rolled his eyes, stepping away from the scene. Uraraka had followed him, almost nervously looking back. Is that all right? What? He doesn't seem to look like he has given up. Izuku glanced back, actually needing to suppress his snort as he saw the other teen practically roll round as he tried to get to his feet, explosion still popping in his hand. He'll be fine. But what if he follows us? I would love to see him try to get to the stairs like this. I think I even hope that happens. Uraraka fell silent, wringing her hands as they made their way up the stairs. Midoriya? Yes? I'm sorry. His eyebrow rose up. For what? The way I reacted to you, well, you being you know what. You can say it out loud. It is nothing to be embarrassed about. Her eyes flitted around, seemingly trying to compute it. She cut herself off, shaking her head. You saved me. Even when everyone else ran away, you came to save me. I shouldn't have questioned your ability. I know you aren't here by chance. So, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, and I hope you can forgive me for my reaction. He waved it off. It's fine. No hard feelings. Which was quite literally the truth. He wasn't one to be hung up over something like that. So, can we still be friends? This did take him off guard, using the excuse to check the room on the floor they were currently on to check for signs of Ida to contemplate his answer. It was a difficult question. Could he see Uraraka as a friend? No, not really. She was less than half his age, which quite literally was a weird kind of relationship. Obviously he had hung out with people younger than him. Chipmunk, for example, had only been 2 when he had arrived in Phephila, and even if there was only an 8-year difference it still had been noticeable, and if he really put it into correlation. Dollface was one of the oldest of the survivors. In her 30s, if he wasn't wrong, when she had arrived, and her relationship to Chipmunk had been most definitely the motherly kind in the end. Even if he had called her Nana, same as many had after she had become the oldest survivor. Even his relationship with individuals like Dollface had not really been the friendship kind. They had been comrades, that was for certain, and she hadn't treated him as lesser, but well, it was an odd kind of friendship. Their age differences were clear and they acted according to it, that was for certain. It was not quite a mentor and mentee relationship, maybe more akin to a very cool aunt dealing on occasion with the offspring of their sibling. Having a friendship with Uraraka sounded weird. He admitted it sounded goddamn weird, not just because of their age difference but because she wasn't aware of it. What kind of weirdo would he be if he started giving life advice and it wasn't like he could talk about his own problems with her? Simply becoming friends with a teen in that way sounded weird as F-. If it was a small child asking, then it would be fine, there was no weight in it and it wasn't like they truly understood, but a teenager, well, they were able to think. It was just weird. He cleared his throat. We'll see how well we get along. Was this the best answer? Probably not, but well, it wasn't the worst either, he would guess. Uraraka smiled. I'm confident we will get along very well. I just know it. He hummed as he gestured towards the floor they were reaching. Sounds like he's here. Uraraka nodded. What do you want me to do? He shrugged. I mean, if you want you can take him out. I don't really care much. All right. I'll try my best. Will you help me when the time is running out? That simple question did show him that she actually meant it with her apology. Sure. It was actually a bit funny to see her go forwards. Ida was doing his best to imitate a villain, and it was more of a cat and mouse game. Ida ran circles around her while Uraraka was trying to either touch him or get to the bomb. Izuku was quite content standing in the door, arms crossed but keeping an eye out on the timer. What crystallized for him though was that Ida didn't really have super speed. Sure, his legs had engines making him pretty speedy, but that didn't affect his whole body. It also would probably lead to a lag in a way, affecting the time between his impulses reaching his legs. Izuku did truly wait until half a minute was left, and then he stepped forwards, heading straight towards the bomb. Ida, you will not succeed, hero. Going for a circle around Izuku now instead. It was what Izuku had suspected would happen, and so he just extended his scythe, slightly tilted to not behead the teen, but merely a slight thrust of his hand would change it. Ida stepped dead in his tracks trying to change direction, which as Izuku had predicted needed a moment in which the mage did turn his scythe so that the blade was almost pressed against the teen's throat, effectively stopping him from turning into any other direction than backwards. Uraraka was smart enough to sprint forwards, tapping the bomb and finishing the exercise. Prejudice was an interesting thing. It was probably something everyone had even if they denied it. What mattered about it though was how one acted due to it. There was Uraraka who had been prejudiced against the quirkless but who had decided to push it aside and focus on what she knew about him. There were other people who forced themselves to ignore it like Kirishima. There were others who held on to it so strongly it was ridiculous like Katsuki. The way one dealt with their own prejudice was telling. Izuku himself had prejudice, quite a lot of it even. When he looked at his class he was absolutely confident that they were useless, well not useless but he had no confidence in them. Sure, some of them had pretty strong quirks like Todoroki who had frozen the whole building and there were others who knew martial arts like Ojiro. Some of them had skill and that was noticeable but they all lacked experience. Obviously Izuku had lacked experience as well when he had arrived in Phephila and in a way the 3 years they all had spent with the Phephilan guilds to learn their craft was the equivalent to hero school. Izuku knew he had once been in their place but that didn't exactly mean that he could push his judgment of them away. In a fight skills were important obviously but nothing beat experience, quite literally nothing. It was such a fundamental thing. It allowed one to stay calm, to adjust. Experience was simply worth more than the best blessing. For Izuku it had been telling when they had looked through everyone's trial. There had been a lot of hesitance when his classmates had needed to discuss his performance. There was so much uncertainty in them it was almost funny to him. For Izuku himself his prejudice had shown when he watched them perform and he had to hold back his wince at their actions. There were many moments where he found himself questioning if they were all idiots and then he caught himself. They were inexperienced kids and here to learn, they had all the right in the world to act a bit idiotic right now. It would be fixed in a while and if not? Well then Izuku could call them idiots without an issue but right now he should not demerit them, they were trying and they were learning. Which was totally fair. It was a bit surreal to be confronted with his own and their prejudice at the same time and how it clashed. How some of them were clearly not trusting him to even carry a glass of water without falling and how he at the same time was seeing them as toddlers. It was almost amusing how each other's perspective of the other was quite literally the same. Obviously he trusted his own judgment more as it wasn't fully compromised by prejudice. He knew what he was talking about after all but still. It was interesting to encounter something like this. Once again Izuku wasn't hurt, he didn't even really care about it either. It was a bit annoying, sure, but it wasn't like this affected him in any way. Their judgment or perception of him would only make a relationship of any sort between them impossible but otherwise? Nothing really noteworthy. Uraraka's reaction though was actually almost cute. She had followed him around on their way back to the classroom, sticking to his side might be more accurate, cheeks blown up and complaining that he had pretty much done everything and it was ridiculous how everyone was doubting him to such a degree. He truly pitied the fact that he couldn't tell her, becoming a bit of a mentor to her would be fun, pretty rewarding as well he figured. She seemed like someone who would work hard. A nice kid as well. She even greeted him enthusiastically the next day and to his own amusement she voted for him in the class president election. Sure, she was his only vote but it wasn't like that mattered. Maybe she was trying to undo her faltering in front of him but it wasn't so overbearing that he minded it. He himself hadn't really cared about the job or who did it. A class president was pretty much just a runner for the teachers, nothing too important and being an errand boy barely held appeal but for those who liked it? Well to each their own. The guildmasters hadn't been elected either. They had just crystallized themselves, some had been actively pushed by the Phephilan guild leaders like Gaia or Karma. Some had just taken charge like Blade. He truly didn't care much, not even when the alarm rang out during lunch as he quite literally stayed seated, trying to finish his lunch set before anyone could throw the table over in their panic. Somehow Izuku truly doubted it was an emergency. Well it could be but the school was swarming with heroes, they should be capable of handling it without much of an issue. In Phephila there had naturally been alarms as well when the tower had been breached by some of the bloodspawns again or when the ones still in the forest had acted up but even then for the transmigrators it hadn't mattered. That had been a job for the Phephilan guilds. They had it handled. It was how systems like that worked. There were many things Izuku was worried about, many things he was bothered about at school but he didn't really had his safety on his mind. They were quite literally taught by adults who had made this their job. Even if a villain or a bunch of them broke into the school it was a given that there would be safety protocols in place, some mechanism or merely just throwing the heroes at them. A school like Yui was a target after all so their security by definition had to be top-notch. Izuku merely nodded when the alarm was lifted. He had expected this. How in the world could something ever happen here? If it did, then by the gods Hero Society and Yui would really not be up to standards, and that painted a very, very ugly picture of the world he was currently in. Izuku was very much aware that he was a middle-aged man. He knew his actual age, and to be fair, most of his interests and goals were pointing that out very clearly as well, but still it was almost fascinating to see the difference in daily life. It made him almost think he was even older. When Izuku made his way to school, he took one of the earlier trains, very much aware of Katsuki, who was glaring at him but ignoring it in favor of watching the world outside. Taking an early train didn't just allow him to avoid the crunch time where the public trains were overcrowded, but it had also another bonus that he very much appreciated, and this was walking, as weird as it sounded, but Izuku liked taking his time. He adored walking slowly and just observing the world around him, stopping to listen to the plants he found along the way, like the little weed that was painstakingly trying to survive against the pollution and hard cement all around it. It made Izuku want to root for it. In a way, it was a bit of a pitiful walk, as Muzutafu wasn't really that full with life. It was truly a city and not as nature-filled as he would have liked, but that didn't mean there was nothing for him to see or do, like when he leaned down to almost caress the little leaves and send a spark of magic, a spark of encouragement through the little plant. He wanted to see it thrive against the odds it was up against. One of the things that did point out to him that he was, well, not the same as most of his presumed age was due to the way he took his walks. Most people he saw on the streets were in a hurry, always in a hurry to get in time to school or work, like Ida, who obviously still had time to arrive at school but who only made a hesitant stop to nod at Izuku before he hurried off again. There were a few teens like Kaminari and Mineta who hastily averted their eyes when they saw Izuku, and then they hurried off as well. They weren't as fast, not as hurried, but still so focused on their talk and with a jump in their step that only youth could bring. Izuku liked to stop for a few moments and just look around. There was no need to hurry. Sure, time passed rather quickly, quicker than anyone could really compute, but at the same time, just taking on a full sprint wouldn't help anyone. One would merely miss so much of what was laying around one. It was a pity to not stop and just take in the moment. He saw Ashido and Jiro together. Ashido even stopped next to him. Class begins in 10 minutes, bouncing on her feet, Jiro standing behind her, arms crossed, lips thin in displeasure. Izuku hummed, "Indeed. Are you coming then? I'm gonna be there. It's still 10 minutes, isn't it?" Ashido shrugged her shoulders before she turned around. "Have it your way. See you then," grabbing Jiro's hand to pull her with her, always in such a hurry while young. Hurry to grow up, hurry to get to other places, just hurrying through everything. Not like he had been different. He stretched his arms before he leisurely kept going on his way, observing everything along it, and then he saw blonde hair. Blonde hair wasn't unusual, it was quite literally a very common hair color even in Japan in this day and age, but something in him always reacted when he saw blonde. It made his head snap around faster than anything for the mere possibility that it could be Reena. It wasn't though. The blonde was curly, but it looked dry. There was no shine to it, not really well taken care of, but something about the curls made him keep staring. It was a thin girl, very thin, a Yui school uniform that looked a bit messy as well. There was just something that kept him occupied, and then her face turned around slightly. Pale skin, absolutely lacking a healthy color, and deep chocolate brown eyes that seemed lifeless, Asian and European features mixed. The girl looked almost dead, not a spark in her, no nothing, and it was possibly the reason why he took so long to recognize her. It was Pearl, wasn't it? Wasn't this Pearl? Wasn't this actually Pearl? When she turned around a bit more, he was able to catch a glimpse of red, the red tribal soul mark displaying a hair if one closed one eye on her cheek. That was most definitely Pearl. Izuku hurried his steps up, only then realizing that Pearl wasn't alone. There was a woman next to her, a bit older, brunette hair, gray eyes. Hera. This was goddamn Hera. His feet picked up in speed, trying to get through the crowds in record time just to catch up. He had been alone for 2 years where he hadn't been able to reach anyone, where he hadn't found anyone. 2 years where he had been painstakingly alone with all of this and just trying to get through it in some way, constantly reminding himself that if he worked hard he could manage, he could find Reena and everyone else he cared so goddamn much about, and now he had found Pearl, guild leader of the Abernathy Chosen, and Hera. Hera, his own guild leader. No matter what, he couldn't let them pass by. He had to get them. Hera, he yelled, almost crashing into an older woman and only managing to avoid the collision in the last second. Hera. Pearl. Hera. And she looked. Hera looked. A bit puzzled before her eyes widened in recognition, opening her arms and crossing the last meter in between them to pull him into a bone-crushing hug. Izuku could feel the tears burning in his eye once again as he hugged her back even more vigorously, unwilling to let go now after he had finally found someone and she had recognized him. It wasn't like he had ever doubted it, he had known it was the truth, but having Hera recognize him and react like this was the last bit of proof he needed. It was reality, it had been reality, it hadn't just been in his head. Hera pulled back, her hand on his cheek to check him from all sides. Sage. A goddamn Sage. I'm so glad to see you. His smile was practically splitting his face in two, it hurt, same as the tears he tried to hold back. You have no idea. Hera, letting out a shaky breath. Pearl had turned around, arms hanging limply down, her eyes focused on him but no other reaction visible aside from a small nod. It took Izuku off guard. He had known that Pearl hadn't been alright, but this was so much worse than ever before. Hera glanced at him, biting her lip before she turned her head slightly around. Shinju? How about, you go to school? I'll take a minute here. Don't want you to arrive too late. Pearl or Shinju slowly nodded, alright, even her voice was weak, and then she turned around, her steps heavy, slow, shoulders hunched over. Hera let out a sigh, a bit of sadness in her eyes, her smile losing a bit of its brightness. First, I'm Syria Autumn. His eyes had still been stuck on Pearl for a moment. Izuku. My name is Izuku. Last name's Midoriya. She smiled, fitting. That it is. What's going on? I guess you're on your way to school. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. She snorted slightly. Well, if school doesn't matter. Want to come with me? Talk for a little while? Almost nothing I would rather do. Aizawa had never liked mornings. His patrols were usually at night or late in the evening, making it a pain and a half to get up early in the morning just to make it to homeroom in time. It was why he had been actually pretty fine with expelling his class last year, as it came with the bonus of not having to do it, but this year he still had a full class and that required him to get through homeroom in some way. He knew he had chosen this himself, no one had forced him to become a teacher, well, aside from his wallet. It wasn't like he was paid that well as an underground hero. It was an exhausting lifestyle, but it was what it was. His eyes were not even lifting up when he read out the list of names, marking them present after they had answered, but when he read Midoriya's name there was silence. It was then when he finally looked up to face the empty seat. Shota sighed. Does anyone know where Midoriya is? Mineta leaned back in his chair, snorting, probably fell face first into a flower. Mineta. He didn't even have the energy to properly rebuke him. Yesterday had been way too exhausting. Kaminari perked up. No, he's telling the truth. I saw Midoriya as well. He was smelling flowers. You don't have to find excuses for your friend. Ida practically jumped up. Sir. I saw him as well on my way to school. Aizawa let out a long breath. That doesn't answer the question as to where he is though. Ashido raised her hand, waving it. I spoke to him. He was going a bit slow, but he said he would make it. He probably just went a bit too slow. Tot's sure he's gonna come in any minute now. He did say we're gonna see him at school after all. Just running, well, walking late. Aizawa held his groan back before he wrote it down. He would have to warn the teen about this, but that had time until Midoriya was actually here and until Aizawa had woken up a bit more. But, even when homeroom was about to be over, there was not a glimpse of Midoriya. It wasn't like the gate would lock him out, it had face recognition. Midoriya would have been let in and Shota himself would have gotten a notice of his late arrival, but nothing and no one had come. He once again spoke up. Does anyone here have Midoriya's number? No one spoke up, and it didn't surprise Aizawa. So he merely sighed before he made his way out to head to the teacher lounge. Now he even had to take care of this, annoying. Midoriya was a unique student. To be honest, Aizawa himself wasn't quite certain what he should think about having the teen in his class. It was the truth that he had volunteered to take him instead of Vlad King for the sole reason that he knew he was a better fit. He himself fought practically quirkless aside from the fact that he leveled the playing field with his own quirk, but this alone just told him that if Midoriya took it serious he would have a chance, especially as he had genuinely managed to pass the entrance exam, and not just pass but in first place, and that was even with the hesitancy of some teacher to award him proper rescue points. Not that it mattered, even if they just took villain points into account, Midoriya would have made it in. Aizawa had been a bit curious how well Midoriya would do if he had weapon training, and he wasn't complete averse to the idea of training the teen up to become an underground hero, just keeping him in the shadows to keep away from the quirk discrimination that would ensue. And to his surprise, Midoriya did know how to handle a weapon. It was why he actually really couldn't fault the teen, not when he was quite literally better prepared for this than Aizawa himself had been back then when he had applied to Yui. Even then, Aizawa wasn't certain if Midoriya could handle it for the mere reason that discrimination was a thing, and even if his class wasn't the epitome of bullying, it did not mean it was going perfect. He didn't really cut into it because if Midoriya wanted to be a hero he would have to deal with way worse. It was probably the best practice he could get here. Having the teen not come to school though was disappointing. Had he grown sick of it? Had he given up? A bit of a pity. Aizawa had been curious about how it would unfold. Well, who knew? He sighed as he dialed the phone number that he found on his class rooster, and at least the boy's mother picked up immediately. Hello, Midoriya Inko speaking. I'm your son's homeroom teacher and I'm calling dash. Oh no. What happened? The alarm in her voice ringing deep. He rolled his eyes. I am calling to inquire about your son. What do you mean? Midoriya did not appear in class today. If there was any reason, the school needs to be notified. He left for school. I know he left for school. Aizawa held back another sigh. He had hoped it was just a bout of sudden sickness or something. Then I am calling due to your son ditching school. No, he wouldn't. Well, it is the case though. No, you don't understand. My son has never, not even once in his life, ditched school, no matter what was going on, how he was treated or anything. The only time he missed school was because he was in the hospital. If he wasn't feeling well, he would have told me. Aizawa didn't really want to argue with her, it seemed pointless anyways. Maybe he did feel sick and went back home. I am home, my son isn't here. Then he might be with friends somewhere. Teenagers do that sometimes. I'm not excusing it, but it could be the case. My son doesn't have friends. Aizawa paused. This did start to sound odd. The woman kept speaking. Also, I have never once forced him to go to school. He is very much aware that he could have just told me if he didn't feel like going. I would have excused him without him having it on his record. My son has no reason to ditch school. There was a very bad feeling forming in his stomach, Mrs. Midoriya. I would like you to try contacting your son. Do you think something happened to him? Shota wasn't quite certain at this point because Midoriya wasn't really the kid he would have guessed would play hooky, and in addition he had more credited it to the boy being sick of the discrimination. But if there was truly no pressure about it, then this could be a bit more serious than he would like. But there was no reason to cause panic in the woman. Something might have just occurred, like him helping out in a situation. I'm certain we can find the reason. If you are able to reach your son in any way, I would like an immediate call. Alright. Back in Fefala, it had almost been a running GG to call one of Hera's skills, teleportation. She had always hated it. Izuku wasn't even certain who had started the trend, but he would bet on someone like Dollface. At one point Hera had almost accepted it, wriggled down by all of them calling it that, but it wasn't the truth, and Izuku knew that very well. Hera was able to overcome large distances in a matter of seconds, but not with teleportation. Hera was an air mage, a storm caller actually to be precise, and like every guild leader she was impeccable when it came to her area of expertise. She didn't just control storms and air, but she was a storm, she was air. She embodied the element she wielded better than anyone, and it quite literally allowed her to travel through air currents, through lightning, through raindrops. It hadn't been that special of a skill, one of the first ones she had gotten, and it wasn't even rare. Lots of transmigrants had skills that resembled teleportation in some kind of way. Still, Izuku had never really liked it, possibly because he was an earth mage and this was just too different in its essence, but traveling with Hera always left him nauseous. It just wasn't for him, but he also didn't want to protest this time. He wanted to talk with her more than anything. He needed answers, and he knew he wouldn't be able to wait even a minute longer to get to a safe location to talk about all of this. The possibility of them talking outside and getting the wrong kind of attention was not something he favored, so for once he was grateful for her taking him with her, even if he despised the feeling more than anything. He liked the ground under him way too much to stand it after all. When he glanced around, he was at least still certain he was in Japan, and even the neighborhood seemed familiar to him. The first street sign he could see even proved it. It was a neighborhood at the outskirts of Muzutafu, a definite residency area but a bit less of the city metropole, an assortment of traditional Japanese houses, many of them quite small, who had not yet fallen prey to large construction companies who stomped charming parts of the cities down to make more space for skyscrapers. The house they stood in front of was actually quite big for the area, nothing ridiculous, but even at one glance he knew it had numerous rooms, but it didn't look like it was in the best state. It was clearly renovated, but there was a lack of care in a way. No one took care in making the house look good. Hera smiled at him before she unlocked the door. Do you live here? She shook her head, kicking her shoes off at the entrance. It's Shinju's. Izuku's eyebrow rose a bit higher, not quite having expected that, but not saying anything as he looked at the state the house was in. It was worse than on the outside. Again, the building was in a good condition, but it was a mess: dirty dishes, empty liquor bottles and dried out flowers. It was a weird mix of looking like no one lived here, but also as if someone did and was letting it deteriorate in the worst way possible. Hera sighed. Sorry to take you here. Today is one of my free days and well, I usually take what time I can get to clean this place up a bit for her. Izuku didn't even know what to reply, but the image of how bad Pearl had looked very prominent on his mind. Hera made her way further in to take a seat at the living room table after it was decided that Shinju would attend Yui. Her father arranged for a new place to stay, but, her eyes narrowing in distaste, that idiot didn't even listen properly. He assumed Shinju's whole family would move here for whatever reason, and that meant he got a too big house of coma. Well, at least he got money. One thing less to worry about. But good news. If you ever need a place to crash, here is space enough. Izuku slowly followed after her, trying to ignore the dead plant in the middle of the table as he managed to find a spot to sit as well. I will remember that. Hera hummed, "How are you? It's so good to see you. Are you doing well?" Well, it could be worse aside from the fact that I haven't found Reena. She closed her eyes for a moment. You will find her. It will be a matter of time. You can't lose hope, Sage. You hear me? You can't lose hope. She is somewhere in America. I keep my eye out for her as well, but Sage, don't give up hope. You will find her. Obviously, he leaned back, crossing his arms to stop himself from touching the dead plant. Way too many in this house, it's why I choose to become a hero. Having my face widely known would be enough for her to see me. Hera let out a relieved sigh. Good plan. If there is anything you need help with on that front, I'm here. He hummed, as much as I appreciate this and finding you and all of it, and as much as I would love to just spend a few hours talking about everything that's happened in between our last meeting, there is a very burning question in me. What's with Pearl? Hera sighed. You know, she never dealt well with the death of her husband. Obviously Izuku knew, all of them had suffered greatly. The Kan had been a guide, the only class of Pfeffalans who were able to get into the tower. The Kan, the rabbit folk, had quite literally accompanied them from the first level to almost the end, only to lose his life on the 99th floor. And Izuku, he had seen many deaths, but this was probably one of the ones that haunted him the most, and the scream Pearl had let out was something that would never leave him. He could still hear it, her despair, her losing it, and her attaining her ultimate skill in exchange for losing the love of her life. All of them had liked the Kan. He had been a good guy, more than just that actually. The Kan and Pearl had for most of them even been the reason why they had started to really get to term with Pfeffala, why they had started dating, living, mingling. The Kan's and Pearl's relationship quite literally had been where most of them had learned how to deal with all of it. As ridiculous as it sounded, the two had been the ideal couple, an unbreakable bond, love that was tangible and just. Soulmates. The Kan had been an insane help in getting accustomed to Pfeffala and the dungeon, and losing him had been harsh, but obviously not as harsh as it had been for Pearl. Pearl had lost herself, becoming a wreck of her former self and only managing to pull herself together in some way after she had found out that she had been PRGNNT. Evelyn, one of the few kids that had been born to a transmigrator in Pfeffala, and literally the only reason why Pearl had held on and fought tooth and nail to get it together and to get back home. Before, Pearl had wanted to settle in Pfeffala, but after losing her husband she had not been able to stand it, and the Kan had always forbidden her from revealing her actual name to him for the off chance that something would happen to him, and she wanted to get back. Izuku paused, blinking for a moment before his eyes flickered through the room. The mess he was sitting in and the lack of anything that belonged to a child. Where? The words were heavy on his tongue, bile in his throat. Where is Evelyn? And Hera? She looked so impossible pained that Izuku didn't want to hear the answer anymore. Aizawa stayed in his seat for several moments, just keeping his eye on the phone in front of him and hoping for a call back, but nothing happened, nothing at all, and this was starting to worry him. It worried him to such a degree that he went ahead to call up the hospitals in the area to inquire about a teenager fitting Izuku's appearance, but nothing. Aizawa knew he didn't need to jump to conclusion right now. The most realistic possibility was still that Midoriya was ditching. Sometimes parents were very convinced that their kids would tell them everything, but it didn't follow suit, but nonetheless the situation was a bit more precautious now. Calling out for a city-wide search just because a teen had not appeared at school was ridiculous, and he knew that. Everyone would merely laugh at him and no one would act, that was guaranteed, but that didn't mean that Aizawa wasn't taking it more seriously now. A teen not showing up to school could have many reasons. It could still be a case of Midoriya having run into an elderly woman that needed help with her groceries, or a cat in a tree, but it also could be more sinister. Normally Aizawa wouldn't immediately jump to that conclusion, but there were several things that did lead him to consider this, and that was because of the press breach. It had been odd, there had been some malfunctioning in the security and camera system, and while they had no clear proof or even indication, there had been a few suspicions lingering around that there might have been something else at work, like villains. Naturally, it did not mean that they had gotten into the school or achieved anything, but it was a possibility that villains had been at work. Yui had always been a target, one that hadn't been breached yet, but that did not guarantee anything. Especially not with the fact that All Might was now a teacher at this school, painting a way bigger target on their backs. The press breach wasn't all of it though. There was the fact that his class had the field trip to the USJ today, and a teen presumably being missing on that exact day could be a coincidence. Same as the press breach, and that all of it had been in such a short time, but what if it wasn't? Aizawa leaned back, tapping his fingers against his desk as he truly considered it. What use would it have? What if villains did infiltrate the school but did not get enough information? What if they got a class roster and picked Midoriya in the hopes of getting more information about the school through it? Maybe even the press breach had been an attempt of villains to sully Yui's reputation, and as it had failed they had instead chosen to kidnap a student? And he hated the idea and even that he needed to consider this, but Midoriya was quirkless. What if that had somehow been found out by some of the more extreme fascists? What if it was a planned attack on the teen due to him being quirkless and daring to go to Yui? It could even be the commission then. Aizawa was very much certain the HPSC would not take kindly to a quirkless hero. There were too many possibilities that came together right now, so many that it was not logical to ignore them and just assume it was just a teen ditching school. It was putting him on edge by default. Nothing could have happened. Maybe he was blowing this out of proportion, maybe he was just being paranoid, but he also was in charge of a whole class of teens who were lacking practically all training and had just started. They were at their most vulnerable right now, and Aizawa had to keep them safe. There had been many ways they did that, like keeping the field trip a secret even from the students until it actually happened, but that didn't mean that it was 100% secure. Nothing ever was. To be fair, he couldn't really do anything about Midoriya right now. Once again, a teen missing from school was nothing that would alarm any of the authorities. It would be a different case if said teens would be missing even after school had ended, and if Midoriya truly wouldn't be found, then Aizawa would be the one to advocate for a search in the afternoon, which could already be too late depending on what had happened. He hated stuff like this. He truly did. Aizawa, as much as he hated it, had to push the Midoriya issue aside. He could not wreck his mind over it right now, as he would just steadily get more paranoid about it, but that did not mean he couldn't do anything. He might not be able to check on the teen right now, but he still had a full class that was under his supervision. If Aizawa wasn't merely being paranoid, then Midoriya's disappearance in combination with the press breach could definitely mean that it was an attempt to go after his class, or rather Yui, or All Might, and even if it was a slim chance, Aizawa wouldn't take any chances when it came to the safety of his students. He took a deep breath, downed one of his jelly packs before he walked over to the actual relaxing area of the teacher lounge where Nezu was as so often drinking tea and in an avid discussion with a few of the teachers. Aizawa cleared his throat. Nezu? I require additional staff for the field trip. The principal glanced up, setting his tea down and folded his paws. Any reason why? One of my students did not appear to class today, even though he has been cited. His mother isn't aware of where he is and assured me several times that he would have no reason to ditch class. Are you suspecting a kidnapping? Aizawa hesitated. I can't say for certain, but it would be illogical to not consider it. Midnight laughed. The boy is just playing hooky. Possible. You should relax. You're just on edge. Aizawa chose to focus on Nezu though. I still require more staff on hand. Ectoplasm lifted his head. I do think you're paranoid. All Might is supposed to be there as well. Even if you're correct, it's not like there is anything to worry about. Aizawa merely refused to consider All Might to be in any way reliable. It might be the case, but I still think it is logical to take precautions. Nezu smiled. The chances are slim, but that doesn't mean there isn't a possibility. I put 3 additional staff on the rotation. Are you satisfied with that? Aizawa nodded curtly. I will also inform All Might of keeping his eyes out for Midoriya. That's the boy in question, right? He is currently on patrol. Aizawa forced himself not to groan out in annoyance. The stupid oaf went patrolling? Now? Well, at least he had replacements now, and it also meant he could take a nap now. He had some added security in case someone tried to ambush the bus, and the Midoriya case was something he could only tackle in the afternoon. Or well, if something truly happened, then Nezu would at least know to immediately put out a search warrant for the boy. He had done what he needed. He probably was just being paranoid, came with the lack of sleep. Hera hesitated, clenching her fist to try to suppress the tremble in her hands. I think I should just tell you what happened, how all of this went down. Izuku slowly nodded. Pearl was always careless when she talked about where she came from. Possibly because she always had her mind set on staying in Phephila, she wouldn't have cared if she couldn't leave anymore due to some sort of mistake. It took a while for me, but I had enough information to narrow it down enough to find her after a bit. I knew I had to find her. Evelyn, was my godchild. Obviously Pearl would need help with raising her, especially with her being that much younger now. I never considered that this would happen. We all did not. It was so clear that Evelyn would be here. After all, we had been able to leave our home dimension and Evelyn was literally the product of two worlds. It should have been fine. I saw Pearl carry her through the portal, but Evelyn wasn't there when Pearl woke up. At first, there was just the assumption that due to the circumstances she would be somewhere close, just a bit apart. Something like that, and Pearl searched? I found Pearl and I helped search. She let out a shaky breath. I scouted quite literally every orphanage I could find. I called, I visited. I went through police reports. I did everything but nothing. I even went to the government and there was interest in them to find Evelyn. Possible for the wrong reason, but nothing. They accused us of lying, of making her up as well. The more time passed, the clearer it got that Evelyn wasn't here. I kept on telling Pearl that Evelyn just didn't manage to properly cross through, that she's still in Fefala, that she's fine, that she's with her grandparents, but she knew I was lying. I knew I was lying. We all knew it was a lie. Evelyn didn't cross with us and it's very obvious that she's dead. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling the tears prick behind his eyelids. Hera took another shaky breath. Pearl did not recover from that. She just shattered. You know as well as I that the only reason why Pearl functioned, why she kept going, was because of Evelyn, and without her, there is nothing. Izuku wanted nothing more than to tell Hera that they just hadn't found her, that it was not the time to give up, but Evelyn had been 2 when they had left Fefala. A 2-year-old would have not survived alone, and they had arrived in their old bodies, but Evelyn didn't have a body on Earth, and even worse, due to the difference in time that had passed, Shinju's current body would have never gone through PRGNNCY, and maybe just because of that Evelyn hadn't crossed, as she shouldn't exist in a way. Izuku hated it. Izuku hated that he couldn't say anything else, but the only thing he could come up with was that it could have been possible that Evelyn's soul had found a spot in a newborn baby's body or something, and that made the search just as pointless. If Evelyn's soul existed, then she would not look like she should, and with her young age there was no way that she would remember anything about Fefala or her mother. Evelyn was gone. In some way or another Evelyn was gone. It was cruel, it was so impossible cruel, and it was unfair, but also such a blatant reminder how it hasn't been over. Defeating Bervin, the final boss, had not ended the nightmare. It hadn't been all over, and even then, there were still victims of the whole endeavor, victims like Izuku who was unable to find his wife, and victims like Pearl who had to bear with another death, another loss, even after everything they had already gone through. Izuku was unable to hold the tears back, trying to wipe them away with his sleeve. Evelyn. Every last of the transmigrators had known Evelyn, the reason why people had gotten a grip. All of them had come together to help out in some way or another, all of them had gotten to know the small child during that time. Even while Pearl had forced herself to push through for Evelyn, it still hadn't been easy. There had been many times where Izuku or one of the others had babysat her, had shown up at Pearl's house to provide a meal or help with something when Pearl had struggled too much. Izuku had been there when Evelyn had started to crawl for the first time, had heard her first babbled words. Reena had been so attached to the child as well, always beaming at her, and when everyone aside from the Claudivita chosen had entered the dungeon, they had babysat the child. Reena had always called it practice for when they would have their first kid together. Reena would not deal well with that either. Hera stayed silent while Izuku cried, merely reaching over the table to take one of his hands, silent comfort, knowing exactly what he felt and trying to get through it together. Just like it had always been. The transmigrators might have left the different dimension they had been in, but somehow it still felt like they existed on a different plane with no one around them that could understand them, unable to talk about it as well. Izuku had spent the last 2 years alone with an invisible wall around him that couldn't shatter due to the sheer impossibility of it, and as much as Evelyn's death was wrecking him, he was so impossibly grateful for the hand that was holding his, and he couldn't bear the thought of letting go, no matter how impractical it was to try to dry his tears with one hand. It was the first time in 2 years that he didn't feel alone. That he knew there was someone with him that understood, that knew. It was the first time in 2 years where he had someone to share his pain with, where there was someone he looked up to, who he trusted with his life. They shared the same pain right now. Even if it was fresh and new for Izuku, they were still together, and even if Izuku hated to even phrase it like that, but something about it was soothing. Even while he felt destroyed at the knowledge of another loss, a loss that should have never happened, a loss of a child way too young and innocent, a loss of a being he had cared for, a kid that had been loved by so many, and such a senseless death. It was cruel in the worst kind of way, but this small piece in him was also crying in relief due to having someone with him that did not question his emotions but who shared them. He was no longer alone, even Even if he had lost another person he had held so goddamn dearly. The total overload of emotion made him unable to stop crying for a long time. It only stopped when he probably did not have a drop of water left in his body, his eyes red and raw, his throat hurting and dry and feeling impossibly sluggish. Hera had only gotten up then, staying in his sight but getting a glass of water for him, and she waited until he had drained it before she cleared her throat. The only reason Pearl goes to school is because I forced her. A way to stop her from wasting away even more. She wasn't able to cope well at her family's home either. Her father hasn't been home in years and her mother is, and excuse my words, a brainless woman who refuses to see how awful her husband is and keeps on talking about how she loves him. It just made it worse for Shinszo, so she agreed to move across Japan just to get away. She didn't even take the test but instead was admitted through the government. It's just general studies after all. I actually have a request for you. Izuku struggled a bit to talk. What is it? I was hoping you could help a bit. Anything would be good, even if you just keep an eye out for her when you see her at school. She's in such a bad headspace. I am so goddamn afraid to leave her alone. I know she won't kill herself. She can't, not with the canned sacrifice, but she's wasting away. She doesn't eat if nothing is prepared and not sitting straight in front of her. She doesn't get up if I am not there to make her. She's liveless. She lost her purpose and Hera sighed. I can't give her up. I just can't. I can't lose her. I can barely bear to watch this, and I got a life. I'm building back up what I left behind. I have to make money. I have my family here as well, and I'm still trying to swing by every morning here. Today is one of my only days off work and I'm here to try to tame the chaos. It's exhausting, but I cannot leave her be. I don't want to. I thought that it would be fine after we got back, no more deaths, no more loss, but I have to watch my best friend die a little bit more every day, and there is nothing I can do to stop it aside from spending every single second I have to try to fix something unmendable. You're asking if I can take part in watching her? Anything. I know I'm asking a lot. You have to search for Reena. You're working on becoming a hero. I don't know what else is going on, but I know you have your mother as well, but something. Even if you just check if she eats her lunch a few times a week. Izuku leaned back in his chair, actually looking at Hera, who looked exhausted. Don't worry about it. I'll help in way more than this. You will? Obviously. I care about Pearl as well. Nothing stops me from picking her up for school or spending my breaks with her. I don't mind. I'm not close with any of my classmates and I don't even want to be. It's teens. I can help and I will help. I don't want to lose another person either. Hera's eyes were misty again. Thank you. Not for that. He shook his head before he finally stretched out his hand to let his mana flow into the dead bouquet of flowers on the table until they had bloomed up again. Let's get this place cleaned up. It's faster if we do it together. A smile flitted across her lips. You're a godsend. No, a Hacrolic's chosen. She snorted. He made a fine choice. Well, look at you. He stood up to start collecting the few dishes that had been left in the room. Hey Sage. Yeah? Did you think you would ever play hooky to do housekeeping? Izuku's lip twitched upwards. Only in my dreams. Oh? That's the dream. Staying at home, in the middle of a forest, small patch of land where I grow vegetables, do all the chores while my dearest has the time to focus solely on her tinkering. I can't imagine a better future. She smiled softly as she pulled out the garbage bags. Do I get a discount when I swing by to buy my groceries from you? You don't even have to ask. Any other plans? She paused as he took one of the garbage bags. Kids, 2 was what we were thinking would be good, but it really depends on how well Reena's PRGNNCY goes. I probably vote for homeschooling as well. I'm just very much not agreeing with the educational system I have encountered since attending UE. I mean, it's not like we won't have socialization. Karma and Bladewell. If they found each other, they probably already have someone on the way, and there are so many of us who plan to keep it off until after we are back on Earth. Gaia would make for a lovely teacher as well, if we find gear at least. Hera shrugged. I bet my arse that you got a line of volunteers. You already got a location? He shook his head. Not yet. I expected the world to change after all and planned to decide on literally everything after getting here. I hate the idea of going on the bunt for properties alone, and I admit I don't have the funds just yet. Well, I did get a lot from selling my childhood collections, and this does amount to a part of a down payment. Reena planned to just sell a few of her inventions to get the remaining funds. He sighed. I just need to find her and we can just start straight away. All I need is her and then, everything will work out. I know it will. You deserve it, you two deserve it. He held his tongue though, because Pearl had deserved it too, not just her daughter but also, having a future with her husband. Pearl had deserved a happy ending and Hera deserved being able to build her new ore. Old life here without having to dread losing her best friend every single second of the day. They all had expected their lives would be fine after getting back, nothing was though. Maybe it was their fault for assuming that it would go off well and that it would be easy. Nothing had ever been easy, and as much as they deserved their happy ever after, it had never applied to reality. They had just gotten another wake-up call. Izuku had been incapable of going home for a long time. They had given Shinju's house a much-needed cleaning, he had revived every single plant in the house and even done a little bit of yard work outside. Shinju hadn't really talked when she had come home, more reminiscent of a puppet than an actual human being, but she had at least eaten what Izuku and Hera had cooked together. As much as it was gut-wrenching to see Pearl in this state, Izuku had made the best out of it, and that had been spending time with Hera, doing meal prep and simply talking, so much talking about what had gone on, what they had been up to, what they were planning, and some reminiscing as well. It had been the first time in 2 years that he had felt alright in a way, where he hadn't been alone, and even Shinju had stayed, not going back to her room but staying in her seat, and Izuku was positive she had wanted to know about him as well, even if that might have been just optimistic thinking. He had enjoyed the day even with its downsides, loss had been something familiar to them, and even if it hurt and even while it ripped them apart, most of them had kept on pushing. 450 transmigrators had entered Fefala and only 74 had made it through the last fight, and as much as it left them in pain. Many of them had learned how to keep on pushing through, how to keep on functioning, how to put mourning aside to focus on the good things they had. Obviously he didn't fault Pearl for her state. It was hard to lose loved ones and friends, but the pain of not just losing your partner but also your kid? Izuku didn't want to imagine it, he couldn't. Even the fleeting thought was leaving him crippled. Hera and him had almost pretend that it was fine, that they were fine to solely focus on the now, on. The fact that they had found each other, and even when she had made fun of him for discarding his technology on such a level that he usually didn't even have his phone with him, well, he had not minded. Not when it was Hera. Still, he knew at one point he had needed to go home, and even while he was aching to just stay in the fear of being alone again as soon as he left, he knew he had no choice. Sure, he had stayed way longer than he would have been out if it had just been for school, but he was positive his mother wouldn't mind. She had been so worried about him not interacting much with his peers, and while Hera was a bit older than him, well, she should be happy, right? It was also the main reason why Hera was accompanying him back home, way too curious about the woman who had raised him as well, but somehow that got destroyed when they appeared in the side street close to where he was living because his house was swarmed. There were several cars parked, and a police cruiser was quite literally the last thing he had expected in any way. It made him freeze up for a moment, the possibilities swarming his mind. What could have happened? Hera's eyes were narrowed. I'm with you. No matter what happened, I'm with you. And at once he calmed down. He didn't know what would be waiting for him, but Hera was with him. Hera, who had for decades represented him, had led him, had been with him for 30 years. Hera, who had made the harsh calls for the Hykralic transmigrators. This was his guild leader, and even while they were not in Fefala anymore, it didn't change who she was and that he had entrusted his fate into her hand for that long. When life got difficult, he had always looked to her, and now he was finally able to do it again. Having Hera beside him was enough to get him to move and bridge the last few meters to his home, steeling himself for whatever might happen, and then he stepped in. The first thing he heard was his mother's crying, which quite plainly was a relief. The thing he had dreaded most about this was the possibility of something that could have happened to her, but she was here and she was crying, so, even if she might not be emotionally well, she at least would be physical well, and that was the baseline, calming him even further down as he slipped out of his shoes and silently nodded towards Hera as he made his way into the living room where he knew she had to be in. Hera was so close behind him he could feel the soft breeze that circulated her body at any given time, and that alone was enough to raise his chin higher, still preparing himself for whatever was about to come. His mother was on the couch, crying almost as heavy as Izuku had just earlier that day. His homeroom teacher was sitting next to her, quite a lot of bandages wrapped around him, very obvious around his torso and under his clothes, his left arm fully in a sling, and one of his eyes was also fully covered by the bandage that surrounded his head. His English teacher present Mike was also there, also sporting some bandages, and still a few men in police uniform. The room was stuffed quite literally. Izuku's eyebrow was slightly raised, but his voice came out loud and clear, most definitely merely due to Hera's support, otherwise, he would have dreaded this too much. What's going on? And his mother's head flew up, eyes puffy and red and disbelief in her eyes before it switched to relief as she jumped up and quite literally threw herself at him, not that it had meant that her tears had stopped. She was actually crying even more, sobbing way louder. Izuku! My baby! My baby! Well, Not something he would agree with, but at the same time he could figure that no matter how old he would still be his mother's baby. Even while he didn't really appreciate the choice of words, he appreciated the sentiment. What was way more noteworthy though than semantics was how everyone else looked. Disbelief, stunned, and suspicion. Honestly? What had happened? It couldn't be that him merely ditching school had ended in this. It didn't make sense in any way. A policeman with black hair had focused on him. What's your name? It only made Izuku's eyebrow rise higher. Midoriya Izuku. Can I get an answer now as to why my house is swarmed and this reaction? And now there was relief, way more relief, but also, still suspicion. For what? Where were you today? Well, no point in lying it seems, most definitely not at school. For what reason? Izuku narrowed his eyes at this point, gently pushing his mother off from him as he raised his chin even higher, arms crossed. Since when does ditching school merits an interrogation? Aizawa had stayed seated, eyes. Or rather one eye fully focused on Izuku, an unreadable expression on his face since there has been an attack at the field trip today. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and even if he had no actual relation to his classmates, it did not mean he wanted anything to happen to them, far from the opposite even. When they had arrived in Fefula they had been 450 was a huge number of people, so huge that it quite literally had been impossible to know every single one of them, and even while it had been hard to grieve a person one had never met, he had grieved for them, he had grieved for their future, due to the fact he hadn't even known their names, hadn't even exchanged a single greeting or introduction, or maybe even that, but he had just not remembered. The first few deaths had been difficult even while he hadn't known a single person that had died, and whenever he had remembered their final moments it was even more devastating to him that he knew nothing more about them than this. Izuku maybe didn't care about his classmates, but that did not mean he would ever be alright with them dying, not in any capacity. Did anyone die? Present Mike shook his head. No, injured yes, but no one died. Your absence made Shota so paranoid that he requested additional staff, which is the only reason it ended like this. Izuku hummed. Alright. Then I'm still wondering why you all are here and why I am being questioned in this manner. His homeroom teacher had not once looked away from him, because as just stated, I suspected a kidnapping. Did it occur? No. Then did you work together with the League of Villains to help them? Did you give out any information? And at once Izuku's eyes narrowed. Are you suspecting me of being involved? Why don't you answer the question first? Before he even could, Hera had stepped forwards, one hand on his shoulder. I assume someone with a sort of truth quirk is in the room. Eraserhead leaned slightly forward. What if? An issue? Who are you even? Syria Autumns, and yes it matters, because if there is then it is unlawful. Nothing that gets revealed in this matter can be taken to court and will only make anything unusable in any way due to a lack of revealing it first. Not like truth quirks have ever been viable in court due to the unreliability of the user, and to push it even further along this interrogation is quite literally breaking any and all rules set in place and is enough base for a lawsuit. The black-haired police officer sat up straighter. It's not like I plan to use it in a court case, it is merely a way to clear him of any suspicion in advance. Hera had a frosty smile on her lips, showing teeth while her eyes were simply cold. He will not answer though, for the mere reason that your reliability has utmost reasons to be questioned due to your way of going about this. Present Mike was shaking his head. This is ridiculous. Is it? I beg to differ. What use would it even have? You are saying Tsukachi would falsify the result of his quirk. For what reason? Why would we even do this? Hera was still staring unimpressed at them, the air currents around her almost immediately turning colder, because the easiest way to redirect a lawsuit against the school due to neglect of supervision, child endangerment. And well, the list goes on, would be to find a culprit and pin it on them. Turns the spotlight around, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be favorable for Yui to immediately find a scapegoat to push everything on them? Eraserhead had finally redirected his gaze towards the woman. I spent the whole morning trying to find my student, aware I would not be able to send out a search unit for a teenager missing school. Even while injured, I made my way here to set everything into motion to send out a search trip for my missing student, as I was suspecting something had happened to him. I came here to inform his mother of the fate that most likely awaits him, and you suspect I'm here to frame him. Mike was actually glaring diggers at Hera. Also, there will be no lawsuit. There are waivers that got signed before they even had their first class of school. Your accusations are ridiculous. Hera shook his head. There exists no legal waiver that could shield you from a lawsuit after a mass-scale attack that apparently happened. Yui had a responsibility to protect its students and prevent situations like this from occurring. You and I both know that a lawsuit is possible, it just needs one parent to stand up and properly inform themselves. Eraserhead raised his good arm. That aside, it still does not make sense. Why would the police lie for the mere reason that Yui would be able to escape repercussions? You don't have an answer for that? I got several. May I remind you once again what school is in question? Tsukachi shook his head. I would never do such a thing. I will never succumb to bribery or to pressure. Oh? Hera tapped her nails against her arm. Quite interesting then how you jumped right into the fray then. You don't see how suspicious this activity is? What would I even gain from this? Why would I do this? I was just attempting to clear him from suspicion before anything could start. I was doing this for his own good. You are certain that his quirk status isn't another motivator? Are you accusing me of discriminating against him for being quirkless now? That I would frame him just for that? Hera shrugged. I'm not the one who started this. All I'm doing is merely point out how questionable the whole situation is and how ulterior motives seem plausible. It also proves that you are aware of it. Izuku had stayed quiet so far, not because he believed that she was right but because she was defending him. He knew she was working on finishing her studies to become a lawyer and get back on course with her originally planned career, but that still wasn't it. Hera didn't smell a huge commission here. It had nothing to do with it. If it had, she would not be as aggressive right now or even going this way. This had nothing to do with her being a future lawyer but with her being his guild leader who was unable to stand even the slightest accusation thrown at him, who immediately had shut off all sense of calmness to take his side and defend him with everything she had. Hera was arguing for him not because there was such a huge possibility that what was going on was truly shady but because it was Hera and he was one of Hera's people, and this felt so goddamn good to feel again after these 2 awful goddamn long years. Still, Izuku knew he had to stop this. I was not involved in the attack, I did not conspire, I didn't share information. I'm not involved with any villains and never will. All that happened was that I met Syria on the way to school, and due to us being apart for quite some time I chose to ditch class to catch up with her. That is all that has happened and nothing more. You can accuse me of lying because then I at least will know that her suspicions are correct. Hera flipped around, a glare Sao Izuku. I'm not letting them frame you for shit. I know and they won't. But Tsukachi interrupted, he was telling the truth. He's clean, and then he got up. Well, I will apologize for my actions and will now set out to focus on finding the villains who did this. And this made Izuku freeze. What do you mean catch the villains who did this? You can't tell me they got away. Aizawa let out a sigh as he got up. Don't worry about it. You're telling me, you let them get away? Present Mike was genuinely glaring at him now. Get away? We fought with everything we had. There were hundreds. It's a miracle we only have injuries and no losses. Izuku has not been a fan of Yui for many reasons, but one that hadn't been an issue had been safety. When the press breach had happened he hadn't been worried. Obviously Yui had safety measurements in place, obviously Yui was swarming with heroes and hero wannabes. Obviously there was nothing to be worried about. How could anything happen? How could anything happen that they couldn't handle? How could they be so lackluster in their preparations? So gullible? So arrogant? How? Fefala had never been a safe place. There had been the dungeon in itself, there had been the forest and wilderness where monsters and blood spawns were lurking. Fefala had been dangerous but the cities had been safe for the most part. No one had slacked of. There has been protocols. They had feared the possibility and then had secured everything as well as they could, and even then there had been incidents, but not all the time. They had merely happened when a guild set out to forcefully control the blood spawns that had managed to get out of the tower. There were protocols in place for it. Fefala knew danger and knew how to live with it. Earth wasn't different in a way, it was swarming with villains, there were always attacks but, and this mattered a lot, they were not as capable as one of Bervin's children. They were not as powerful or versatile, and how could this have happened? How complacent had Yui been for this to occur? And even while the breach could have happened, how was it possible that the villains had escaped? How was this in any way possible? It couldn't be, it shouldn't be. It was the bare minimum even if one failed at everything else. It was shocking, it left him stunned to really hear how unsafe Yui was, how even with dozens of heroes and heroes in training that this could have occurred in this manner. This was how. In all honesty, Izuku didn't even see the attack as much of an issue in the greater picture. It was training in a way. It was the reality a hero had to face, and his classmates all had the goal of being a hero and would in the end be confronted with things like that, so this was not an issue. Injuries could heal in most cases after all, but what he couldn't forgive was the fact that right now in Japan dozens, if not hundreds of villains were running free. They were the ones who had managed the break-in, they were the ones who had been capable of all of this, and they hadn't been caught? None of them? How? This was too much, this was simply too much. How could this have happened? How could Yui have failed in every single instance? Wasn't this quite literally the institution that was creating the new generation of defense against villains? What did it mean? What did it mean for him, for Japan? For everyone? Was the Earth truly that unsafe? Somehow, this left Izuku shaken way more than anything. The knowledge that nothing was safe, they didn't have control on the whole villain situation, not at all. There was no control in any capacity. There never had been. Japan didn't have it handled. Izuku had been looking forward to the future, to just quit and go off and have the life he had been dreaming of, but now? What would it mean for him? For his future? Would he even be able to keep Reena safe? Was this world so much more gruesome and dangerous? He refused to believe it, but what else? Izuku felt nauseous. He felt so goddamn nauseous. He had just found out that the little ray of sunshine, the first transmigrator child, had died, and now he had to face the fact that even while he had returned to Earth because it was safer, because it would be so much safer to raise a child here than surrounded by literal monsters, now that was wrong? Would he have to deal with that? Would that be his new reality? What if he found Reena? What if they had a child? What if their child set out? What if it went to school or college or anything? Would he need to fear for that child's safety in this world? Because no one was in control? No one had it handled? Was that it? Izuku couldn't accept that, and as much as he hated it, when he watched everyone leave and his mother, who was holding on to his hand, still crying, well, he knew he could not allow this to happen. It couldn't go on like this. He couldn't live in a world like this, not when he wanted to build a family, when he wanted his peaceful future where he would just focus on the ones he cherished in life. On his retirement. How could he retire now? He might have slain the 110 children of Bervin and Bervin himself, but that didn't mean there were no other evils out there. There had always been more, and now he just got reminded that Earth had their own sort of blood spawns as well. Sentient ones with a goal and who would stop at nothing to achieve it. Earth was dangerous, and Izuku knew he could not bear it, not now, not in the future, not like this. It was a mess and a half. Izuku was gritting his teeth, trying to navigate the internet to filter any and all kinds of newspaper articles about the USJ attack, as it had been dubbed. He needed something to go off by, but it was ridiculous. There was a lack of everything. No villains apprehended, no villains even identified at this point aside from a measly few statements from the HPSC, UE and the police that they were doing their utmost to apprehend the League of Villains, but no results, no nothing, not even a speck of a crumble that meant there was even a slight chance that any procedures were in place. It made him almost laugh as he looked at the irony of it. What it meant that the heroes of Earth were not doing a good job was that he apparently had to do it himself. It was always up to him, up to the transmigrators, wasn't it? But he would not allow that scum to walk Earth, not on his watch. It would not happen, and if it served as a warning for Japan's villain population, then he would take it. But at the same time he knew it was a drastic thought, a drastic measure. Something long ago he would have never considered. It sounded so easy on paper. Those were villains, monsters even, but Izuku knew of real monsters, and no matter how malicious villains could be, they were still human. The term villain more of a means to dehumanize them, to make their takedowns, no matter how violent or how they ended, seem like a righteous act. It made him remember Sergeant, who had been a soldier in the military, or Dollface, once again, as they had talked about it before. Dollface had been someone he had known in advance even before entering Fefala, and it had not been due to her being a fashion designer. Back in the day, Izuku had still craved to be a hero, had been holding on to every slight bit of hope, and in that process he had found a hero, a single hero in Italy who was quirkless, DD. There had been no record of her achievements, not a single written word about any takedowns or anything at all. The only thing DD was known for was for being an official hero that apparently did not operate, and for being a fashion designer. It had not cheered Izuku up much back then, but at the same time he had held on to the knowledge that a quirkless could become a hero, even if they wasted it. Maybe he had even seen it for the better due to Italy's policies of villains, which was always extermination. In Fefala he had met DD, or Dollface as she had been known then, and then he had found out the truth about all of it. Dollface had laughed when he had told her he had looked up to her for becoming a hero, only for her to state that she wasn't one. Italy did not possess heroes. He remembered how shaken he had been after she revealed all of it. How Italian heroes only got the title for the public, for influence, for less questioning. How Italy decades ago had been taken over fully by the mafia. Organized crime that practically owned the country, not allowing any threat, any villain to interfere. A whole world on its own, a society only they belonged to. While it was the truth that DD never had any public records, that had never meant she hadn't worked, quite the opposite. DD had been an enforcer, someone who made certain that the organizations kept in the shadows, that they obeyed the rules they had set in place. Till this day he had not been told how Dollface had been able to do it with her lack of a quirk, how she had even made it into this position, and it didn't matter either, as he quite literally hadn't wanted to know and had rather chosen to try to push it out of his mind than to face the reality of how many lives Dollface had taken for ruthless reasons before even getting to Pfeffela. Back then the only thing he could remember was being shocked, stunned and afraid. He had barely been 11 at that point, and the hero which he had looked up to? Nothing more than a murderer. He had needed a long time to come to terms with it, and even then it had merely slipped away from him, too focused on their actual task at hand, on the tragedy they were in, on the need for people like Dollface who didn't hesitate. Dollface had been a good guild leader, someone he could rely on and someone he had started to care for during the 30 years they had survived together, and now, he was finding himself in a situation where he was considering doing what he once had been so aghast at. He was considering killing villains for the mere fact that it was the most efficient way to secure safety. Such a ruthless act, but what Izuku needed to remember was that he wasn't in Italy, there was no secret society, no normalization of killing. He had nothing that would help him with this. Hera wasn't one to do something like that, he doubted she would ever agree either. And Pearl? Pearl might have, she had always been more pragmatic in that sense. Had been one of the few, together with Dollface, who had stepped up to do what needed to be done when issues with a few of the transmigrators had occurred. Pearl probably would understand. If the situation was any way different, he would have even assumed she would help him, but it wouldn't be the case now. Izuku had decided that killing the villains that were turning dangerous with large-scale organizations and who could target a faction like Yui would be the most logical course of action, and the one most needed. It wasn't just small-scale villains, it wasn't just one villain who was especially dangerous. It was an organization, a mass of villains who with their teamwork could truly do unholy things. Someone had to act. Someone had to end it before it could get out of hand. Someone needed to step up, and the heroes of Japan were not doing it, weren't capable enough or bound by law. All of which didn't apply to Izuku, or rather, to Sage. Izuku was grateful that school hadn't been cancelled, as he couldn't waste time. Who knew what more could happen every day he was not on the case? He needed to strike while the iron was hot, and for that he needed information. Something he had been lacking, as his research had barely brought up anything, and maybe that was partially due to him still not really being into technology. It was almost wondrous how much of a lost cause he was at technology after 30 years without it. He just didn't get the hang out of it now. He needed to do a lot of things today, and if school would have been cancelled, then literally everything would have to be on hold for that. The most important thing obviously was eating lunch with Pearl. He had already accompanied her to school, even though it meant he needed way longer to get to the location due to the detour, but he didn't mind it. While he obviously cared greatly for Pearl and wanted to help her in any means possible, there was also a second aspect to it, and it had to do with Hera. Being the one who took over on getting Pearl to stand up in the morning and go to school, same as making sure she was actually eating something, would calm down Hera, make her less stressed and reassured, and that would be way better when he would break his plans to her. If she would be stressed out of her mind or in less than stellar condition, then she obviously would react way harsher than if she was well rested. Convincing Hera of his idea would probably be the hardest part of all of this. Aside from this, there was another thing he had to do which only was possible at school, and that was getting information, and he already has a plan for that as well. Uraraka. The girl had followed him around since the battle trials, had been more than just forward with her wish to become close friends, and she was a nice girl. Not quite naive, but almost dreadfully optimistic, and this meant she did take most things in a positive manner even while it wasn't that much the truth. She would believe in the good in him. Her wish to be friends would mean she would jump on any attempt of Izuku, and her way of thinking would make her easy to trick. Izuku knew that it sounded impossibly bad that he wanted to use the girl to get information, but it wasn't like he had many other options, and it wasn't like he would be cruel about it. He would help her? Possibly, at least, and he had also prepared for it, like the big flask of hot chocolate and an assortment of Japanese sweets he had gotten for her. He had gotten the box with numerous flavors of mochi for the sole reason that Uraraka's face was rather round and looked, well, soft, quite reminiscent of mochi, which might not be the best way to guess food which someone liked, but it also wasn't a bad way in his opinion. He at least knew that Uraraka liked to eat. She loved food, which was blatantly obvious from the few lunch breaks they had spent together. The girl could as well have made lunch rush a marriage proposal, so infatuated had she been with every single rice grain she had gotten. Food was definitely a good way to get close to Uraraka, and hot drinks were soul soothers, especially hot chocolate, and, well, he knew it was truly a bit messed up, but when he had made the hot chocolate he had added a few extra ingredients. Whenever Izuku used his mana to switch into his actual body, as he called it, he appeared just like he had been then. He possessed his armor, his bag, his everything. Just like he had been when he had left Phephila, and this meant not just the satchels on his belt had been filled to the brim with seeds but his bag as well. Izuku had practically the whole compendium of Phephilin flora. He after all only needed one seed to have an unlimited supply, and this had made it possible to get the full catalog, well, most of it. Naturally, the main reason for it had been that he was reliant on seeds when he fought as well, and Phephilin plants had a lot more potential in a fight than most of the flora from Earth, and the second reason for him carrying that much had been that he dreaded the idea of a prgnnt Reena who craved a certain food from Phephila with no access to it. Which, to be fair, could still happen, as he did not have access to meat or fish or other things that only existed in Phephila, but as long as it was vegetables or fruits then he could deliver. The main difference between Phephilin plants and Earth's plants was that Phephila was a place heavily saturated with magic, and the plants were brimming with it as well, giving them way more potent effects, and some that were quite special as well. And while they would not be able to grow due to the lack of magic on Earth, if Izuku took charge of it and forced them to grow with his magic, then they still worked, and this meant it had been so tempting to spike the hot chocolate that he had not been able to stop himself. He had not gone overboard, just a little something to make her more talkative, a bit more loose-tongued, more relaxed. A soothing sensation. It wouldn't even be that potent for the mere reason that he was no alchemist, and if he wanted a potion he needed gear for that. If he wanted a truth serum then it wasn't enough if he had the plants for it. It required an alchemist, for example, but it would be enough to get a young girl to talk that most certainly needed comfort now after such a traumatic ordeal. Even if this might be a bit morally wrong, it wouldn't be bad for her. He would get her revenge, same as a saver future, so it was fine, he guessed. But he also could not stop and muse about ethics, as what he wanted to do with the information he would gather would be way more morally wrong than just influencing the girl a little with a few herbs. He wasn't quite certain what he should think about his class when he looked at them after stepping through the door. Some of them had bandages, most looked actually okay, and Mineta was missing, but it wasn't like Izuku gave a DMN about that. In a way it made him disappointed how dejected they looked, some curled together as well. Sure, they had their first real battle experience, but it was still disappointing that they reacted like that. No one had died, so why were they that shaken? Izuku couldn't help himself as he compared himself to them. Or rather the transmigrators to them. After their 3 years of training they had headed into the dungeon for the first time. It had taken 2 years to clear 10 floors, and only 10 people had died during that duration. Izuku himself hadn't even witnessed a death back then. Most deaths had happened while they were still split in parties while exploring the floor and taking out the blood spawns before heading towards Bervin's children. Izuku remembered how exhilarating it had felt to clear a floor. Sure, it had taken a while, they had stumbled around, they had still been so useless that it had taken their everything to clear a single floor, needing the weeks and months in between to recover, train and prepare themselves for higher challenges, but actually being able to slay one of Bervin's children had been amazing. He had felt so powerful, so amazing at knowing what they could do, what they had done. It had been celebrated, most of them in high spirits and so much positive thinking that it would be easy, that they would finish this in a heartbeat and then get back home. There had only been a few groups who had despaired over it. Most of the parties who had witnessed a death had struggled, but that was self-explanatory. Sure, some of them had not handled it well, but they had never been fighters, and it had shown that practically everyone who had struggled that hard had died in some sort of manner, not always due to the dungeon. Naturally the mood has changed drastically after the tragedy of Floor 11, but he didn't want to think about that. He actually judged his classmates now though, because even if there had been transmigrators who had reacted the same way as them now, the transmigrators never had a choice. They had been pushed into it, forced into it, and no one had opted for it but his classmates? They had applied for it, they had chosen this career, they had chosen their future, and them struggling with one mere attack? He wasn't saying that they needed to celebrate living, even if he did think that it was what would be appropriate because surviving alone was a reason to celebrate, but he just... well, he was disappointed. Sure, he had never thought of them as competent, but they wanted to be the heroes of tomorrow, so he did think he was in the right to hold them up to some standards, and that meant not being that occupied by a mere attack. Sure, he had been shaken as well, but not due to the attack but due to the incompetence of hero society. Maybe that was his answer. If the actual heroes were lacking that much, then obviously the hero students weren't better. He barely heard the Midoriya before a body slammed into him. Uraraka had tackled him with such a force Izuku barely managed to keep his balance. The girl's hands were shaking slightly, her pinky a constant danger of touching him. I was so worried about you. You were? Yes, you weren't here yesterday and I ditched class. Nothing more. She blinked up at him. Huh? He shrugged, patting her on her back. It's all right. I'm glad you managed to survive. Uraraka let out a shaky breath before she stepped back. Yeah. I guess. I'm just glad you're alright as well. I guess, good you ditched? He hummed, conscience can be quite lucky. Bakugo scoffed, saved your FING but, didn't it? I wouldn't have scrapped your shitty self from the pavement if you had been there. Izuku's eyebrow was slowly lifting up. Do you want to imply something? Yes, Deku. This should be the FING wake-up call for you. You are worthless, weak and useless, and if you would have been there you would have actually died. Oh? Izuku tilted his head. Would I now? I have no FING clue what sort of ego trip you're still on. Bakugo had lost control of his voice, starting to yell, explosions popping off in his hands. Think about Auntie for a single second and what you already made her go through. You pathetic Deku. Izuku knew he was a grown man, he knew he should be mature, but this had been an absolute low blow, and it might be childish, but he would not just take everything just because he was the grown-up. Oh? Did someone not get their nap time yesterday? Or, and a slight smirk sneaked up on his lips as he stepped forwards, did you just panic as you noticed your own inability to do anything yesterday? Reality hit you so hard at how incompetent you still are and how you're not the best. Izuku didn't even bother preparing for the impact of Bakugo's explosion, as it simply didn't come. Aizawa's scarf was not as fast as usual and most definitely not as precise, but still good enough to catch the volatile teenager. The Botano Mancer actually saw it as a done deal as he gently pushed Uraraka to her seat, only stopping when he heard his teacher's voice. Midoriya? There is no need to antagonize your classmates, is there now? Izuku hummed, he has to face reality. Does he now? Wouldn't that pertain to you as well? Izuku grinned, a toothy grin. Who said I haven't done that ages ago? He could feel Aizawa's eyes on him even when he settled in his seat, but it wasn't like it mattered. Izuku had excused himself the second the bell for lunch break had rung. It just wasn't a good idea for him to spend his break with Uraraka. He might be patient but not patient enough to stop himself from asking her about the USJ incident, and this most definitely should not be something that happened on school grounds. Someone might be able to hear it and then manage to put two and two together. He would tackle that after school, had already asked her actually, and she had more than just happily agreed. Right now though he still had to finish one other thing, and that was taking care of Pearl. Picking her up from her class hadn't been hard, as well as she had just stayed on her seat, only moving when he asked her to. She had stayed seated at the table in the cafeteria as well while he had rushed to get them food, and well, that had been it. The last time Izuku had been with Pearl he had honestly been more focused on Hera. Sure, he had seen her, he had realized her state, but the euphoria from finding Hera and Pearl had been with him, and even after all the bad news Hera had still been there, giving him the hope that it would be fine. But right now there was no distraction, and all he could do was look at the Abernathy Guild leader in front of him. It was driving him mad to see how thin her wrists were, as if a mere wrong motion would snap the bone. He doubted she had even looked that bad after getting out of her coma. Pearl's skin had always had a darker complexion than most Japanese he had known, and it had been due to Shinju being part Italian, but even while the undertone still existed she was as pale as a corpse. In all honesty, she did look like a corpse. There was nothing about her that even gave the slightest hint that she was alive. Even her quirk looked miserable. Meek little horns sticking out from a few places of her skin, all of them looking almost brittle, not as thin, not as sharp and strong as they had always been. Shinju's quirk wasn't really a strong quirk if one looked at it from Earth's perspective. All she could do was grow thin horns on her body, and it didn't hurt her to snap them off, but in Pfeffela it had been a DMN good quirk. In combination with her bullseye skill, she had been one of the few whose quirks had worked with the creatures they had encountered in the dungeon, giving her an even bigger advantage with having near unlimited access to improvised combat needles. Pearl back in the day had been inspiring, he might even say. She had been a frontline fighter and one that shone the brightest. Her skills giving her an expertise in movement, quite literally enabling her to cross the battlefield faster than anyone and in numerous ways, and even while in the dungeon there had barely been any creature that had been able to compare with her speed. It wasn't just that Pearl had been a brilliant fighter, but she had just been reliable, someone who did not take bullshit, who said what she thought, and caring. Impossibly caring. Some of the other Abernathy chosen had almost followed her religiously. She had loved competitions, working, and even while it has always been sobering to clear a floor, and even while there had almost never been a floor where no one had died, Pearl hadn't given up, just doubling her efforts. She had been a competent guildmaster as well. A person one could go to for aid. Pearl was only a year older than him, but for Izuku, Pearl had been one of the most remarkable people in Pfeffela, and someone he had looked up to while also cherishing any chance he had to spend time with her. For most transmigrators there had only been one way to increase one's number of skills, and that was due to hardships. It had been the only times the gods had interfered and blessed them once again, and even with a strong leader like Pearl, the Abernathy Guild had not survived with many members. Well, none of the guilds had, but Pearl had earned numerous skills, and with it possibly the most dangerous skill that a transmigrator had been blessed with, high risk to herself but the reward it gave? One of the main reasons why they had managed to defeat Bervin in the end. It was still so hard to believe that the girl in front of him that was barely eating her food was the same Pearl he had followed into battle. Even after her husband had died, Pearl had still been someone one had counted on. Sure, she had suffered impossibly much, but even while having a child she had just been more relentless when it came to clearing floors, putting out a greater speed than they had settled on before, shouldering most of the risk in the conquest as well. Izuku remembered those days and how terrifying it had been to see Pearl grit her teeth as she kept on risking herself for the sole chance of getting everyone else though unharmed. She had craved going home so badly, just taking her daughter and starting a new life without being reminded every day of what she had lost. She had craved her family, her old reality before all of this had haunted them, and a good life for Evelyn. Pearl had been certain that she could create it for Evelyn on Earth. She had been single-minded on that. The only thing mattering to her had been Evelyn, and even then she had not discarded her guildmates. She had suffered, greatly so obviously that it had changed her irreparably, but it hadn't made her less fierce, and now she was merely a shadow of her former self. Izuku didn't want to blame her, he couldn't not when she was one of the deciding factors why they had managed to clear the dungeon. Also, he understood why she hadn't been able to recover from losing her child as well, especially not in the short time since it had happened. Her actual acceptance of having lost her child could at most be a few months old, maybe a year, but no longer. He did not blame her, but it didn't change how horrifying it was to see someone he had looked up to waste away on such a level. Izuku wasn't certain if Pearl could ever recover from this. He knew he wouldn't. If Reena was gone? He knew he would do something bad, very bad, and he didn't think he would ever be able to get over it, and Pearl hadn't just lost her husband but also her child. He hated this, and he knew there was nothing much he could do aside from sacrificing his time to try to give her some kind of safety net, try to shield her from even more of the way too cruel world. Izuku did not know how he could help her better or even noticeable, but he also knew he had to. He owed Pearl and the other guild leaders so much, it was just fair to repay them even if he didn't think he ever could. Uraraka had followed him willingly, marveling at the spot he had chosen. Not that he fully agreed with it, it was in one of the local parks. It was a better place to him than many, but that did not mean it was enough. The trees were struggling with the chemicals hanging in the air, with the way they were cut and arranged, how the plants that were unwelcome were ripped out, how the grass was cut short every single time, never getting to experience what it actually meant to reach their full height. Still, it was a better place than others. A place where he could feel soil and grass under his feet, where he was able to soak in the presence of plants that made his mana stir. Normally he just sat here by himself, normally he would not have brought a blanket, but, well, Uraraka wasn't him, and while it was by far not an universal thing, he did not want to risk the chance that she might not like getting her pants dirted by nature. She had settled down on the blanket, cradling the mochi he had presented her, and already halfway through her first cup of hot chocolate. Izuku himself had chosen this specific spot just so that he could lean against the ginkgo tree, a hastily bought sketchbook on his lap and a pencil he was already massacring the blank space with, little dots all over the area his hand was hovering over. He had kept it pleasant so far, nothing eventful, just having her calm down, relax, get a bit more loose, allowing the herbs to do their job, and only then did he speak up. Uraraka, I figure you don't want to think about yesterday anymore. You want to erase the incident from your mind, how scared you felt, how hard it was, and how the pain imprinted itself in your brain. I'm certain you want to forget about it. She chewed on her lip, looking down at the cup in her hands. I understand that. It must have been terrifying, but Uraraka, you want to be a hero. Something like this will be your future, it will be your daily life. You will have to do it over and over again as you have decided on this profession. We weren't ready. I understand that, but do you still want to be a hero? Obviously. Then you can't forget. But Uraraka, this will be your future, you can't hide from this right now, you can't pretend it didn't exist, because what will happen next time? Will you freeze? Will you be affected by it? She swallowed hard before she finally glanced up. And what am I supposed to do? Face it, face what you went through, what happened. Be aware of it, acknowledge it, go through it, find your mistakes, find your weaknesses and improve, and never forget what happened, and let it be a caution, a warning for the future that you will never ever feel that ill-prepared again. Let it fuel your motivation and dive into your fear. You withstood it, you made it through, so why now crumble over it and cower from it in your mind? You already made it through. A slight smile formed on her lips. I didn't peg you like that. Like what? So, wise? I don't know. I guess. It's good advice. It's just hard to follow through. Then let me help you. How? Tell me. Tell me what happened, describe everything to the last detail, describe who you faced, what they looked like and what they were capable of. Just. Tell me everything, face it in your mind, put it into words and grasp control over it like that. For a moment Uraraka was still quiet, merely playing with the rim of her cup before she lifted it, taking a sip and then she started to talk. At first Izuku's pencil was merely hovering over the paper but then he started to write, to draw, making sure he caught everything, going through page after page while he noted every single detail down. It was when he once again switched pages that she stopped talking. What are you doing? He hummed, tapping his pencil against the white a few times, once again leaving dots behind, just writing it down. You can look at them afterwards, remind yourself that you survived this but at the same time, if anyone tries to erase it from their mind? Erase it from history? It can't happen because I have written it down. It will never vanish, it's proof, a symbol. Her smile resurfacing. You are really a good guy, Midoriya. Truly. He didn't really agree with that statement, he had ulterior motives after all. He could have truly pressured her into talking, him masking it behind concern for her was just a way to make himself feel better. Maybe it did explain why he felt so empty listening to her struggling words, why there was almost a lack of care when her tears dripped down, why his hand reassuring on her back was almost more of an act of habit. Izuku knew he wasn't a good man and his plans were despicable in a way and how he went about it even more so, but that did not mean he could stop. He wouldn't stop. He wrote everything down, he even checked in with her if he was correct and even while he stayed with her for a little while longer, even if he secretly made one of the bush's flowers open up to show her something pretty, it left a bad taste. All of this was not enough to make up for how he had used her, but it was the only thing he had been able to come up with. He brought her home, staying in front of her door for almost a minute as he stared at the wood in front of him, dead wood that was still calling out to him, and then did he turn around. He had to buy seeds, Pfeffelen seeds would make it too obvious that it was him. He had to try spying out the places he had theorized might have any of the perpetrator frequent in. He still had so much to do and maybe all of this was wrong and effed up and maybe Reena would have told him not to do it, but she wasn't here and this was his solution, the only thing he could think of that would take care of the issue. So, he had to do it. There was something incredible soothing about entering Gear's workshop. Sure, in theory Melissa knew that not many would agree. There was the loud metal music, same as the harsh scents that wafted around, a mixture of chemicals, odd herbs, and the ever-burning fire. There was always the noise of metal being hammered and processed, of unholy bubbling of mixtures and naturally Gear's own fabricated noises. Entering Gear's territory was accompanied with harsh overstimulation. But Melissa loved it. As noisy and stinky as it was familiar. It reminded her of all the hours and days she had spent in the Claudivita workshops. Always loud, always a lot, but also the birthplace of so many incredible things. It was different now. Even while Island was a place where the newest technology was implanted, the Claudivita workshops had been different. There had never been long brainstorming, no years-long planning for a project or the need to even consider the possibility of a project. Back in Pfeffelen everything had been possible. If someone needed something they usually had just yelled out and it was always guaranteed that someone had the knack for it. A perk of working with both transmigrators and Pfeffelans. The Claudivita guilds were the only ones that had always worked together, just with different representatives, and even those had almost been a mixture due to the different heads of the branches. One had always worked hand in hand with the Pfeffelans, more often than not even working directly under a Pfeffelen branch head as they simply had that much more experience. Melissa had loved that, she had loved every single bit of it. It had been a struggle to decide to leave Pfeffelen just because of that, abandoning all the chances, the possibilities. Everything about it. The main trigger had been families, and even then some of the other Claudivita chosen had followed as they had not been able to part with their guildmates or simply out of a sense of companionship. Gear had been one of them, someone long abandoned by their own family but sticking it out for their sister. Melissa knew Gear had not been completely attached, always leaning a bit towards the loner side, barely seeing her sister even now after coming back. It had made Reena always question why Gear had chosen to come back to this world when she had been that much happier in Pfeffelen. The answer had come one evening. Intoxicated by the strong and illegally brewed booze Gear had made, and in one of the rare moments when Gear had been honest instead of trolling. A simple attempt, a quick answer. Gear had not been able to deal with the fact that her only chance of acceptance had literally only existed in a different world, only being granted it by chance, and that's why she had gone back to Earth, refusing to part with the ones that had chosen to stick with her. It had been a sobering statement, accompanied by even more ticking from Gear's turret, something even less in control than in Phephila due to her way to limited remains of the herbs she so badly needed to craft literally anything. Gear wasn't actually happy on Earth, but she refused to accept that she had no place in this dimension, and this was why Melissa had done her best to create this little place, even if the other researchers snickered behind their back over Gear, or rather Fern's research. Fern didn't look up when Melissa entered, as usually just focusing on the work in front of her, but it wasn't like Melissa minded. Instead, only stepping behind the taller woman, placing her arms around the surprisingly muscular midriff and leaning her head against the tinted and overly scarred skin, not caring that the metal of Fern's multiple prostheses were pressing against her skin as well, not a result from Phephila but a clear remains of why Fern had never felt like Earth could accept her. The alchemist's head was turning around, already a twitch in her limbs and a plop sound escaping her lips. As much as I admire your relentless advances, I would rather not get poisoned by your husband. Don't pretend you wouldn't have an antidote ready, Reena mumbled. Gear snorted, pushing her short blue curls out of her eyes. So just an attempt to make him jealous? For that he would need to be here. Any progress on the tracking potion? Fern sighed. Reena, you know I'm lacking the ingredients. Even to create substitutes? I need your hubby to find your hubby. See the struggle? At this point I almost believe I crave for your husband more than you do. It's not like I can do anything about it. Sure, you can. Get on the plane and search all of Japan. My father, you know how protective he got. It's a wonder he even lets me go on school trips, and you know what happened when I went to see Uncle Mite. It was almost like I had a leash around my neck. She knew Fern was rolling her eyes. You're literally 17 here. I don't understand why you give such a crap about that. Because he's my father and he almost went mad during those 3 years. I came back for him. I just can't do it to him. Keep that up and see where it leads you. You don't care how Sage fares right now. Reena let go, stepping back. You know I love him more than anything. But apparently not enough to tell your dad to grow a pair and let you go on trips at least during vacations. Fern. He could do the same. No, he can't. Not everyone has the money to go on a road trip. Not everyone has the money either to fly out a friend on a whim. Reena glanced away, clenching her fist slightly. Aren't you blaming me too much? No, not enough. Gear shook her head, only for her head to immediately snap to the side. Again. You keep on going on about how your father cannot handle it, which might be the truth, but that won't change. He won't miraculously change his mind when you turn 18. Your father will stay like this, and while I might understand that you don't want to hurt him, I still don't get how you literally center your life around him. You're going to that DMN school even if you don't need it because he wants you to. You stay locked in here because he gets paranoid as long as he doesn't know you're in a controlled environment, and you haven't set out to search for your husband even though I keep hearing you cry almost every single night because you miss him. You might be trying to not hurt anyone with this, but the only thing you are actively achieving is hurting yourself and Sage, and I'm starting to truly get sick of watching this tragedy. Reena swallowed hard, glancing to the side. I'm sorry. Don't tell me that. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. You're an adult. You're over 40, but since coming here you start to act like an actual teenager. As much as I want to joke around, you are driving yourself mad, and I keep telling you to just rip the band-aid off, as there is no solution to keep everyone happy. Reena knew Fern was telling the truth, but she had seen how much her father had suffered while he had presumed her comatose, and maybe it was that Fern could not understand family bonds to such a degree, but Reena knew that Sage was stronger. She knew Sage would understand, as he had returned for his mother as well. She knew Sage would wait and maybe even find her first. She just couldn't do this to her father, couldn't leave him just because. Melissa had always liked inventing. Even as a child she had dabbled with everything her father had allowed her to do, creating small gadgets. Some completely useless and just for the sake of childish delight, and some with actual purpose. When she had arrived in Phephila she had practically forgotten everything her father had ever taught her. All of it not usable in Phephila. She had learned other skills, she had learned how to make things work, she had learned how magic was limitless while also limited in its own way, and then she had gotten back. She herself didn't mind attending the academy, even if Gear always stated it was useless, as it wasn't. While she was good with technology, it was still something she had needed to relearn. She, to this day, wasn't certain if her issues lied solely in the fact that she was lacking so much experience in inventing on Earth, or if she was merely messing everything up. Her own lab was giving her headaches, crammed to the brim with gadgets that didn't work, all of them missing things. She had been so certain that her magic aura detector could work, that it could work in any way, but it hadn't. The only data it provided was how far Gear was away. She had burrowed herself in hacking, had practically made her own database tracker, but it was pointless as she had nothing to base her search on. She didn't have a name, a city, or a school, no nothing. She had built a deadly accurate tracker, transmitting data, keeping hold on vitals as well, but what use did it have if she could not attach it? She actually for the first time admitted that her husband had no quirk, as it was literally easier to find a certain quirk than someone quirkless. There were billions of people in the world, Japan by itself had several millions. Quirkless people made up 20% of the population, but if her husband had a healing quirk for example, it would switch to single digits immediately, and if she then narrowed it down to Japan, then she could easily narrow it down to a number of people she could manage to go through, but, well, even then creating a program like that wasn't something she was even allowed to do. As much as Island had the newest technology, it also meant they were closely watched. It was limiting in the worst ways. It was why she at this point spent way too much of her own funds on Gear's research. If they somehow managed to substitute Pfeffelen ingredients with some from Earth, then Gear could make a tracking potion, and for that Melissa's one wedding ring would be enough. It was such a godless work here. It all seemed pointless and nothing ever worked out. Either she was limited by her skills, watched too closely by the government, or stopped by the literal fact that she wasn't supposed to know Sage. In all honesty, she could make searches, she could search for him on Billboard, but with what excuse? She was not supposed to know him. She remembered when she had just woken up, when she hadn't even met her father and instead a government official had visited her bedside. The talk had been sobering. Melissa wasn't a fighter, she had no skills in any way that would help her on that front, she had no way to protect anyone, and her father was such an easy target, it was madness. She had gotten the message more than just clearly, and if she spoke up, they would know. If she in any way acted suspicious, they would know. Way too many cameras on Island as well. They could get rid of her father in so many ways, ruin his reputation, put him in prison for fabricated illegal research. There was too much. She wanted Sage. She wanted him here. In all honesty, she had been the brains and he had acted. She was passive almost while he had been active. The Clodovita Chosen had never gone into the dungeon until Bervin had been defeated. They had always stayed back, working on anything that could support the other transmigrators. And now, well, she wished she was someone else, someone who could get out there. Someone who had skills to make anything work. She hadn't even been able to push a cooperation with Eteria Design, the fashion branch of Dollface, one that had plans to branch into support Gear in the future, all under Gaia. Such a smart ruse, but she had not been able to convince anyone to form a cooperation. Even worse, she had gotten unwanted attention from her attempt to get in contact with other transmigrators who held power. She herself knew how worried the government was about what would happen if anything came out, and she had to agree, there could be disastrous consequences. Religious wars if it would be revealed that gods were real alone, and transmigrators had powers that could level the world. Uncle Might was literally the symbol of peace and known all across the world, but Melissa knew that there were more than just one transmigrators who had more than just one skill that Uncle Might would not be able to counter. Like Blade's globe of protection, a safe way to ensure All Might couldn't breach it, as physical damage didn't work, only magical, and even then only with an insane amount of magical power. Or Pearl's counter, if she managed the timing, then Uncle Might would die the second he attacked her. Dollface would have an easy time with him, and so many more who wouldn't even struggle, and that was horrifying for the government. The knowledge of uncertain members of society who would level the world if they worked together, and so they pressured them, they held them on a strict leash in an attempt to control them. Melissa understood all of that, but she couldn't help herself and hate the whole system. She hated that she was watched, she hated that even a single step of hers was evaluated, she hated that there was no technology that could find Sage without at least one bit of data. She was ashamed that she couldn't go the magic route, as they were lacking everything for it, and she hated her own inability of abandoning her father just to find her husband. And so, she focused on the now. She tried to ignore that her attempt to get on a science magazine had been once again denied because she was quirkless. She hated that her father didn't let her go out. She hated her own inability. It had taken 3 days until he had pinpointed someone, and not even due to his notes but due to the mere mention of the USJ in passing, an almost innocent-sounding statement, but enough to make his head whip around and listen. He was absolutely positive at this point that the man he had found had taken part in the USJ, and even if not, he was a villain. It should be enough. It would be enough, it had to be. The man was frequenting a rundown bar, but Izuku was almost completely positive that it was just a facade for some sort of villainous thing. He wasn't positive if it was truly the hideout, but he had seen more than just one of his actual targets linger in front of the door for a smoke or a private talk. Was Izuku positive that it was a hideout of the League of Villains? No, but was it at least a place he should keep an eye out on? Most definitely. He at least was aware that finding his targets like this was vastly easier than stalking them all one after another. It wasn't like he actually had the time for that. not when he pretended to be still a normal student and his mother expected him home at normal times. Still, with this out of the way, there was one goddamn thing he still had to do, and this was why he had lied to his mother about his whereabouts while he was sitting in Pearl's living room. The dead flower on the table already received by him again. He needed to be logical for this, present his case in the most strategic way. He was the one who had to do this, but at the same time he didn't know how he would go ahead if Hera denied it. The idea to go against her decisions was surreal, weird, it made him queasy in its essence. He had trusted Hera for so long, impossibly long, and not actually wanting to accept her input was something that had never happened before. Hera was someone one could confidentiality rely on. Her decision made sense, were good for the most part, she was his guild leader. She looked better at least, her eye bags less prevalent, a smile on her lips, and she had brought takeout with her, apparently from somewhere in France. Honestly, if it was just about him planning to use his magic, then she shouldn't complain. She was by definition using every chance she got to secretly use it after all. Still, as much as he enjoyed leaning back and watching Hera talk about her day, it was time. He couldn't push it off any longer, even if he very much used the imprints of the flowers to literally track down everyone he had already identified. It wouldn't last forever. It wasn't fail-safe either. He wasn't a tracker, he just barely scraped by with that skill. He wouldn't know if a memory wasn't far older or if he would be lacking luck and too many plants after another would not remember. So, actually he had to hurry before he lost track of them once again. He cleared his throat, sitting up a bit straighter. Hera, I came to a decision for my next course of actions. She tilted her head, her finger still tapping against her wine glass. Oh? Need some help? Not quite, He tilted his head slightly back and forth. This was truly a bit harder than he would like. You remember when you accompanied me home and what got revealed? Yes, but her eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly way more focused. I think you will agree with me that the way the heroes dealt with the situation was subpar and worrisome. She sighed. We are on Earth. It might seem insensitive to say this, but the villains here? They are lacking in threat level. It's my only explanation why the preparations are that lax. I partially agree with you. Oh, she lifted her glass again, red wine having already stained her lips blue. Only partially? Here. While they are incapable of truly destroying the world in a single day, it's still a threat one has to keep an eye on. They are like foxglore trees, fast growers, and their roots can easily damage drains and paving, or, he hummed, maybe more like a Virginia creeper. He shook his head. Anyways, I'm not here to discuss plants. Oh really? I can't believe that, she threw in, a snort escaping her mouth. Yes, actually not, but what I want to say is that, allowing those plants grow too close to your house will turn costly. And you want to weed them out? Exactly. I'm glad you understand where I'm going with it. She shrugged her shoulders. I'm glad actually. That did take him off guard. You're glad? Yes, I like the idea that you have another motivation for becoming a hero. It's a good thing to have a new ambition, and you were never someone who could really leave something alone. You being a hero. It fits, it does fit. DMN, she had not gotten the message. The really big issue with those plants is that you have to act fast and get rid of every single root, otherwise they come back. You can't let them idle for too long or they might already be in the foundation of your house. She hummed, setting her glass down to fill it nearly to the brink, not saying anything until she was done. You know why I filled my glass up that much? No? She leaned over to empty the remains of the bottle in his glass. Because I'm planning to forget what you just said, and I recommend you do the same. Sounds like a good night for drinking, doesn't it? I made my decision. And I am not giving you permission. I am not asking for permission. He could feel the air getting colder, vastly colder, his bangs even lifting up. Well, he had known this would happen. He had known DMN well. He did not jump up, he also did not raise his voice. They were adults, he had to keep his composure. If he even wanted a smidge of her approval for his next actions, this was needed. Listen, I am the perfect candidate for this. My magic would make it neat, clean, not much of an issue, and they would not suspect a thing. She let out a harsh breath of air. You even want to use your magic for it? What if someone sees you? What if word gets out? Thought for a second of the consequences? Reena is not a fighting class, she has not a single fighting skill. What if they take her to keep you under control? What if they take your mother? If you weren't aware of all the consequences public displays of magic would bring, then you would have long revealed it for the sake of finding her. But he shook his head. Hera, think about it. For a single second, think about it. I'm not doing it as Izuku, I will be doing it as Sage. Not the quirkless boy who suddenly uses an unknown power, but someone completely different. Even if someone shared too much, how would they know? He let his mana wash over him, and as surreal as it was, his old body felt better. It felt right. Even if his eyesight immediately went worse, when the only reason his one eye was even still able to see anything at all was due to the impulses his wooden eye gathered, or how he preferred his wooden arm to his actual arm. Sometimes he still struggled using his normal arm, too used to controlling it with mana and nothing else. He felt more whole when his hair reached long down, tightly interwoven with plants of all kinds, or his beard, which he had actually only been able to grow due to Gear's alchemy, where he still kept Reena's favorite flowers. He felt way more like himself, even if his skin was scared. Even while he was missing an eye and an arm, he felt better. So much better it was ridiculous. How would they know it's me? All I have to do is take care to fake a quirk so they don't suspect it was one of us. It's too dangerous. What if? Sage, she faltered at the sight of him, having a harder time dismissing him like this as well. The dead don't talk. I just can't leave any witness. It works. It will work. How would they know? How would they find out? No one will see Izuku at those places, and no one will even be left to report about what has happened. It would be so easy for me to fake a quirk, you know that as well. Ridiculously easy. But it wasn't Hera who reacted this time, not her. Pearl had just sat there, silent as usual, barely reacting, but slowly she lifted her head, chocolate brown, still so empty. Sage. Her voice hoarse, unused, and her words so slow as if she was lacking all energy, or if it was difficult for her to even figure out how to use her tongue again. But still. Even with all of that, that single word was enough to make the other two fall silent. Pearl was actually staring at him, and then slowly she opened her mouth again. Villains aren't monsters. They're not bloodspawns or Bervin's children. Villains are human. Izuku's hand was trembling. They don't act any fing differently. It won't make you a hero. What you plan to do is not surviving. It's killing, merely killing of a mortal. Don't you think I'm aware? But his heartbeat was racing. She was talking to him. She was genuinely talking to him. It will make you a murderer and then a serial killer, and it won't stop. It will never stop. Can you do that? Can you live with the blood on your hands? Do you think Reena will accept it? He swallowed hard. Someone has to do something. And you're one to talk, aren't you? What's with Dollface? What's with all of them? Because there had been instances where transmigrators had not fallen due to the monsters in the dungeons but to fellow transmigrators, and he remembered being aghast at it, not being able to compute it, but also too aware that it was the only thing they could have done. He hadn't been the one to do it. He had not managed to take alive, but somehow right now he thought he could do it, because he had to. She just tilted her head slightly. Hypocrite. He didn't even know what to reply to that, as it was the truth. Once ago he had condemned it, had argued that it was wrong, and now he was here planning to murder villains, humans who didn't even have the capabilities to defend themselves against him. Humans who didn't have the skill, the knowledge, and who wouldn't know what hit them. Izuku was a hypocrite for turning his opinion around suddenly. Because he didn't stick to his morals, and maybe that should have been the reason why he woke up, why he accepted the full wine glass and drank it all away, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Maybe it was also because of Pearl, because as much as Izuku didn't want to think about it, he didn't know what had happened to Evelyn, and if she had crossed over, wasn't the chance way too high that had been the way she had lost her life? And even if this was ridiculous, how many mothers were out here just like Pearl, who had lost everything? How many children would be there? He didn't want that. He didn't want loss anymore. He didn't want pain anymore. He wanted everything to just be fine and happy, and no one struggled or was hurt or in danger. He wanted that, and that was why he had to act. Pearl stared at him for a while longer, seemingly knowing exactly what he was thinking. Stick to one way of killing, choose wisely, as it will not just be your signature but also your quirk. Hera had never approved of his plans, but even then she had not argued further, not when Pearl had quite literally given her blessing to it. Even while strictly speaking Pearl's opinion didn't matter when it came to Hakralik's chosen, all the guild leaders had worked tightly together before, and with it being one of the incredible few times that Pearl had given input, it was too hard to overrule it. It felt wrong, and so even while Izuku knew Hera was not truly accepting of his next actions, she would still not go against him. There was something horrifying about how simple Izuku's plan was, horrifying how easy it would be to kill. Taking a life should not be as simple as this. It felt wrong. He had gotten a few odd glances at his appearance, but nothing out of the ordinary. There were people on Earth with weirder mutant quirks. He just looked a bit odd, and then he had placed a few little seeds on a branch, nestled securely in the leaves, just a drop of his mana in there, keeping the leaf just enough curled together to stop them from accidentally scattering. He stayed in distance, another mere speck of mana to unfold the leaf. Still he waited, not wanting to put anyone through this sight, following at such leisure and at such a distance it practically couldn't be noticed, and only then did he activate his magic. In all honesty, he did not want to watch, he hadn't liked the idea in the slightest, but at the same time, he had to face what he was doing, and so he forced himself to watch. When the flower came to life by only his magic, there was no soil nor water. Just his magic that forced it to plant roots, that strengthened roots to break skin, to break bones, to take over. It was such a short scream, barely noticeable, nothing that would gather any kind of attention in the area he was in, but still, shocking almost how quickly it died out. How quickly the man had died, how his body collapsed on the ground, blood sickering out as the tansies almost made him impossible to recognize as they took over his whole skull. Izuku had thought for a long time what plant he should choose, what would be appropriate, what would make sense, only to settle on tansies, an obvious choice. Having been used for so long to declare war, and wasn't that what he was doing? Wasn't he declaring war on villains right now? He wasn't quite certain what he should think right now when he stared at the corpse. It had been too easy, far too easy. It hadn't been the first time he had grown plants on a living organism, but, somehow, humans were so frail, so impossible frail that so little could already destroy their bodies irreparable. It was almost a sad sight. This was one of the men who had escaped, one of the men Japan was keeping their eyes out for, a man who had almost killed a class of teenagers, of kids, who had gotten away scot-free, and now he just laid there, his blood coloring the ground and sticking to some of the yellow blossoms. Such a pathetic and short end, so quick. So insignificant. How could it be that it had been that easy, that it had gone so quickly? How? Did this make sense after everything he had done, after everything that had happened? After how badly it had messed with Izuku? How could this have been so pathetically easy and quick? It made him sick merely looking at it, just using more mana to let the flowers bloom up more, make the roots plunge into the pavement, widening the little cracks and rupturing the whole plaster in the process as he let the remaining seeds take root. A small flower patch. That was what this one single man had accounted for in his life, just that. Well, if they didn't get ripped out, then at least his body would nurture nature. Which was something, at least. Izuku knew he should feel bad, but instead he could only focus on how easy it had been as he turned around to walk away, finding a deserted place to become a teenager again, but it just didn't let go of him. It was almost sobering how easy it had been, how easy it was to kill humans. Somehow, he had gotten used to a different standard. Sure, he had seen many people die just like that, but somehow it had almost seemed more significant than this. He wished he felt disgusted. He wished he felt remorseful, but he didn't. He was just occupied by how ridiculously easy it had been. Did that make him a monster? Because it had been too easy for him? Was this what he amounted to? Was he even better than them? Possibly, but not quite. Izuku had always killed out of necessity. The gods had pulled them into Phephila to get rid of Bervin due to the issue of their authorities. Bervin had been destruction, and so it had made sense that he was lording over it, that no Phephilin truly had the capacity, no matter what blessing, to destroy the god of destruction. It was why the transmigrators had been necessary, an outside force, all of them touched by the gods, entities or powers of their own world, bringing their own destruction to wield with them, destruction that did not stem from Bervin. Killing Bervin's children and the blood spawns had made sense. It had been necessary to get back to Earth, but also because the only thing Bervin had wanted was destruction. If they hadn't, then Bervin would have destroyed everything. The only way had always been to kill, to destroy. It had been for a good cause, a necessary cause. But this now? He didn't know. All he knew was that when he came home he went to his mother, simply laying his arms around her, burying his face in her shoulder. He didn't know if he deserved comfort or if he even needed it, but would it touch him that much if he was a monster? Was he one? Possibly. He didn't make the news. It confused him slightly, but maybe they were holding everything back during the investigation? Maybe the body hadn't been discovered yet? Maybe the district he had been in had been so bad that they had made the corpse disappear? He didn't know, but that afternoon he planted a new flower nourished by flesh, yellow carnations. The day after black roses. Rhododendrons followed the one after. This already made him a serial killer, didn't it? It was a ruthless realization. Yes, he had been told that exact thing by Pearl. She had mentioned it. She had told him there was a difference, a vast one, and he had just ignored it, captivated that she had spoken, so willing to get lost in the idea that she approved, and now he was a serial killer. He had taken so many lives on his own, bloodspawns, Bervin's children and Bervin himself, but none of them had been human. The blood had never stained his skin, and even now it didn't cling to him. He had never touched them, he hadn't once let his hand wander across their skin, never had his blade cross them. He had chosen a cowardly route, one that had prevented him from looking in their eyes. But Izuku had killed them, he had taken their lives even while he had been unable to clearly confirm if they had even been it, and even then, was he doing the right thing? Did they deserve to die? Izuku didn't know. He didn't know anymore. He didn't know what he was doing aside from playing God, and even then, even while he morally finally understood that he was in the wrong, it wasn't like there was another way. He didn't have another way. He didn't see one, he couldn't find one. He just couldn't. It left him nauseous, so goddamn nauseous, and when another wave of vomit rose up to the edge of his throat, his hand tightening in the struggle to keep it contained, his pen broke. Blotchy ink staining his skin, just like the blood should have. He should have carried marks. He should have proof ingrained in his body, a missing limb, a scar, something that at least would engrave them in him. Their lives, the time he took from them, should have ended up somewhere. Their death should have never been that meaningless, that effortless. It was an insult to them and to all those who had suffered under them, and even then he couldn't stop. He goddamn couldn't stop. If Izuku wouldn't do that, then they would have kept walking on Earth. They would have painted their skin in red all on their own accord and with not a tint of regret. Heroes weren't doing anything, the police was useless, there was no safety in this world, and now? How was he supposed to live here? How? How could he be confident that Reena was safe and alive? How could he dare start a family here? How could he do anything without going insane by the mere possibility? What was he even supposed to do? He could never kill all of them. How would that work? They had needed 30 years for merely 111 floors. There were more monsters here. Way more. The bile was rising again, keeping a chokehold on his throat, on his airways. The splintered plastic piercing his skin, unable to grant him anything to withstand this. Trying to find any semblance of hold on the wooden table, never enough. He choked, trying so desperately to hold it all in. Wasn't this useless? It wasn't like he could stop anything. No matter how much he struggled, no matter how much he did, it would never amount to anything in the greater picture. This wasn't the dungeon, there was no goal, there was no final line he had to cross. There was nothing he could hold in front of him, there would never be an end to any of this, and even then he tried. He struggled in this pathetic and worthless fight that would never be over. Midoriya? The vomit was piling in the back of his throat again, once again choking. The wood under him giving in to his struggle, to his attention. Magic bending, curling in his fist, molding to him. Wasn't this pathetic? He was even able to affect dead plants, all of it under his command, but this? Even with all of that? He wouldn't even be able to put a tiny scratch into the amount of evil that festered on Earth, and even then. Who was he to determine what was evil? There was no God here with the sole purpose of destruction. There was no higher power in place with a face that determined all of this. No one he could outright blame, as they weren't actually present. Midoriya. Are you alright? He looked up, his eyes wavering, dizziness in him as he looked at his teacher. Once again choking, the vomit trying their utmost to come out. Someone get him to the recovery girl. But, why should he? He wasn't injured, that was the issue. There was nothing that would stop his struggle or the issue of the world. There had never been anything to put a stop to this, so what should any of this do? It was pointless, and even them, he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop, but neither could anything have an actual effect. His legs were trembling when he stood up, buckling under his weight as he stumbled out of the room, barely able to hold onto the door frame as he buckled again under the impact of the once again rising vomit. His hands not just stained by ink but by the paint that someone had painted on the wood, trying to cover it up, the wood trying to push it away due to his lingering magic, and he hurried to let go, to stumble out of the room. To ignore everyone and everything as his feet didn't carry him to the pointless hero but towards the gate. He wanted out. Pearl's garden was small, a little bit of green all hidden behind tall bushes that he had refused to cut or trim, instead letting them thrive exactly how they wanted. His hands buried in the soil as he laid here. He didn't want to get up, he didn't want to move, he didn't want to do anything anymore, it just was pointless. Why had he come back? Why had he? Just for his mother? His mother, who didn't know the truth, who didn't understand him, and even if she loved him, she didn't know. She didn't even know what her son was up to now. She would weep for him if she knew. She would burn at the mere fact that her son had become a killer, not just a killer but a serial killer. He didn't hear her steps, he felt them, echoing through the earth, being carried by the grass, only for him to turn his head to face her. Pearl stood there, arms hanging loosely down, her expression as emotionless as always, an empty shell, nothing more but. She looked at him, at his curled-up form on the ground. He didn't even know why he felt so ashamed right now. Maybe because he was agonizing over his own actions, over the state of the world when he was here in front of her, in front of Pearl, who had lost everything already. But even then he started to sit up, not trusting his shaking limbs to carry him as he looked at her. Pearl. Sorry for not picking you up from class. You must have waited. She neither shook her head nor did she nod. She just stared down at him. It made his throat close up even more as he struggled to find words. He just didn't know. But Pearl moved, slowly sitting down next to him. She didn't look at him anymore, instead staring at the lilac bush that was in full bloom just in front of them. There was silence in between them, no matter how noisy the world outside these gates. Here, it was silent. He didn't even know why he attempted this, what he expected to gain from this. He knew it was pointless. Why? Did you leave Pfeffela? She didn't answer. I know why. I knew what you wanted to do here, but, well, I guess what I actually want to ask is why you ever figured that this place was safe, that it would be safer. I can't see it. He knew he was literally holding a monologue. There was no point in this. Him trying to talk with her was just as pointless as his own actions. Sage. His eyes widened, immediately darting to her. Earth isn't safer. But Earth was never safer. No place is and ever was. She was. Answering? Pearl slowly moved her hand, plucking one of the daisies off the ground. If we had stayed, there was still the Church of Bourbon, and peace is not something realistic. There would have always been something going on, same as on Earth. But then? Why? Because? I thought I would be strong enough here to protect her. Even that is an excuse. I dismissed it. I was only focused on getting away. His throat felt like it was closing. I ran away. My best skills, as you know. No matter where I was, he was there. I was surrounded by his family. Everyone I knew was someone he introduced. He was the one who organized the garden, who got the deal with the woodworker. He was the one who brought me to every festival. He was always at my side. Everything in Pfeffela was touched by him. He glanced away. I ran away to escape this. I was selfish. I never pegged Earth to be safe, nothing is. I just wanted a place where I wouldn't be reminded of him every second, not like it changed anything. I still am thinking of him. He swallowed hard, unable to find words to comfort her. But, in the end, maybe all of this is just Earth. Maybe I underestimated how twisted things can be. Maybe I just tried to deny it, because after all we both ended up the same way, didn't we? What do you mean? Murderers. Her fist closed around the daisy, squishing it, rubbing it between her fingers until something resembling a paste was left behind. I might be, but you're not. I am not? She actually looked at him. If I hadn't left Pfeffela with Evelyn, she would still be with me. I killed her. Maybe I didn't slit her throat, maybe I didn't choke her to death, but still, I killed her. My decision to leave with her did it, as she would be with me if I had never left. Pearl. No, she shook her head, her frizzed curls hanging in her face, hiding her expression. I am not arguing with you about this. I know it's the truth and nothing you say will ever change that. I killed my daughter as I made the decision to come here, even if I didn't know that this would happen. I still did it and the blame lies all on me. She rubbed the paste off on her skirt, leaving it stained. Sage, we both made decisions that ended in us being murderers. No matter if we intended to or not, it still resulted in it. The only thing we can do right now is live with it. You can stop doing it, but in the end it will not change that you took lives. You are a murderer and this will never change no matter what you intended to do with this. It is a truth that can't be denied. His throat felt swollen, making him unable to voice out anything in response. I'm not judging you for this. I even think it's not a bad choice as well. It's more efficient to destroy the root, and it can work as a way to make villains fear for their own death and step back from what they are doing. I mean it when I say I don't think your actions were unwise, but it still doesn't change the fact that you killed a human being and became a murderer, and no matter what you do from now on, this will never vanish from you. So you have to live with it? No matter what. You, just like me, did something unforgivable, even if we had our reasons for it, and you have to live with it, same as I do. He stayed silent, just staying like this. Pearl stayed silent as well. When he found his voice again, it was almost just a mumble. Pearl? You should get inside before you get sick. She didn't answer once again, merely forcing herself to get up, her limbs trembling already from just this. He watched her back as she started to go inside again, only for him to voice out the only thing that had taken over in him. Pearl? You said? We have to live with it, but how am I supposed to do this if you don't? She glanced back, hand already on her front door. Because we are different. We are different? Yes, because, what's there to live for me? What's there to do for me? I have no purpose left. I lost my husband, I lost my child, there is no dungeon to defeat, there is no guild who relies on me, there is no purpose in my life anymore. You may disagree, but it doesn't change anything. My single purpose is that I can't kill myself because Hera would not be able to deal with this. So, I am holding out until she won't break over me. His lip was trembling, a mist entering his eyes, prickling and piercing. But, you spoke today, you don't. You can find a purpose again. If everything is so pointless, then why did you tell me all of this? She stopped looking at him, as she undid her lock, already on the premise of going in, because you needed me, and then she was gone. Door closed behind her. Izuku had not stopped. If he stopped now, then it would feel like his first 3 kills had been pointless, that he had gotten labeled as a murdered for naught, and so he forced himself to keep going even when he had nightmares, when he barely got any sleep, when it was messing with him. He once again just wanted Reena to be here. He wanted her to tell him what to do, to come up with a solution for him, but she wasn't, so he kept going. He felt bile in his throat, a constant companion now when he walked through the streets and got to a safe distance from his last victim, a place for him to change back and disappear once again. The alleys he wandered through just as deserted as the one he chose to kill in, even while there was a lonely 7-Eleven just around the corner. It was then when he saw someone, a blonde teenage girl, stumbling as she tried to move, hand on the wall, hunched over, her breathing strangely rigid. Anyone with half a mind would know she wasn't okay. She looked almost delirious, weeping MMMMS escaping her mouth as well. Maybe something in him wanted to at least undo his actions by doing good, or it was plain and simple that he didn't like seeing a young girl like this suffer. Even if he would not dismiss the fact that she possibly was on drags, he would not be surprised, but that didn't mean that she didn't need help. Are you okay? He stepped just in front of her. She glanced up, a weird blush on her cheeks on way too pale skin. She was too skinny as well. Her mouth opening but struggling to voice anything out, practically swaying on the spot. He in theory knew he should not use his prosthesis here. Making dead would bend to his will was not something he should do in public, but she was about to fall down, and so it was practically on instinct when his magic modeled his arm to steady her, hand directly on her shoulder, probably one of the few spots that might not be too NTMT for a stranger, especially as he wasn't in his teenage body right now, and a strange adult cornering a very obviously impaired young girl was not a good thing in anyway, but it wasn't like there was anything else he could do. The girl looked at him, pupils suddenly widening, her mouth slightly agape, revealing pointy teeth. She truly didn't seem coherent in any way. Her nostrils widened slightly, and the next second, she bit him. She actually bit him. Recoiling immediately as the wood naturally didn't give under her teeth. She stumbled backwards, hand in front of her mouth and tears in her eyes from the pain. You bit me. She whined, the tears actually dropping down as she stumbled so far back that she leaned against the wall, practically falling down it and landing on her behind, still whimpering. He watched her. It wasn't like it had hurt after all. It had just been surprising. It hadn't seemed like she had feared him though. Just before this she had seemed to be in such a delirious state that he even thought she had not even really computed that a stranger had held her up. So he doubted that it was due to self-defense. In all honesty, he had a very simple idea as to what it could be, and it did come from his Pfeffelan knowledge. In Pfeffela a huge number of races had been represented, many of them with unique diets as well, and something about it had reminded him of it. It wasn't even such a weird thing. Earth had a multitude of quirks, and many of them had very unique alterations to the bodies, mutations, and all that. It was a wild guess, but she had sharp teeth, she had been delirious due to some sort of influence, and she had tried to bite him, so was it really that far-fetched to assume she in some way had a mutation that required blood or flesh? It would explain it, and once again he had seen situations like this in Pfeffela happen, literally just like this, from races that had starved themselves for some sort of reason. Do you need something? He attempted, but she was still just whimpering on the floor. It could be due to his own curiosity, or because he quite literally knew that she wasn't some sort of vampire, as they did not exist on Earth, and even if she was dangerous. Well, he had his magic, and so he lifted his normal hand to his armor, where the rattan was, animating it to move, and sharpened until it pierced his own skin, just a small cut but enough to let some blood dribble out. Her head immediately shot up, nostrils widening again, and she almost seemed to have forgotten the pain she was in as she tried to get up, literally hypnotized by either the sight or scent of his blood. Izuku knew he didn't have to do this, and it could have consequences, but it was just a teenager, a teenage girl that might be starving, and it wasn't like it would really do him any harm. As he kneeled down in front of her, extending his injured hand to her, and she immediately snatched onto his wrist, mouth pressed to his hand and her own teeth piercing even more into his flesh. It was a weird sensation, not good, not even slightly good, but it could be worse. Even then he pulled it away as he deemed it enough. He would not allow him to get SCKED dry in. Well, he wasn't paralyzed or anything, so it had been fine. She whined again, hand trying to hold on to him before her eyes widened in horror. She flinched back again, hitting her head in the process as well and tears once again in her eyes. I. It's all right, he tilted his head, observing the flicker of emotions that her eyes portrayed, shame, despair, self-hate. She shook her head. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I lost control. I am so sorry. Did I assume correctly you need blood as nourishment? I am not supposed to. I am sorry. I will never do it again. I'm begging you don't tell anyone. Please don't tell anyone, she sobbed out, a mess as she now buried her face in her own hands, bawling her eyes out. Well, maybe she had actually starved herself. Question was, why though? Sage could leave now. He held no responsibility towards the literal child sobbing on the ground. He had helped her with feeding her, something that by all accounts had already been a mad move from his side, but could he really move? Could he really leave her behind while she sobbed her eyes out? No, he hadn't been able to leave her when she had seemed delirious, and he would not be able to leave her now either. So he offered her his hand, the wooden one. He probably should stop forgetting where he was and stop using magic that blatantly. Come on, there is a bench over there. Let's get you seated there. I bet I can get some handkerchiefs and wet wipes in the convenience store over there and then we can clean you up. And she did take the offer, one hand holding onto his wooden one, while the other was still clenched together as she sobbed into it. Sage wasn't the tallest and he knew that very well. He was that short that even this teenage girl was merely a few centimeters shorter than him, but with how she appeared in this moment, she seemed small, very small. He slowly led her over to the spot, gently ushering her to sit down. Give me a minute and I'll be back. She nodded, still crying her heart out. He didn't know if she would actually still be here if he came back, and well, if she had run away then there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't one to stalk a simple girl even if he did think she needed help. He hurried up though, practically throwing the wet wipes and handkerchiefs in his shopping bag, stopping shortly in front of the bandages as he was very certain she had injured herself while on the floor, and if not, well, nothing would be wasted. He himself had an injury after all and no access to actual healing potions, so bandages were kind of a good fix for that. He was about to take the first package he saw, but then he stopped. She was a teenager, right? Didn't they like cute things? Okay, not all of them, but maybe it would cheer her up even if it was merely by the idea of a grown but man buying silly bandages, and so he snatched the Hello Kitty ones. He also made a small stop at the freezer section, taking a chocolate and a strawberry ice cream cone out. He neither knew if she could take normal food, but he suspected she could, because if she was depriving herself of blood then she would have needed to at least eat something to not die in a matter of days. Chocolate and strawberry were also some of the most popular flavors, so he doubted he could go wrong with them. He was glad that since coming back to Earth he has stored a few yen in his satchel for situations like this, also for whenever he had wanted to buy alcohol. To his relief the girl was still sitting on the bench, still crying but at least present, which was something. He hurried over, letting his shopping fall on the bench as he handed her a handkerchief first. Still staying quiet as she watched her sob into it, his eyes wandering over her figure, and he had been right as her knee had a few scratches. He cleared his throat. I brought some bandages. If you don't mind I can put them on for you. K escaped her lips. He slowly nodded as he kneeled down in front of her. Carefully, the small wound looks good to you. She sniffled as she glanced at it, eyes already puffy. Pink is cute. Well, jackpot. Good then. I hurt you. He hummed. I hurt myself, not you, but it's a good reminder. Causally putting another bandage on his own wound. She stared at it for a moment, before she snorted. Even while she was still crying. Maybe he was doing good? He did think he was doing good. I bought wet wipes if you want to clean yourself up better, and if I assume right that you can also eat other foods, I bought ice cream. Chocolate or strawberry? She sniffled again. Strawberry, please. Maybe he was on a roll, smiling slightly as he handed her the one, still making sure to take the wrapper off first, not sure if she could manage in that state, and well, it would just be frustrating if she struggled with it, which was a real possibility while she was like that. She sniffled, both hands wrapped around the cone as she liked over it. Why are you doing this? He shrugged, sitting down on the bench himself as he took his own ice cream up. Just because. He leaned back slightly, focusing on his treat but watching her out of the corner of his eyes as she slowly seemed to calm down. He would credit it due to the power of ice cream and Hello Kitty. He almost absent-mindedly put the wet wipes next to her, same as the package of handkerchiefs. She was not a toddler, and with her slowly getting to a better state he did think she would appreciate being in control of that herself. She was still nibbling instead of properly eating. Mister? That's just. You can call me Sage. I prefer that. She peeked at him through her bangs. Weird name. It's Sage the Mage actually. Mages do not exist. He smiled. They don't? Never believed in magic? You are very weird, mister. He didn't comment on her choice to avoid his name, instead merely shrugging his shoulders. Ain't we all a bit weird? I guess. He hummed, raising his hand slightly to like the trial of chocolate that had nearly reached his hand away. Why? Did you help me? Just because. Just because? Yeah, I could help, so I did. Nothing much to read into it. You are truly weird, mister. Can't disagree with that then. Sage knew he was overstepping, but well, it wasn't like he was forcing her to anything. May I ask something as well? Sure. Still not really looking at him as she clutched her ice cream. Why have you been starving yourself? Her lip trembled as she bowed her head lower, because it's blood. So? Are you repulsed by blood? I recommend closing your eyes then. I don't know. Maybe putting it in a plastic cup you can't look inside? No, it's just. Don't you think it's disgusting? Why would I? I saw weirder sheet. You did? He hummed once again. I have a friend who had a girlfriend. Don't tell her I said girlfriend, as she would scalp me for that, but her girlfriend was actually capable of eating human flesh. She didn't actually need it, but she was very into it. And my friend? Well, very masochistic, with a ridiculous high pain resistance and 2 KNKY for her own good. I saw some sheet. Toga paused, actually lifting her head. Human flesh? Like a cannibal? Not quite. Amaranth had not been human after all, something like that. But keep in mind they did it just because they were into it, not because any of them was actually in need of it. So, I do question why you hesitate. I mean, the government does provide a lot of quirk support for instances like that. She hesitated, biting her lip. My parents don't like it. Your parents don't like you needing blood? Her voice was quiet as she looked down again, making herself smaller. They say it's disgusting. If they figure out what I did, I'm gonna be in trouble. He ruffled through hair, a bit lost. I mean, you don't have to tell them, but at the same time, that's not okay. You need blood. The state you were in was bad. Aside from the fact that a teenage girl needs to eat well because of, well, all the growing and stuff, this could end badly. I'm not blaming you, but if it had been someone else, this would have not gone down like this. There were tears in her eyes again. How come you are even here if they control you like that? She shrugged. They don't really like seeing me either. It's just that. If they find out I drank your blood, I'm gonna be in trouble. Well, how would they find out? They will. They always know everything. Ever considered getting help? I mean, they are starving you. Quirk discrimination and all that. That's not exactly legal. Her voice was even quieter. I have a villainous quirk. I fail to believe that. And no, I do. I drink blood and her fist clenched, almost cracking her ice cream, strawberry cream already making her fingers sticky. I can copy your appearance now. Well, then I guess I have to ask you to not enter a women's bathroom as me. I admit I'm not quite a stellar citizen, but I genuinely don't want to be labeled as a pervert. I seriously don't want to have to explain that to my wife. Do you not care? Why would I? I just told you I can change into you. I could do anything. I stole your blood. Her voice rising up, hitching as well. I offered you my blood, and honestly, I doubt there is anything you can do in my body that would be worse than what I do. She shook her head. You just being nice now. Am I? I just fail to see an issue with your quirk. So, why don't you get help? They don't care. I tried. He sighed, actually biting a chunk of his ice cream off. That's an issue. But well, you are out now. It's fairly late as well. He stopped talking. Actually, that is a problem. There are quite a few shady figures running around here. Not the best part of town either. She glanced away. But they would notice. They would notice? That you actually got what you need, but they wouldn't notice that you're gone that late? What do you expect me to do? Find a better place to stay? I'm 16. So? Where do you expect me to go? And are you actually advising me to run away from home now? Well, okay, that was stupid of me. But he paused as he had a very bad idea. If you need a place to crash, I do know where you could go. What? You expect me to go home with you now? He shook his head. No, I know a girl, actually around your age. Well, not really, but she lives alone. I know for certain she would not care. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Either you are planning to kidnap me or you want something else from me. I have no bad intentions. But honestly? You are right, you are 15, so you literally have no place here on the streets at this time, and I don't think you should go home if you're getting starved there. So maybe yes, I am actually motivating you to run away. Even if it's just for a night until we find an authority that takes you seriously. You gotta understand me as well. I just saw a teenage girl in the streets, Pretty much delirious from being starved. Like, how do you expect me to just overlook that or let you go back like that? I mean, it's your choice. We can go to the police and find a solution about what to do with your parents, or you can crash at my friend's place and figure out what to do tomorrow, but I seriously don't want to leave you on the streets right now. You have no idea what kind of people walk around here, and, well, there was a corpse just down the street and to the left. Her grip tightened, ignoring her treat now fully. I don't believe that you would do it for free. He shrugged. If you want to pay me back for that, you can get Shinszo out of bed tomorrow for school. What? He sighed. The girl I mentioned. She is severely depressed. So depressed, she doesn't move if she isn't told to, she doesn't eat if she isn't told to, you can imagine it. She does have someone who picks her up for school, but I know that Izuku will appreciate it very much if he has the opportunity to show up a bit later. The girl stared at her ice cream. You must think I'm stupid. Why? Because I am seriously considering going with the weird adult man I just met just to avoid going home after what I did. Well, I do admit that the situation does sound very wrong. I'm gonna kill you if you do anything to me. Fair enough. And then she stood up, trashing her remaining ice cream in the garbage, hands still streaked with sticky sweet red. Well, where is it? Izuku didn't regret helping Toga. Well, obviously he wouldn't, but it went a bit further. The girl had seemingly relaxed slightly after seeing that he hadn't lied about Shinszo, but even then Sage had left after showing her where the futon and toiletries were that both him and Hera had stored in the house. The main reason why he was actually very glad that he had done it was because the night his mind had been more focused on the fate of the girl than on what he had done mere hours before. He had slept better, he had felt better, and when he, the next day, came to pick up Shinszo, the guild leader was already awake and even fully dressed. She was ready for school, which was an extreme improvement to the days before. Toga had practically vibrated next to the secret adult as she had caught sight of Izuku. You are Izuku, right? Totally nice to meet you. Actually smiling widely, looking far, far better than yesterday evening. Izuku merely nodded, bowing slightly as a greeting. Thank you for waking up Shinszo. No probs. I'm gonna hurry now. Can't be late. And then she was already running off. Izuku had been a bit worried as there was literally nothing more he could do, but he hadn't needed to be. When he had brought Shinszo home, Toga was there again, now actually looking slightly nervous as she leaned against the wall, balancing on her heels and nearly toppling over as she pushed herself forward to jump in front of him. So, Izuku? You're like Sage's son, right? And well, DMN. He cleared his throat. Sage and I are connected, well, his situation is a bit complicated, so I can't really confirm his identity, sorry. But Toga shook her head. That's okay. But I was wondering if you know if you would mind me staying here for a bit longer. It's up to Shinszo, but the guild leader just opened the door, stepped inside and left the door open, which was most definitely enough of an answer, and she doesn't mind. So yeah, you can. Toga actually beamed at him, a very wide grin, a bit odd but not really noteworthy. Want me to keep waking Shinszo then? Would be very much appreciated. I can absolutely do that. He smiled slightly. Also, there is Syria. She drops by quite often, but I will inform her and she won't mind. She's actually working on her law degree again, so she might be able to help you with some things if you ask her. I guarantee she will keep her mouth shut. Yeah, sure. Cool. Do you need anything from home or something? She shook her head. I had some clothes at school in case something dirted my uniform. It's fine. There is food in the fridge, and me, Sage or Syria often drop by just to make sure that Shinszo eats something. I'm gonna get her something as well. I can do that much. He smiled, turning around before he stopped in his tracks. So, by the way, I'm aware of your dietary needs, and if Sage isn't here and you need something, you can ask me. Just keep Shinszo out of it. You saw how weak her body is. I don't think she could handle losing anything more. Had he expected the girl to jump on him and hug him as a reaction to this? Absolutely not, but did he mind it much? Also not. Allowing Toga to stay really turned out better than he had thought. She had not attempted to contact the authorities again or anything, but 2 days later she had actually taken the time to brush Shinju's hair before school and braid it. Izuku wasn't surprised that Shinszo had allowed it, but, well, he had also not expected that Toga would do something like that on her own accord, but the girl had just proudly presented Shinszo and pointed it out several times, all while saying how cute that looked on her. 4 days later, Toga had started cleaning up the kitchen and living room on her own accord, calling it playing house. Somehow Izuku had not expected all of this to work out that well, and truth be told, he didn't know how long this would last, as Toga quite literally had run away from home, but, right now, it was far better than expected. Shinszo didn't mind, and Toga seemingly grew to like her new situation every day, and it was good. Before, Izuku had worried about Shinszo a lot. He was not capable of watching her every single second of the day, and even if she wouldn't kill herself, he hated watching her waste away. But since Toga had moved in? Well, Shinszo wasn't unsupervised, the opposite even. Toga was an extremely extroverted girl taking great pleasure in bothering the other woman with eating together, trying to implement beauty sessions and all that. He even found nail polish on Shinszo's hands this morning. Truth be told, he wasn't surprised that Shinszo didn't protest. Sure, she hadn't before either, but the girl she was dealing with was still an abused kid, and this meant a great deal. It was a bit odd that he actually trusted a random girl he had just met to stay with the Abernethy Guild leader, but at the same time, Shinszo might look weak, she was just skin and bones, and she wasn't responsive most of the time, but that didn't change who she was, and even in that frail body of hers, there was magic, and even without her accessing her real body, it had never meant that she was defenseless. One could push their bodies to their limit just by using mana to substitute for energy and all that. Shinszo could defend herself better than most. It was also why he didn't mind it when Toga hesitantly asked if she could bring a friend in. A boy she had met while spending her time avoiding going home, a guy who apparently was practically homeless and probably already acquainted with not the nicest kind of people. Izuku didn't mind it because he knew no matter what, Shinszo would not allow herself to die for Era's sake. Sure, Izuku hadn't met Mustard even after Toga had apparently found him, but it would be alright. And if this boy's addition brought any villains to the house? Either Shinszo would take care of it herself, or Izuku had multiple more targets. There was nothing to be afraid of, and maybe both these additions would help Shinszo. She had said she had no purpose anymore, that she saw no purpose in living as there was no reason for it, so maybe abused kids would be it? Maybe those two kids would do something? Move something in Shinszo? Well, at least Toga would keep bothering Shinszo about food, about waking up and all that, and that was already a lot. Hitoshi knew he was in, but what he was doing was something he shouldn't be doing. It was manipulative and kind of very shitty of him. If he wanted to, he could convince himself that he was doing something good, but he knew better. Hitoshi was in a bit of a pickle. In theory, his current foster parents weren't the worst. They had at least not gotten in between him and his Yui attendants. They had also signed the paperwork when it was needed, and there wasn't an actual curfew either, but the moment Hitoshi entered that DMN place, the muzzle was on, and at this point there had been more than just one evening where he had come back that afternoon that he had not been allowed in anymore. It was also kind of problematic that the muzzle made it practically impossible to eat, and no matter how low the costs in the cafeteria were, Hitoshi didn't have the money for it. It just didn't work. He could deal with a lot, he had dealt with a lot during all of his time, but how was he supposed to even think about training to gain his ticket to the heroics department if he didn't even get proper food? If he was at his foster home, he could barely manage to get a few gulps of soup or juice in, and even that resulted in the muzzle being covered in the liquids, giving it an at this point moldy smell. If he was still outside, he had at times even started to go through trash can just to get something into his system, and when push came to shove, he had managed to sometimes sneak a leftover from the abandoned food trays in the cafeteria. Hitoshi knew it couldn't go on like this, but at the same time there was the dang risk that if he switched foster homes again, that they would forbid him from going to Yui, or they would beat him again. There was just too much at stake, and so he needed a different solution. He knew that Yui was a school full of heroes, and strictly speaking he hadn't yet run into any problems with his quirk there. The teachers seemed nice and all that, but did it mean Hitoshi could actually trust them? Would they do something? Would they help, or would they make it worse again? Would they care enough? Hitoshi simply couldn't risk it, and so he was doing something selfish. He needed to test them. He needed to figure out if he would actually get help if he went to his teachers, and therefore he had to throw someone under the bus first. Sawada Shinszo was probably the reason why Hitoshi wasn't a target in class. The girl was odd. She didn't speak, she didn't participate in class, and she was skin and bones, even worse than Hitoshi himself. It was questionable why she was even at Yui. She didn't seem receptive to anything, and she was older than their other classmates. Hitoshi wouldn't be surprised if Sawada was some sort of abuse victim. She was in such a bad state that it was clear that something was going on with her. Naturally, Hitoshi could bring that forward to a teacher, but he didn't want to jump the gun like that, and so he had settled on finding out the truth. If Sawada was in danger at home, and that was why she was practically a living zombie, then Hitoshi could go ahead and report it to Present Mike, and then he would also be able to figure out what the hero would do as a result. It was ridiculously easy, and Hitoshi would know if he could trust them, and if Sawada was in trouble, then she would receive help, or he could make it worse for her. It was a risky endeavor, but he still saw it as necessary, even if it made him annoyed that she was walking with that hero wannabe, one of the 1A idiots. What if that dude was trying to help Sawada himself? Then Hitoshi would lose his chance. He scoffed, giving his best to not get noticed when the duo entered a house. He waited a long moment, watching the greenhead leave again, and only then did he sneak into the garden, trying to keep low and managing to peek through a window. He could see Sawada sitting at a table while another blonde girl was wearing an awfully pink and ruffled apron, practically dancing around the ground, excitedly chattering words that Hitoshi couldn't hear. Not what Hitoshi had expected, but maybe that was just because their parents weren't home yet? Maybe that girl was Sawada's sister? They didn't look that much alike aside from having the same hair color. Maybe they were fosters like Hitoshi himself? He narrowed his eyes, trying to find any evidence, anything he could see that would prove to himself that Sawada was in danger and abused, but there was still no adult in sight. For someone going to such a prestigious school, I would have thought better of them. That their students not invading private property would be a given, but apparently they just can't pick their students right. So what is it? Pervert? Just a love for stalking? Hitoshi almost fell over when he simultaneously flinched at the sudden noise and his attempt to turn around. There was a teenager in front of him, light brown hair, tanned skin and brown eyes, wearing a black gakuren. The boy had his arms crossed, glaring down at him. Sheet. How was he supposed to explain this? The boy narrowed his eyes even further. Explain before I gas you. Holy shit. Hitoshi was in trouble, in absolute trouble, and what was he supposed to do? He had never even considered that he would get caught. Should he use his quirk on the other teen? But if it got out, then Hitoshi for sure would not be allowed to enter the heroics department. This was an issue, more than just that. Why had he ever considered doing any of this? God damn it. Sage honestly couldn't believe what was happening. Sure, he had theorized that the fact that they were harboring Toga could lead to legal problems, and Mustard himself might bring a few shady problems with him, but somehow he still hadn't expected the situation to take this turn. It had been Toga who had sent him a text, asking if he could ask Sage to come around, as they apparently had an intruder. So naturally Sage had dropped everything he was doing and had run over. An intruder could have meant literally anything, but he just hadn't expected it to be one of Pearl's classmates. An odd sight. Shinszo was actually glaring at him. Are you Sawada's dad? Absolutely not. Pearl was older than him anyways. Shinszo had only narrowed his eyes further, distrust in them. It didn't really help that Toga apparently had found way too much excitement in this situation. Cheerfully rummaging through the cupboards and piling snacks on the table, something that did attract Shinszo's attention, but the purple head refused to touch anything. They hadn't gotten far in any way. Shinszo didn't want to explain why he had been there, and so it was just a sit out. It was the first time Sage actually met Mustard. The kid was skinny, which apparently was a thing here, as he was literally surrounded by 4 at least currently physical children, and all were far too thin. Toga actually looked the best out of the bunch, and that was alarming by the mere fact that said girl had literally been starved for years, of blood only sure, but still. Otherwise Mustard looked on the cuter side in Izuku's opinion, wavy light brown hair and brown eyes, and with rather tanned skin for a Japanese kid, only a few notches lighter than Shinju naturally was. He did seem to be a bit younger than the rest of the kids, and from that alone Sage was glad that Toga had brought him here. No matter what kind of trouble the kid had been up to, surviving on the streets at that age was absolutely not something Sage felt very okay with. The Botano Mancer sighed as he leaned back, crossing his arms. So Shinszo, you are absolutely refusing to tell us what exactly you were doing outside of Shinju's house? The purple head glared at him. It's none of your business. Well, Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. I guess then I'm just gonna tell Syria to bring another portion of food. Any allergies, Shinszo? What? The teen blinked. He was already starting to write the message on his phone. I'm absolutely positive that the majority of people here would not appreciate calling the police. It's getting quite late, and this whole dilemma here has at least caused the issue that none of you had a meal yet. Something I take great offense with when it comes to Shinju. Toga should also take care of getting all her proper nourishment, and well, Mustard and you? Even while I am not privy to your eating habits, you're growing boys. The teen still just stared at him, seemingly unable to comprehend it. You're just going to feed me? Well, I was expecting you to know how to use chopsticks yourself. So, any allergies? No. Izuku hummed as he sent out the message. Mustard was watching him. Is that all? What do you expect me to say? I expect Shinszo had a reason for this. Maybe he was just too shy to ask about homework or something. I'm not going to pry, but I do expect him to not stand in front of Shinju's windows any longer and instead come in if he needs something. Toga snickered and pulled her legs up to make herself more comfortable on her chair. Don't question him. The mister here is after all also the man who fed me just because he met me, then invited me to stay the night here and left me alone with Shinju without even sparing a thought about the potential danger of it. He didn't even made sure to meet you first before I invited you to live with us. What are you expecting? Mustard slowly turned his head, glancing Sage up and down. Questionable. The mage just shrugged his shoulders. Shinszo isn't as defenseless as she might look, and I know she would defend herself even if it's just to not make me or Syria sad. I'm just being objective here, and you all are a bunch of kids anyways. What harm can you even cause besides not cleaning your rooms and skipping curfew? Izuku actually had to snort when he saw the kids looking alternating between Pearl's frail body and him, but it was the truth. Anyways, Toga? Are you still full, or are you just hesitating to ask? The girl hesitated, a bit of uncertainty in her eyes. Get a glass or something. I already told you I don't mind, but at the same time I don't think my wife would appreciate me having a teenager hang off my arm all that time. She jumped up, still looking a bit nervous, when she returned with a small bottle. It apparently did still hang in her bones heavily how her parents had treated her, but well, no surprises, and at the same time he had to applaud her for being that willing to try and not push her needs off when he offered. He wasn't too worried about it. She would learn and get better over time, and maybe one day she herself would feel comfortable to take the government aid and not feel like she would get in trouble for it. Izuku accepted the bottle and pulled out a small knife from his belt, contemplating where to cut for a moment before slitting into his skin and pressing on his arm as well to try to keep the blood flow going to capture enough. He didn't really fancy cutting his whole arm open after all. Mister? You said, your wife? I have never seen her yet. Where is she? Can I meet her? His throat closed up, trying to keep his composure. She's not here. Due to our circumstances right now, Well, he cleared his throat. She's in America. He cleared his throat again, pressing harder on his arm. But she would like you. The moment we can be together again, I will make sure to introduce you to. She will most definitely thank you for keeping Shinszo company as well. It was even harder to not choke up at the question when Shinszo placed her hand on his leg in silent comfort. It was hard, it was still hard, and it would only get better after he had gotten her back, and until the day that happened? He just had to do his best. There was a lot to do anyways. His serial killer activities, his work to become famous, and the kids and Shinszo as well. He had to stay focused. Suffocating on his despair would not change the situation and not help, and so he focused on that, feeling a slither of satisfaction when he saw how Shinszo gulped the food down. He had been right about that as well. Shinszo had been starving, and the boy did thank them for the food in the end, cheeks slightly red, embarrassed as well. He didn't seem like a bad kid, whatever his intentions had been. Probably nothing bad, and if yes? Well, what was there actually to worry? Especially with Toga and Mustard in the house, Shinszo would not allow anything to happen to them. Still, with the recent developments, Izuku kept an eye on Shinszo during school time. And what he saw was actually starting to paint a picture. During lunch, when Izuku as usual sat with Pearl, he had seen the teenager lingering at the station where the trays were brought back, and well, he saw the kid actually take a handful of leftover fries and stuff it in his pocket from an abandoned plate. Honestly? At this point Izuku was very much questioning everything about Earth. Yeah, he knew kids that staved existed, and he had witnessed that in Fefala as well, obviously, but not like this. Most of the time when he had encountered starving kids had been when they had traveled through Fefala to train, and sometimes villages had been overrun by bloodspawn, but in cities? Sure, there were orphans or abandoned kids, but most of them had simply joined the churches or went to the Fefalan guilds from the start, and that was for the kids that had no one left. But many of the different races in Fefala hadn't even let that happen. Most of the beast folk races were extremely tight-knit in their species, so if a kid lost their parents, they were taken in by other relatives or even neighbors. Sure, there was still the issue of people being poor, something that existed everywhere, but magic also existed, so it was manageable. Naturally, the situation here could be different. It could be similar to Toga's case, but it just didn't ring well with him. Naturally, Fefala had assholes and scumbags as well, and naturally there were kids who got abused, but at the same time kids were chosen by their patron deity at birth. Everyone had a class practically from the moment they took their first breath, and blessings came with it. So if a kid was actually physically abused, it often ended in them receiving further blessings, which very much could turn badly for the scumbags that called themselves their parents. Meaning in most cases, unwanted kids were simply abandoned to the church of their deity. Naturally, there were still instances where shit happened, but at the same time, Izuku hadn't witnessed it. It hadn't really been an issue, and sure, he had been busy with the tower and all that, and he honestly had interacted less with humans in Fefala. Shinszo had fully been integrated with the rabbit folk due to her husband, and Izuku's friends from the native Fefalans had mostly been other races as well. And imagining that a rabbit folk, for example, could abuse a kid? Just wasn't possible. Some races just had a certain disposition in some way. So even while he couldn't deny that Fefala had their fair share of abused or starving kids, and possibly far more than he himself knew about, it just was so unbelievable for him to now somehow get exposed to it so frequently and like this. Maybe it was just because in Fefala the number one priority had been the tower. They had been focused on Bervin, they had spent the majority of their downtime in between them tackling floors with training. Sure, they had still relaxed at times and had fun and lived a life, but maybe this was a part of why it took him that off guard. He didn't even know why he wanted to put it in perspective or why he tried to explain it, but it was such a mindfuck on every level. They were in the middle of Japan, a modern city in a modern country, and even then there was a kid picking up leftovers from other kids because he was starving. He startled when Pearl stood up though, most of her food still on her plate. She had barely touched it at all, and normally she would have stayed in her seat even if she couldn't get herself to eat more. She didn't even wait for him or say anything, instead heading straight for the tray station and pushed her tray into Shinszo's hand. It wasn't that hard to interpret the boy's reaction either. He looked angry, embarrassed as well. If Izuku was interpreting it correctly, he was probably saying something about charity or pity. The actually far more interesting thing? Shinju turned around, as if she was ignoring him, and Izuku had full sight of her face, able to read her lips. If you're lurking in front of my house, the least you could do is put my leftovers away for me. And then she left the cafeteria. Shinszo waited for a moment, staring at the tray in his arms, his hands trembling slightly before he slowly moved towards an abandoned table and sat down, wolfing down the meal. Was it heartbreaking to see the kid like this? Sure, but Pearl had acted. She had done something with intent, she had gone out of her way for this kid. Izuku needed a moment, pushing his own tray back to place his arms on the table and hid his face in them. He wasn't even certain what he should feel: relief? Grateful? Happiness? He wasn't certain at all, but Pearl had done something. Pearl had gone out of her way to get this kid to eat something, and it just said so much. There was so much of Pearl left, so much still existed. She had said so as well, hadn't she? That the reason she wasn't living was because she wasn't needed anymore? And yes, it did make sense. The reason she had been able to keep going after her husband's death had been due to Evelyn, due to the guild, due to the tower. Pearl had kept moving because she was still needed, and now? Well, He didn't even know why Shinszo had lurked outside Pearl's property, but he was so DMN glad. He was so DMN glad that he had met Toga, as she had already done so DMN much to get Pearl to do more than just lie in bed. And now this? All of this, it just seemed like there was a possibility. There was a FING possibility that Pearl got better again, that it wasn't pointless, that she wasn't a lost chase. She just needed a purpose. She needed a reason, and maybe these kids were it? Maybe it could get better. No. It would. Did Sage feel great about killing? No. The concept of it was enough to never make it something he could bat off. It stuck to his skin like ink that had been soaked up, and no matter how often he washed his hands it still stayed visible. But it was so easy, it was so ridiculously easy, and that hadn't changed. In a way it had even become easier. This shouldn't be his reality, but it was. Sometimes he wondered what his old self would say if he saw him. He wasn't even certain if he could handle it, but no matter what, time wasn't that easily influenced, so it wouldn't happen, especially not on Earth. The most obvious proof to that was that these gods did not give blessings to transmigrators. Umbler, the god of space, and Garis, the goddess of time, had never, not even once, chosen a transmigrator. They hadn't even blessed one of the transmigrators of other worlds that had come to Pfeffela before Izuku's generation of transmigrators. Even when it came to Pfeffelands it was rare. Umbler was more common though, as his chosen usually were guides, and as there was a small number of guides every time a bunch of transmigrators had entered Pfeffela, it wasn't unheard of. Garis was more rare though. It wasn't much of a surprise in the bigger picture. Umbler and Garis were at the top after all, the ones who had made Claudivita the goddess of creation and Bervin, formerly the god of destruction, and every other god had originated from them and their clashes. Even then, even after Britain's deeds and the whole sheet that ensued, Umbler and Garis only stepped in and pulled transmigrators into their world after Claudivita bowed down to them and argued her case. In a way, Umbler and Garis were probably the closest to the gods on Earth. If Earth even had any. The lack of actual interest, the lack of engagement. But at least it did mean that Sage was confident that he wouldn't suddenly meet his past self who could judge him for his deeds. He should probably ask Gaia about the possibility if he ever found her again. She was by far the most knowledgeable about all of that. Nonetheless, even if it wasn't his past self lurking in the shadow, there was still someone who had watched him. Sage knew that in theory he could try to argue his case or just get away. Especially getting away wouldn't be all too hard, but he was pretending to be a quirked individual, one that could let plants grow, and that was it. If he would set off now, then it would bring suspicion. It would also mean that someone had seen his face. He knew it would be alright. He had changed majorly from his teenage body after all, but it would get majorly harder to move around as Sage if his face was on the news, and it would be. He had seen a few articles pop up now, not many yet and not even close to his actual kill count, but one article had already given him a name: Nature's Wrath. The most logical thing for Sage to do was kill the Watcher, and in a way, should it even matter? Did it even matter? One more person? It could be a hero though, an innocent as well, a simple civilian on his way back from work who could barely afford the housing here and was trying to provide for his family any way he could. It could be anyone, and this was the issue. If Sage killed an innocent now, then could he still proclaim that he did any of this with a smidge of good intentions? The moment he did it, he would cross a boundary that very much would be too far. Could he actually compromise the remains of his morals to such a degree? Would they ever forgive him if he killed an innocent just because they had witnessed it? No, he doubted it. Back in Phephila there had been transmigrators who had gone too far, who had taken advantage of their newfound power or even used their quirk on Phephilans. It had been when a few transmigrators had stepped up, Dollface, Pearl, the sergeant. A handful had done what needed to be done. In Phephila, executions were something that happened, murder was more prevalent as well, but the transmigrators came from Earth, and this had meant that they were their responsibility, and those select few had ended the perpetrators themselves. Sage himself hadn't been in favor of that and had only been able to overlook it due to their need to depend on each other in the tower. So could he go that far? Further than even those back then who had been the first to murder fellow humans had gone? No. His morality was already far too fragile to endanger it even more. If he did this, could he ever look into the mirror again? No. And so he stayed in his spot, actually stuck as to how to act. There was too much at stake, his face, his morality. He should have been more careful. The man still stayed in the shadows, barely visible to Izuku's eyes, and it wasn't like Sage wanted to step closer and actually fully look at him. An even better view of his face wasn't something he appreciated. Playing hero? The stranger uttered. But this wasn't a normal reaction. The man also seemed far too calm, not a civilian. Sage stayed silent, merely glimpsing at the man in the shadows, the disfigured face, the tattered clothes, even bandages lining his skin. That was most definitely not a civilian, especially not with the sword on his back. You're just masking your bloodlust while pretending to do something right, aren't you? You're just a fake hero like everyone else. The man was already reaching to pull his sword. Sage was pretty certain at this point that he didn't have to worry about innocence, but that was very much for the better. Ever considered I'm doing this because the heroes aren't doing their job? But even then he asked this for provocation. He wanted to have an actual answer, to be completely certain that this wouldn't be a mistake. The man hummed. Does it change that you're just criminal scum then? And who might you be? He needed to be absolutely certain right now. You haven't heard of me? It's Stain, and depending on what you say I might only maim you. So the hero? Killer? That very much took his caution away now, actually making him feel far more relaxed. You're part of the problem. I wouldn't have to do this if the heroes would be doing their job, and thinning them out even further is not helping it, but not like that matters now. Didn't you make a major mistake approaching me if you saw what I just did? Sage shook his head, but still, it was a bit of a relief. He was facing a murderer, an actual serial killer, just like Sage himself, but even then Sage was kind of convinced that his morality was still a tad bit better. He killed the actual scum and didn't make it even easier for villains to do what they wanted. Your first mistake was approaching me, the second is that you don't chew your food properly. Stain had drawn his sword, but before he could even answer the man crumbled down, his scream getting suffocated by the vines climbing up through his throat, making him suffocate, the vomit not even escaping as the vines took overhand, escaping through every possible orifice. Sage kept watching, and even when the plant had fully overtaken the body, reaching higher up, he didn't finish it. He wouldn't have chosen a tomato plant, but he could at least stop before the fruits ripened. That was a bit too macabre for him. Izuku had to admit getting held back by his teacher was, well, weird, and not in a good way. There was just something so teenagerish about it, and his mind obviously had to jump to a picture, as if he had done something bad at school, and this just made it that weird. He was literally older than his homeroom teacher. Anything the man could criticize him for would be mildly bewildering. It already felt more like a teacher-parent conference to him, even while he knew it couldn't be further from the truth. Midoriya, we have to talk about the sports festival. At least it didn't seem like a lecture now. He could live with that. What about it? First of all, you will be holding a speech as you placed first during the entrance exam. Not really something to look forward to, but not the worst. He had heard many speeches in his lifetime, a lot of speeches from the guild leaders especially. Then there were obviously weddings, funerals, or those at festivals, and the list went on. He had heard an awful lot of speeches, some good, some boring, and some deeply life-changing. He could do it. But he wasn't really looking forward to it. But we have to talk about your participation. Izuku merely raised his eyebrow. Aizawa didn't even seem annoyed by the lack of a verbal reply. I understand that you want to prove yourself. The sports festival is fundamental for internships. Normally every single hero student does their utmost to attract attention and be able to intern under some of Japan's best heroes. Did he want to prove himself? Not quite. It's an incredibly important event, but that is why I have decided to talk with you about it first. We have to talk about your quirk status. Did they now? You are the first heroic student who is quirkless at UE, and no matter what you do you will face scrutiny, as you should have already deducted. I understand that you are fighting for yourself, which is why I saw this talk as necessary. Nothing new and nothing he cared much about. The only heroes you can hope will grant you an internship will be progressive, and even then, no matter how well you do, even then a lot will abstain for the mere fact that you are quirkless, and they will be uncertain if you can actually be useful or just be a liability if they take you into the field. In the end it doesn't matter, we have quite a lot of heroes we can send students to. Even if they don't receive an offer, you will get an internship, and I will advise you when it comes to picking who'll treat you like an accessoires and who will actually help you improve. Also not something he was worried about. Aizawa sighed, I want to prepare you for this. You have more potential than I expected, but no matter if you get first place it will not change the fact that there will be many heroes who will not be willing to train you. There might even be some who will accuse you of cheating, and I'm telling you this even while I don't share that opinion, but a quirkless hero is something many will take as an attack, even people in high places. If you participate in the school festival it won't be easy. No matter how good of a figure you make, you might even encounter more animosity if you make it too far. There might even be higher-ups who will try to discredit you or push it under the rug. I know you probably have great expectations, but curb them. I'm supporting you with your dream, but it will be difficult, and the sports festival is the first time you all properly appear in public. It is an important event for any budding hero, but in your case it is something that you need to approach cautiously. Izuku's eyebrow rose slightly. You can be more straightforward, there is no need to spare my feelings. The discrimination against the quirkless is still incredibly high, and that is not something that can be easily admonished. The higher you rank in the sports festival the more scrutiny you will get. There might be people who will use it to ambush you and try to make use of the fact that you are only at the start of your journey, but in most cases you should be aware of bigger threats. People do not want a quirkless hero, and if a quirkless kid beats quirked ones they will take that as a personal insult. If it would just be a guy in your neighborhood or a fellow heroic student who feels like that, it wouldn't an issue, but we have the HPSC and large political fractions in this world who will not look kindly on a quirkless hero, and I'm certain that even if I'm paranoid they might make sure you will never get there. Honestly? He had already considered that. He was in the best position to judge it anyways. It didn't really matter how strong one was, actually. It made it worse. People in power were attached to their views, to their standing, and they didn't look kindly on someone uprooting it. It was the same with his actual situation. Yeah, he was strong, and if he banded together with his fellow transmigrators then it wouldn't be an issue to take over the world, as ridiculous as it sounded, but it would mean war, it would mean killing, it would mean putting lives at stake, and far too many of these as well. It was why Izuku himself wasn't going out there and trying to start a revolution. There was just no merit to it, it just was the worst possible outcome, especially for people who had fought for thrifty years to escape endless fighting. They all knew that, and the government knew they were a possible threat, not even due to their powers but due to their knowledge and what their existence in the world meant. Nonetheless, the government hadn't killed them off to avoid an outright war once again, they were trying to keep it low profile. Even then they tried to control them, they tried to keep them isolated, and Izuku alone wasn't all powerful. None of them were. He had no guarantee he could protect his mother, Reena, or all of his comrades at the same time. It was the main reason why Izuku stayed silent as well and abided by the rules the government had set for him, as it prevented disaster. He understood the fear of religious wars or just an outright war. He might be killing villains, but he did not want to level a country and bring the world to ruin. Coming back here would mean nothing then. The issue though, he was already treading on a path that he knew guaranteed that eyes were on him. He was aiming to become a hero to the public, and that meant that there would be suspicions that he was trying to gain influence to act out later on. It was a difficult situation on any level, and one couldn't act as they pleased. So yeah, he could imagine organizations like the HPSC or political factions going after him for making it big at the sports festival just to curb him down before he could even become prominent. A quirkless hero would go against the status quo, and a 15-year-old teenager was far less of a threat than a grown-up hero. They would try to silence him, make it disappear from the media or even history and the government. He doubted that they would protect him. After all, they didn't know his future plans. Paranoia could get the best out of them, and he knew the government had no actual knowledge how strong the transmigrators were. Having a quirkless kid defeat a whole year of hero wannabes with ease? All while not making use of magic? He would scare them, and this very much would put them against him as well, and not just him. Izuku would not earn recognition by winning the sports festival but instead have an incredibly high risk of bringing calamity onto Earth because he wouldn't let himself get killed or silenced, and he knew Hera alone would not sit idle, and that chain reaction? Devastating. He knew he would make enough of a reach if he debuted as a quirkless hero. He didn't need achievements in any way. A high chance was that when he graduated and debuted people would make fun of him, but that didn't matter to him, it would most likely help him instead. Preventing disaster ran through him like the magic in his veins. That was why he was still alive after all, and he would not change his views and what he stood for now. There was barely anything he could earn from the sports festival, but that didn't mean there was nothing at all. A scandal was possible, very possible. The sports festival was not large-scale enough anyways. It was something every country had. Even he as a child hadn't watched the sports festival of every country in the world. They didn't even broadcast it that far. Sure, the sports festival had replaced the Olympics, but it was also patriotic. Why would someone in France care what school kids in Japan were up to? Surely it was a big thing in the countries it happened, but it wasn't worldwide, and he himself had long lost his hero worship even while he admitted they were needed. The sports festival didn't matter enough, not even slightly, and he had to play the long game. What he needed was a scandal, maybe something that would reach the right people. He couldn't be ordinary now. He had to be smart now. He had to be someone that left a lasting impression in some way, even if it was just the first brick for a still not existing house. He had to be smart now, and reputation didn't matter much to him. And scandals? Scandal were far more effective in the long run. If his presence, his face, or even just his name stuck in their head for something he had done on a national stage, the more he stayed in their memory, the easier it would be to get actual media attention. If he stuck out now, then there was a higher chance that they would print about him if he became a hero. He wouldn't start as a nobody. He had to play the long game now and do the thing that would profit him the most. So his plan for the sports festival? Make a scandal, but one that did not make people wary of him. He could do that. It actually took a few days until Shinszo approached them at their table. He was gritting his teeth, definitely seemed to struggle with his embarrassment and the shame he felt, but when Shinju pushed her barely touched tray towards him, he took it. He didn't even move from the table, but instead hissed something about only doing this because food waste was bad and he needed the extra calories to prepare for the sports festival. Even then the boy sat with his head hung low, eyes squeezed together, his ears burning as he hastily shoved the food in his mouth with trembling fingers. Izuku watched it for a while until he had finally asked just one question. Did Shinszo actually want to become a hero? The boy had said yes, and that had set it in stone for Izuku. He owed the boy quite a bit, and he knew Pearl was invested. Sure, she didn't offer to train him, which was something he had hoped for. He himself wasn't of much help for Shinszo if he was honest. In a way, one could split combatants into two fractions, physical combat and magic. Izuku belonged to the latter, and this very much didn't work that well with Shinszo's skill set. The moment they had entered Fefala, they had been granted their first skill that was unique to their class and one based on which category they belonged to. For mages it was basic magic in their field like Izuku's own basic earth magic, or for Hera it had been wind. For support class images it had been, for example, a skill to boost abilities or healing. Physical combatants though? They received a basic understanding of combat. Pearl had gotten an understanding for martial arts, which was very much just the basics, but it enabled her to get better far quicker when training it, and due to her class also a proficiency for throwing weapons. There were also started proficiency for ranged combat and certain weapons, and the list went on. Shinszo had two areas where he could profit from a teacher, either a physical combatant that would allow him to learn it, or if he met a class that would be able to help him with his quirk. He knew from Pearl that the boy had a mind control quirk, which meant that alone he could profit if he would study under an Evelyn bard or one of Abernathy's chosen that were focused on that. Abernathy chosen mostly had a focus on corruption in some way. Playing with the mind was something DMN common, or with perception for most cases at least. Pearl herself had powers that did aid in tricking the mind due to her glitch ability, for example, or even counter, which literally corrupted the power of the aggressor and turned it against themselves. Then there was Dobby, who quite literally corrupted an opponent through their own darkness in their mind, or Reena, who was able to corrupt perception, forcing opponents to only see her or completely dismiss her. So all in all, Shinszo would profit from an Evelyn chosen bard, any of the actual close combatants, or an Abernathy chosen. In simple terms, Pearl could teach him. She had a grip on what her fellow chosen could do with her being the guild leader. She understood their powers to a frightening degree to be able to make use of them best in combat. She probably would know ways to help Shinszo improve, and she could also teach him about actual combat. She would be a good fit, but she didn't offer. So it was Izuku's task to give some comments, some to just get the boy on the right track. He made remarks about if Shinszo was improving his stamina and all that. The kid was like a twig, he needed at least the ability to run away if he wanted to use his quirk, which did earn him sneers on occasion as the kid didn't seem to look that kindly upon the fact that Izuku was part of the heroics department but not that it mattered. The other thing that Izuku did? Doping. Yeah, he knew he was starting to get an actual bad track record. Well, okay, he was a serial killer but he had drugged a classmate before and now he was doping a kid. Sure, it wasn't like he would test positive for anything but there were some herbs that could very much help with training. There were some furthering focus, some good for stamina, some good for enhancing experience and all that. Sure, he couldn't brew an actual potion without an alchemist but that didn't stop him. He made tea for the kid, or simply put the herbs onto Shinszo plate before the kid could see. He owed the kid that, for making Pearl do something on her own accord. It was just a little bit of help anyways, and if Shinszo grew up to become a good hero who kept the streets safer, then it was something Izuku could profit from anyways. It was also vastly more fun seeing the kid scowl while scarfing down the food than it was to deal with the remains of the school. With the sports festival getting closer and closer, the more people were on edge. There were some more declarations, there were comments. He had heard more than just one time from his classmates alone. Uraraka was cheering him on, for example. Ashido had told him to not get hurt. Kirishima was very much on the track of them all doing their best, and naturally Bakugo was a dickhead as always. The more days passed, the more eyes were directed on Class 1A especially, and Izuku? Well, anyone who knew of his ranking or his quirk stats. He got quite a lot of eyes on him. Not just that. People had announced more than just once that they would kick him out of his class, something he had checked with Aizawa and it had been bullshit actually. He would not lose his spot in Class 1A for that. The whole myth around it was most likely based on the fact that if a heroic student already had a bad track record and then a general student was getting incredibly far in the sports festival or even winning, then there might be a chance that said hero student would get kicked. But Izuku had no actual track record aside from skipping school once, which was not enough to warrant it. So Izuku wasn't worried. He had a plan to make the most of the sports festival anyways. He would not jeopardize his future but instead start to build himself up. Being in the center of the stadium with all the participants on the ground and the masses of viewers on the benches, it reminded Izuku strongly of the beginning in Phephila. There was naturally the time they all had arrived, the Phephilan guilds already prepared for their arrival and who had taken custody of them afterwards. It had been insane, 450 transmigrators, the Phephilan guild leaders and some of their members to make the sorting easier, every one of the guides for their generation and naturally also an audience. It had been a surreal day in every way, the utmost confusion, the shock, the denial, and for some of them the fundamental belief that it was just an odd dream. Getting chosen by the gods, trying to get over the new knowledge in their head, the mana cruising through their bodies, all while the guild sorted them into who belonged to whom, and also trying to explain the situation without trying to overload them even further. Even at that time some people had stuck out. Pearl had belonged to the group of people actually stepping forward, and Dollface as well. There had been other times as well, like when they had all come together again after the official 3 years training was over, and naturally whenever they headed into the tower. It had always gained traction, there had always been speeches and an audience, but back then when they had headed into the tower the tension had been there, the knowledge that not everyone would make it out again. It had been intense merely by looking around and knowing that the person next to one might not walk out again. The goodbyes that weren't quite that, as superstition stuck close to them and made no one want to say any actual word of farewell in fear of making it come true. So in a way, any time they had all come together and had an audience and speeches and everything surrounding it, it had been intense. It had been nerve-wracking. It had been scary. So this right now? It didn't even make him twitch. It all seemed so disproportional. Something in him wanted to ask Uraraka why she was in such a state, why this seemed to her like the most important thing ever. It was just about an internship, and as Aizawa had already stated, they would get one anyways. Maybe Izuku was just too old, too experienced, and too burdened by former experience to find that much significance in this. He shook his head slightly before he made his way up to the stage, politely bowing his head towards midnight before turning towards the microphone. He was confident in his speech. Hera had written it with him as well, and while he very much doubted that it would reach Reena, he might still gain the attention of someone that mattered. And again, even then, he was certain that this would create at least a few articles, even if they didn't show his face or his name. He was confident that the moment he debuted they would take this as a way to hurt him socially. They would pull this up again, they would call him out for it. Try to make him a laughingstock or use it as proof of him being incapable, but that would be enough to get his name around. Not for good reasons, but it wasn't like that mattered to him. For years now the sports festivals of the respective leading schools in every country have been a highlight for many, and with it come many expectations. In the days leading up to it there has been a lot of nervosity and excitement going through the halls of this school. Students who hope to make it into the heroics department and heroics students who are gunning for the best possible internship. One can say there is a lot riding on this event and vastly more than just an entertaining show for the masses. So far so good, Midnight was smiling next to him and no disruptions either. He still had a responsibility to make a speech for the actual participants before turning it solely to himself. The Sports Festival of Yui is a chance to broadcast to Japan who the heroes of the next generation will be. It is something fundamental, something important, something many of us grew up with. Most of the students going to this school have watched it every single year while dreaming of the idea of one day competing in it themselves. The sports festival represents dreams, possibilities, chances. It stands for a lot and promises even more. Same as Yui. In the days leading up to it I experienced the same. I heard countless people tell me to either give up or to take the chance and show everyone what I was made of. Some told me that me doing well will be a massive breakthrough for those that society frowns upon, others were adamant that they would show me my place. It was an interesting development when the majority of the school is just waiting for a chance to beat me in this and correct the social hierarchy. At least in their opinion, and all due to the sports festival being the catalyst. Still mild enough to just showcase the competitiveness, the rage everyone had to win, a way to show spirit, and it wasn't like he called out anyone in particular. It was just about competitiveness in its essence. I passed the entrance exam in first place. I did that on my own accord. I neither had help, nor any support, no anything. I went into it with the same chance as everyone here had, but I came out on top and all that while I'm quirkless. Izuku could hear the noise explosion, the yells, the screams, the disbelief, the hate. He heard it, and even while Midnight stepped forward he just gestured at her to keep her distance. I'm quirkless and that means every single one of you has an opinion about me. Some assume that I got pity points, some assume that I cheated, some I dare say might even place their hope into me to prove everyone wrong, but I have nothing to prove. Just because I'm quirkless doesn't mean I need to prove my worth to every single one of you. No matter what happens today, your opinions will not change. If I win, you will make up excuses or just discard it. If I lose, you will say you knew it. No matter what I do, nothing will change and nothing will be achieved. I could stand here and do my best. I could win this and I most definitely will not achieve applause, but rather people trying to wipe the record out of existence. No matter what I do, I won't be able to change everyone's opinion. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to prove my worth to all of you, as you are always able to just avert your eyes. I might make enemies, I might subject myself to an even harsher treatment, and honestly, it's not worth it. I got nothing to prove, I don't need to. I know what I did. I know what I can achieve. I know my own worth, and that is what matters. I have never done anything for the masses. I do it for myself. I'm not the change, I'm one person and I'm doing what I want with my own strength. I will not be controlled by the masses, I will not be subjected to your all's demands, as they do not matter to me, as I'm going my own way and nothing can stop me aside from myself. Me participating is pointless no matter the result. I hereby declare that I won't be participating in today's event. Assume what you like, as I would never be able to stop you from doing so anyways. Some of you might say I'm scared or that I would just lose, but others will know that no matter what they do they would not be able to do what I do, and even better. You might win this, but deep down you will still know that you have never beaten me. Plus ultra. Izuku wasn't stupid, which was the reason why he didn't move to the audience and instead headed towards the preparation rooms. As he was a student he was permitted to be here anyways. Like, sure, he could go home right now, and he did aim to go if he was honest, but as he had just proclaimed himself as a quirkless heroic student, there might be a possibility that some of the crowd was lurking for him, expecting him to come out. He did not want to get into a fistfight now. Waiting a bit until his scandal had calmed down and people were too hyped by the event to focus on him was probably better for him than to directly sneak out and get home. He didn't really want to watch, he knew the capabilities of his classmates and he doubted the other classes were that much greater. It just had a higher chance of giving him another existential crisis about the future of the world. Maybe he should take a nap? It didn't seem like such a bad idea if he was honest, and the chair in the waiting room for his class seemed pretty comfortable. As if to test it out he let himself fall on it and closed his eyes, but sleep wasn't really on his mind. He did understand the hype about the sports festival, it was like a festival or a tournament. Pfeffela had them as well, and he remembered those days fondly, when they took a break from training, usually sleeping in and then heading towards the streets to just soak it all in. A retreat from their reality, a way to escape it all for a little bit, but he couldn't join them here. He didn't even want to, it just tasted stale on his tongue if he was honest. Even in Pfeffela it had hurt, practically every single year there had been less of them. Sometimes one was used to attending it with the same person for years only for them to no longer be with them, and the only thing one could do was raise a glass of booze for them and drink oneself stupid in their name. One thing that also hurt was, the first time they had attended any kind of event they had been accompanied by their guides, and sure he hadn't bonded with every guide, some had died early on and he hadn't even remembered their name as he had never worked with them, but the can, for example. The can had been there for almost the whole time. It had been this one constant thing, just Pearl and the can and everyone else almost making fun of how attached they were to each other, and it had been a constant, it had been such a constant to see them dance together or everything. The can and Pearl, the first Evelyn and transmigrator couple, the one that held strong at any cost, soulmates from different worlds. There had always been some sort of tranquility in watching them, some sort of peace and knowledge that not everything was bad, and sure they had been stolen away from their world and their families and put in a seemingly endless and unbeatable fight, but not everything had been bad. When the can had died there had been a gap, there had no longer been festivals where the two had been annoyingly lovey-dovey or all that. The can, the last guide that had survived, the one always with them, just absent. The can, the one who had taught so many of them about Fapahalan culture, who had shown them the world as well, and now just gone. Festivals had become far harsher after that, after seeing something as constant and comforting being ripped away. And now he was back on Earth, they had their own events and tournaments here, and as a child he had always watched the sports festival. It had been tradition and possibly the greatest thing since sliced bread for him, but it wasn't like the world was all right, their situation was shit and well, they were split up. So no. He couldn't quite imagine himself mingling with all of them and participating in this and cheering someone on, and not now. Not like this, and not when so many of them were still hurting, when Pearl was skin and bones, when he and Reena were still not even in the same country. When he practically didn't even know how any of his comrades were faring. He didn't even know how much time was passing, if they were already in the second trial or if he had long passed his chance. He just sat there, reminiscing about the past and comparing, as always. Just comparing, which was very much pointless, but he couldn't quite stop himself. Midoriya. I'm stronger than you, we both know that. He had to force himself not to snort as he opened one eye and tilted his head slightly back to look at Todoroki. If you think that I participated in the recommendation exam, that's why I wasn't included in the ranking. Izuku merely shrugged. I already stated I'm not here to change anyone's opinion. Think what you want, it's not my business or my problem. You might not participate, but it doesn't matter. I might not have beaten you officially, but I'm stronger than you, so it doesn't matter. But now, Izuku stopped for a moment, actually opening his eyes fully and looking at the kid. The stoic kid that had barely said a word since they had met at Yui had now come all this way to state that. Why? Did he saw the need for it? He wasn't like Bakugo in the way that he always had to sheet out his opinion. Todoroki was pretty unbothered most of the time, so, him coming here top state this was not just anything. This was far more important than it was delivered. He didn't believe the kid that it didn't matter, because if it really didn't matter then Todoroki wouldn't have come here to proclaim that it mattered a great deal, but at the same time, Todoroki had never pulled anything like that before. He didn't work in teams, he was very much just focused on himself and sure, convinced of his own skill and all that, but he was self-reliant in a way that no one else mattered. So him coming to Izuku? The quirkless one? The one who didn't even bother competing in the tournament? There was more to it, so unbelievably more, and sure he could laugh it off and go back to trying to nap or attempt to sneak out of school, but he was the adult here. He was an adult that more or less had been constantly confronted with kids in bad situations, and Todoroki's proclamation had to have a deeper meaning. Maybe insecurity? But it didn't quite fit either. Well, again, he was an adult, he should at least determine if this was something he had to take seriously or if it was seriously just another kid with an inflated ego and underlying inferiority complex. He leaned forward to pull the chair closest to him exactly next to him, possibly manipulating the wood a teensy bit to connect with his hand as his reach wasn't that great, and then patted on it. Sit down, Todoroki. You have some time if you're coming all the way here, right? Let's discuss this, it's only polite after such a proclamation. I'm humoring you as well. So, you're saying you're the strongest? And Todoroki stood there for a moment before he actually sat down. I will even beat All Might. Oh, inflated ego? Might this actually just be that? Could that actually be the truth? That he somehow was stuck with two kids with an unbelievably ego problem? Beating All Might? That is quite a big goal. Well, alright, he had to admit he knew more than just one person who proclaimed the same thing, and Dollface alone would probably want to fight All Might just for sheets and giggles, but well, it wasn't like the transmigrators could be put into the same category as shoe kids. I was born for this. That is quite some conviction. Not just that. I'm the result of a quirk marriage, I was conceived for this purpose. Okay. Izuku needed a moment to compute this. He knew a lot of bold people, straight out and all that was very common, beating around the bush was for many just a waste of time but wow. To be fair he had encountered kids that were the result of quirk marriages before, most of them had died though, well not all of them. Your father is who again? Todoroki narrowed his eyes slightly, you don't know. Was I supposed to? I have to apologize. But I have been a bit preoccupied in recent years, making it a bit of a difficult endeavor to keep track of some of those things. Yes, that's who he is. He married my mother who has an ice quirk. He needed a moment to understand it but that sounded awfully familiar to him. To beat All Might? Yes, my father trained me but I'm refusing to use his fire. I will never do it and prove that even without his fire I can reach the same height. It's why I came to you. You're not participating but sooner or later it will become known and I will have officially beaten you. Should Izuku go after that? Possibly, but there was something on his mind, something very different that might change a few things. You have older siblings? Yes. Would it kill the kid to spit out more about it? How come Todoroki dropped details about his private life that definitely were above Izuku's pay grade but was so tight-lipped about this, did you? He hesitated because if he was honest? He didn't have all the facts. Did you have an older brother that went into a coma a few years back? Or, who, presumably died? Not really the best way to fish for it but more than just once when any of them had cut into their past they had kept it vague, very vague, and some of it had been so long ago it was hard to perfectly retell. Why do you want to know? Humor me, please. Yes I had. His name was Tuya. How old would he be right now? Approximately 23. Well, was there fire involved when he died? Todoroki actually glared at him. That's none of your business. So yes, well, Naturally Izuku had never known all of the transmigrators and most of them had kept their time before Phephla pretty secret, but when it came to the final ones? The one that had held out until the end? Naturally Sage knew them and fairly well as well. There was one issue with all of this though, he wasn't exactly the right one to judge and there were two people who would be vastly more accurate in their judgment here but Gaia was not here and Pearl? Well, it was still Pearl. Still. Izuku had an idea and even if he was wrong it didn't change much because it still made it clear that he probably should worry about Todoroki Shoto as well just by how similar it was. There was one transmigrator who had survived until the end. He had also returned back to Earth and Izuku was pretty certain it had been for revenge. Said transmigrator had been one of Pearl's, an Abernathy chosen, called Dobby. Naturally it was weird of Izuku to immediately think of Dobby right now but to be fair, he knew a few things about Dobby, who had always claimed that he had chosen the name to symbolize his hate for his father and because it reminded him of the time he had died. Which to be honest was overly dramatic but fair enough. Izuku did remember a few more things about Dobby though, like the fact that his father had been a fire hero who married someone with an ice quirk to produce the ultimate weapon. Sure, Izuku admitted it was still far-fetched but that wasn't actually the point. Sure he could join the conspiracy theorists and claim Dobby was Tuya but it didn't matter. Dobby had talked about the way he grew up and if Todoroki was similar? Well it was bad news but even then, that wasn't it. That wasn't the actual problem. The problem was how Dobby had acted. Dobby had always been a bit of a troublemaker, even made worse by his class and skills and yeah Izuku did admit that he had grown to like Dobby but that had happened in the late years because to be honest, Dobby had been pessimistic. Cruel and angry which once again hadn't been helped by his skills but at the same time? His skills had been the reason why he had grown up. He had literally been forced to confront his own demons to gain better control and well Gaia had also helped a DMN lot. No wonder there because Gaia and Dobby had gone strong for a few years. A bit of an odd couple with their different dispositions. Both coming from pretty bad backgrounds but Gaia when she had come to Phephla had been a quiet teen that had been completely addicted to quirk suppressor while Dobby had always been close to burning the place down. The only thing that had truly connected them was their ability to know of the true nature of the one in front of them. Dobby by the skills he had gotten and Gaia by her quirk. Both of them had changed massively over the years obviously but it had taken years, literally years for them to reach a stable point. To be fair there had been other abused kids, also a number more of those who had hero parents and Izuku knew that this didn't always go well in any way so yeah, fact of the matter still was that he had no clue if Shoto and Dobby were related but if there was a chance that they had grown up even remotely similar then Shoto did need a guiding hand to nudge him into the right direction and if they were actual brothers? Then Izuku had to help the twerp next to him. Even if it made him question hard why Dobby hadn't done anything and where Dobby even was. Dobby was Japanese and Izuku knew that Dobby had planned to use his skills to bring his father to his knees, actual payback. God damn it. He didn't like not knowing shit, but he had to cover all bases, and for the off chance that any of his theories were accurate, then he couldn't just nod and wish the kid next to him good luck and be done and over with it. You know, Shoto, can I call you Shoto? Anyways? I get it. I get that there is a lot of frustration in you right now, and you have the right to feel that way, most definitely. Growing up with a man who imposes stuff like that on you couldn't have been easy, and I understand that it is a very horrible position you are in. You're a kid, he had guardianship over you, he was able to tell you literally anything and you had to listen because what choice did you have? I understand that, I understand where you come from and where your drive comes from, but Shoto, there is one thing you have to consider. What you're doing right now is making your life all about him. Shoto's eyes narrowed. You know nothing, you're just presumptuous and improving him wrong. I said nothing of such sorts. And now Izuku was diving headfirst into assumptions and very much making far too much use of his transmigrator knowledge, or rather what he knew Pearl had told Dobby more than just once. He could be so far off, but well, maybe. But maybe there is something you have to consider. Right now all you do is focus on him. You don't use half of your quirk because of him, you pursue the number one spot because of him, you're living solely for the purpose of rebelling against him. Everything you're doing is because of him, and I'm asking you if this is really what you want? Do you really want to allow him to have that kind of power over you? To still determine how you live your life? Shoto opened his mouth, but nothing came out of it. So, maybe. Izuku was correct. I get it. You want to show him, but what you right now are doing might make him frustrated, but will you be happy with this? Are you happy right now? When all of your energy solely goes into him? He might have been able to do this to your mother, he might have been able to force you to train and all of that, but is it truly what you want to still let him allow to rule over you in that way? Izuku leaned back, folding his hands. I'm not telling you what you can't and can do. That's not what I mean, but what I have learned over the years is that there is nothing more impactful than dismissing someone. You don't have to forget and forgive, but the more you focus on you and what you want, on living your own happiness and not letting your own decisions be impacted by him in any way, the more free you will be. I do think your father is a narcissist, someone who likes power, who dreams of it in any way, and the moment you stop caring about him, the moment you dismiss him and pursue your own happiness, you will feel better, and in all honesty he will feel worse. If you become the number one hero, what would you want to say? That you did it to spite him without half of your quirk? You will mention him in your speech and he will know that you just did it because of him, as you wanted to prove him wrong. But if you become the number one hero and in that moment you don't mention him, if you live as if he doesn't exist, if you don't give him attention anymore, if you dismiss him, he will never be able to claim any of your success or your happiness, and even when he screams about it, who would listen? Honestly? It was the truth. Dobby had become an impossibly incredible asset to all of them after he had shrugged off his anger and learned to focus on what actually mattered. But Izuku wasn't done, and there was something far more important than trying to tell a kid that he shouldn't waste his energy on emotion like that. Also, what else I wanted to tell you is something far more relevant right now. You want to be a hero, and if you want to pursue it then it's fine, but I want you to picture one thing. What if you're in a fight, in a seamless endless fight? When people die around you and you can do nothing. Will you be alright? Will you be alright knowing that you only went in it with half of what you can do? Can you live with that? Can you live with not just what the public will say about you but with what you will deal with yourself? The knowledge that you might have been able to save them if you just used all you had? As much as this is harsh to say, if I had a comrade who holds back in any way when it's a life and death situation, I would despise that man. I would despise the man who willingly went into the position, who was meant to protect with me, but instead he allowed people to die because he didn't do his best. Being in heroics will mean you won't always save everyone, and sometimes the ones that die will be your comrades. There will be death and injury, and it's a gruesome reality, one that will take much out of you, out of your psyche, out of your ego. You will be humbled more than once, and I want to know if you think you can live with yourself if you let that happen? Honestly, it was one of the reasons why Izuku never wanted to become an actual hero, why he didn't want to do hero work. In a way, it was why he was glad that he hadn't been at the USJ either. As ruthless as it sounded, he had priorities, and those were his family and his comrades. In the USJ he would have been forced to watch kids get injured and all that with the knowledge that he could have taken out the villains, but even then he would not have been able to publicly use his magic. Sure, it wasn't him who had bound his hands but the government, but it didn't help the matters at hand. The moment Izuku actually operated as a proper hero and allowed people to die even while he knew he could save them, he could blame it on the government, but at the same time he would always be aware that it was also on him. There was no winning in the current situation in any way, and it weighed on him. So, having the kid be in the same situation but without outer force? Just him forcing himself to not operate with all he had? It would kill the kid. He might lose his whole career and succumb to it. He had seen adults fall to their own guilt, even while they did everything they could. Actually witnessing a comrade die was Hard. Floor 11 was one of the most grating aspect of it. The worst example of it. The first 10 floors of the tower had cost them 10 people, a ridiculous small number, and most transmigrators hadn't even witnessed their deaths, just heard about them afterwards. Sure, it had been sheet but it hadn't sunk in, and then the massacre of floor 11 happened. All of them too overconfident by how they had cleared the first 10 floors, downplaying the warning that palindrome floors were raising the difficulties by a large margin. Bervin's children on these levels were different, and floor 11 had only held one of those monsters, no blood spawns, no anything, not even a large-scale floor, just a simple arena with one of the children. It had been insane witnessing it. They had been unable to do anything and 70 people had died, just like that, until the first blessings had set in, their first actual upgrades, their first new skills, and that was the only reason that they had made it out, because some people didn't break down in fear, because some had a will to live, and even then the afterthought had been gruesome. He didn't want to have Shoto go through something even remotely similar to it. And the last thing was of selfish nature but also not. If Shoto was the same as Dobby or even his younger brother, then he needed to get away, but Dobby was under Pearl's leadership. Like sure, Izuku had already realized that giving Pearl a cluster of kids did help with her mental state, but if Shoto was Dobby's brother then this was far more meaningful. Pearl had worked with Dobby for a long time, had chastised him, had tried to screw his head the right way and all of that. If Izuku literally handed Pearl the little brother of one of her trouble magnets, then it had to be far more meaningful than just some random teenagers, right? It would give Pearl an actual task that she would deem as worthy. Right? Watching over the little brother of one of hers and making sure that nothing happened to him. This could get Pearl to move. Also, if you ever want to get out, I know a location. It's a friend of mine. She's in a bit of a bad place right now, not just a bit to be honest. A while ago I sent a homeless teen to her that had no place to stay. My friend doesn't mind. She doesn't care, but the girl I brought to her just keeps an eye out on her in exchange for having a place to sleep, money to eat, all that. To be fair, it grew quite a lot. There are 2 and kinda half a teen with her right now, some of them quite literally running from an abusive home. It helps her a lot, having people around her. Like, I know she's eating again. I know she gets up, and there have been times she managed to get up and go to school on her own accord. It becomes more frequent as well. What I want to tell you. If you need a place to stay, it exists. Shinju would accept you without an issue, even if it's only for a night or if you can fully get away because he doesn't care or wouldn't notice. You can just join them. It is not even for free, it's not you using her for anything, as it helps her more than anything. My friend is not well. Not in any way, and I doubt there is anything that could ever help her fully, but having these kids surround her at least makes her get up. Izuku didn't know if the ringing of the bell was a good thing or not, as Shoto merely stood up without saying anything. Izuku wasn't really certain how he should feel about the whole situation. There was naturally that the whole shutting him down thing had happened. They had scoured the internet, but there hadn't actually been much about him. Usually, and if he remembered correctly, most of the sports festival was hyped up, so in the past there had always been articles and videos about the one holding the speech and everything surrounding it. Izuku's speech practically didn't exist. None of the newspapers had even hinted at it, and the most they had found were a few blog posts thematizing his speech and one simple article where he hadn't even been called by name. Maybe he was being paranoid, but he was quite certain the HPSC had shut it down. They were capable of it. After all, they were also responsible for obscuring and deleting posts and videos about underground heroes and so on. It was definitely in their power, or possibly the government, but he couldn't be certain. It was possible that simply no one wanted to even spare a second thought about someone quirkless. It didn't matter though, the day he debuted it would resurface. People would remember that it happened, and this would bring the motion he needed. If he debuted, he was positive that there would be articles mocking him, even going as far as back to this specific sports festival and making fun of what he said during that time. The articles wouldn't be friendly and he wouldn't prove them wrong, but him becoming the joke figure of the whole of Japan's heroes was fine with him, as long as it assured that Reena would find him. Another thing that was worrying him though? He knew his mind had jumped to Dobby all by himself when he had heard the bare minimum from Shoto, and he had kinda talked out of his butt, merely based on what he knew from Dobby, but well, both Hera and Pearl had said the same. Dobby being Endeavor's son made sense with everything he had said. It just brought up the DMN big question as to why Dobby hadn't yet started on his revenge. It would have been noticeable and either ended with Endeavor ruining his whole career or killing himself if Dobby had actually done something, but nothing of such sorts was circulating. So as much as it was practically clear that Dobby and Shoto had to be related for the mere fact that there weren't 1,000 high-ranking fire heroes who had a quirk marriage with an ice user, it still didn't explain as to why Dobby hadn't done shit and where he even was, and that pretty much did make Izuku nervous because, why? Why had Dobby held back? His fingers were tapping against the wood of his table, very much aware of how nervous everyone was while Aizawa was announcing the offers for the internships. Uraraka hadn't even been mad at him for pulling out. Maybe she had secretly thought it was a good thing, but who was he to know? The whole thing was so purposeless for him. He probably would make use of Aizawa's offer in having the teacher help him sort through the internships the school provided and find one who would take him in even while he was quirkless. Honestly, Izuku didn't really want someone who wanted to train him. It just, well, it would feel ridiculous. Maybe he should take someone quirkist instead? But if they would use training as a reason to get actually physical with him, well, he didn't know if he could really just stand still if he felt too much of a threat to his own well-being. Difficult. He absent-mindedly watched Uraraka excitedly pick at her offers, not really concerned with it and being taken a bit off guard when Aizawa hesitated in front of him. Midoriya? Can we talk about your offer later? Izuku's eyebrow immediately shut up. I've got an offer? Yes, but I would highly advise you against it. There were 3 possibilities as to why he could have gotten an offer: someone quirkist who wanted to beat him or possibly kill him, someone fighting against quirkism and wanting to use him as a poster child, or just pitted him. And the final option? The final possibility? A transmigrator. Who is it? Midoriya, we should really talk about that in private. I know this gives you hope, but there is a big issue with the hero in question. You telling me who it is doesn't mean I will take it. You are welcome to give me your personal reasoning as to why this is a bad idea, but I think it's highly questionable how you are giving everyone their options, unfiltered and without commentary, while you're refusing to give me mine. Seems like special treatment. Aizawa stared him down. The hero in question is from a country where the way they do hero work doesn't align with ours. You should be fully aware of what hero work in Italy dash. Who? He almost had jumped up when he heard Italy. His heartbeat practically crashing through his chest. Which hero? Who is it? Again. You might get excited, but there is a lot speaking against Italy dash. Who is it? Aizawa sighed, pinching his nose bridge. We'll be talking about it. There is much to consider, but her name is DD dash. I'll take it. He had jumped up this time. He couldn't even put into words how he felt. If it was excitement or just adrenaline or whatever the mixture was, almost as if Hera had been in but again and coated her hands in static to mess with him. Midoriya dash. I'll take it. No matter what. You say I'll take it. When can I leave? She's flying me out, right? Italian heroes dash. They kill. Yeah. Got it. Italian hero society is corrupt and kept tightly under wraps. I don't care. I'll take it. Aizawa's eyes narrowed even further, red glinting up. Stop interrupting me. Well, okay, he admitted he wasn't being polite, but this was dollface. He knew that DD was dollface. This wasn't even an internship offer, this was literally just DD using the chance to get to meet him through official ways. I get that she's a quirkless hero, but she is not the hero you should go to when it comes to helping you with your future. I can offer you an internship as well. I guarantee you it will be more worthwhile for your future. DD isn't even actually active as a hero as far as we know. She hasn't done any hero work since debuting. This is not what you need. With respect? If it's about my future, I still make the decision and I'm taking it, no matter what. She sent the tickets with her request, right? When am I leaving? Maybe he had annoyed Aizawa a bit too much because the hero merely slapped the folder on his table before he turned around and left him standing. Izuku couldn't care less though, as he with a slight shake in his hands opened the folder to stare at the goddamn ticket included in it. When he had first woken up from his coma, she had been one of the few he had tried to contact, aware of her status and therefore her name after all, but he had never gotten an answer. Sure, there could be many reasons for that, but DMN. She had found him, and this alone meant one thing: he was on the right path. Dollface had found him just because he was on the hero path, and this pretty much guaranteed that it would work. Since coming to Yui, he had met Pearl and Hera, and now he had a FING ticket to go to Italy to meet Dollface. He was doing it. He was actually FING doing it. Honestly, Izuku had never been as excited about lunch as he was right now, nearly jittery as he plopped down across from Pearl and very much ready to tell her the great news, but well, he got interrupted before he could even open his mouth. Why didn't you tell me that you are quirkless? Izuku raised his eyebrow as he looked at Shinszo, who had let himself fall down at the table, arms crossed and lips slightly pursed. Does it really matter? Obviously it does. You're quirkless and you made it into the hero department. How did you do that? By passing the exam? Shinszo groaned, slightly glaring, but it still seemed more pouty than actually angry. You made it in first place while quirkless. How did you do it? My quirk couldn't do anything with the robots. I completely failed. Izuku had to smile slightly. I told you before, didn't I? I asked you a lot about how else you were preparing for the sports festival and told you to work on your stamina and all that. That's not it. You can't tell me you passed the exam because you were good at running away. Okay, at this point Izuku had to snicker, possibly also because he was still in that great of a mood. No, but no one can be a one-trick pony. Being a hero has never been about just having one skill, namely a quirk, and using it. Well, alright, I admit it is how many heroes do operate, but the truly exceptional ones? They can do more. They have exceptional fighting skills, good physical abilities, and the list goes on. To put it simply, in the entrance exam I discovered the off switch on the robots and used them to put them out of commission, and I also earned rescue points by helping other exam takers, but I was capable of doing that because I observed the situation, because I had the stamina to keep moving the whole time, because I had the skill to even throw something against the off switch from further away, because I had the elusive maneuvers to manage to get behind the robots. Having prepared myself and having the basics down was what allowed me to prevail in a situation that was against my odds. Like, sure, my bare fist would not have destroyed a robot, but there is never just one way to deal with a situation. Shinszo sighed, so that's why you were bothering me with all of that. Izuku hummed as he picked up a piece of bell pepper with his chopsticks. It wasn't even about the sports festival per se, but you aimed to become a hero, so even if you could in theory just achieve that by using your quirk, you would not use your full potential, and it would also be far more dangerous. The hero profession is a hazardous one, and one should always keep that in mind if one decides on that way. You should always keep in mind that one mistake could mean death, and that means you have to work on yourself in any way you can to assure you make it out alive. That should be your priority. Nonetheless, you did earn a spot on the podium, didn't you? Congrats. Shinszo shrugged. Thanks, but nothing is decided yet. I mean, to be fair, during the whole internship I'm allowed to train with Eraserhead at school, but I'm only permitted to join the hero department after I caught up and he deems me good enough. So who knows when that will happen. It's a start though. What matters far more now is that you eat well. Shinszo clenched his hands. Sure. No, you can only build proper muscles if your body can even afford to spend energy on it. Food also is needed for concentration and so on, and not just anything, you need a great diet. Almost on cue, Pearl discarded her tray and pushed it wordlessly towards the teenager, who this time didn't even hesitate at all and simply picked up the second and clean pair of chopsticks Pearl had for quite a while now included. Shinszo merely hummed, and seemingly as if he wanted to switch topics he spoke again. Also, I'm sorry. I was a bit of an but I just really despised the idea of some hero wannabe with a far too great quirk taking pity on me and giving me all that crap lectures. Oh, it's fine dash, but Izuku stopped himself because didn't he just have the best ideas sometimes? I think you can make it up to me. Shinszo raised his eyebrow, but his eyes were mainly focused on the food he scarfed down. You see, the internships are around the corner, and me personally? I'm leaving a bit earlier, namely tomorrow, because I have been invited to Italy to intern under the hero DD. He grinned as he glanced at Pearl, who had actually looked up at that. I'm pretty excited about it, but there is a bit of an issue with it. You see, I always pick Pearl up from home to go to school, and I also bring her home, same as I make sure she eats during lunch. If I'm in Italy, I obviously can't do it, and that's why I'm asking you if you during that time can take care of it. I get that it might not be on your way from home to school and it's probably a detour, but like, you could stay the night at Shinju's place. It would also make sure you get the right nutritions during your training yourself. High-level physical training does require a vastly different amount of calories and a lot of nutrients than just a normal diet covers. I can even make sure you get an actual meal plan during that time to provide you the best support during your intensive training with Aizawa. Kinda to make up for the effort of it all. Shinosu had actually frozen, merely staring at him. Also, and Izuku knew he had to give an even bigger treat. If he did this correctly, then he could actually make sure that Shinszo would finally be well taken care of. And I know she doesn't look like it, but Shinju here? Back in the day she was a proper athlete. She was in the track team, and I know she dabbled in martial arts as well. It wasn't even a lie. Before Pfeffela, Shinju had been on the track team and in general just been a very athletic kid that just liked to move her body. And you know she really does well in company. I bet the daisies in my hair that if you're around her for more than just lunch in a day, she will cave and give you some tips. Possibly the greatest part about him saying that? Pearl crossed her arms, actually raising an eyebrow, and her stare was so goddamn judgmental, which shouldn't make him that happy, but that was a full-fledged emotion, and her reacting like that very much did mean she wouldn't deny it. Possibly grumpy, but he was almost 90% sure now that she might drop a comment or two. He knew she was overly invested in Shinszo alone from the way she made sure he ate. Shinszo didn't even dare to look him in the eyes as he cleared his throat. Well, it can't be helped, right? Sawada has to get to school somehow, and I mean I wouldn't do it for free if I could get food that would further my improvement. Would mean I wouldn't have to burden anyone at home. So, I guess I have to. Great. Izuku couldn't help himself as he beamed. Lifting his plate to shove the remains of his food into his mouth, and after swallowing it down he stood up. I do have to prepare for my departure, so I'm gonna head out. Still gotta call my mum and all that, but I leave you two to get more acquainted. Want to take her home today already? Just to prepare for your stay, and I mean I obviously won't go to school tomorrow either, so in theory your duty already begins tomorrow morning. Before Shinszo could actually reply he darted off. What Izuku hadn't expected though, that he got stopped right outside the cafeteria by no one else than Todoroki Shoto. Midoriya. He skidded to a halt and turned around. This could go either way. Either Shoto rebutted him hard for everything Izuku had said to him, or the kid had genuinely thought about it, and this would definitely open up possibilities. Kind of fed that he was gambling on the kid having a mental crisis, but to be fair it would be good for him to get away. What can I do for you, Shoto? Also feel free to call me Izuku. The girl on your table. What's with her? Oh? Did that mean Shoto had been watching him? That was intriguing, and it did kind of mean Izuku had to have struck a chord with him in some way to capture the boy's attention. I told you about her. It's the girl I mentioned you could stay with. Shinju isn't well. She, and Shoto actually stared straight at him, and the normally quiet emotionless facade flickering, looks just like my mother. Well, that was an odd statement. You don't mean physically, right? Obviously not. Well, was that great to hear? No, but could Izuku make use of that? Could he actually use this to his advantage to maybe collect 2 kids at once for Pearl's impromptu orphanage? Pretty certain. I can't go into too much detail about it, but she lost a lot. She is in a very hard situation, and that is why she is like that. The only thing that actually helps her is company. It's why I spend that much time with her, and why I told you if you ever need a place to sleep at or just hang out for a while, you can go to her. It really helps her being surrounded by people our age. She's already a lot better than before, even if that is hard to believe. Could he actually manage this? Could this be like the luckiest day he had since coming back to Earth? Could he make sure that 2 kids were getting out of their bad environments and also secure the 2 kids that he was certain would create the biggest change in Pearl? The kid that had already made her take action, and the kid he was pretty certain was practically their nephew. Say, my plane is leaving tomorrow, so I won't be at school. If you don't mind, could you eat lunch with her? You don't even have to talk or anything, but just having someone else with her will keep her from getting stuck in her head. The kid stared at him for a moment, a pretty long moment. She doesn't know me. It doesn't matter. I know she'll be fond of you. To be honest, you remind me a bit of a friend of mine in Shinju. A friend we have not seen in quite a long time. I see. I would really appreciate it if you sit at her table during lunch. Feel free to hang out more with her if you like. She really profits from it. And Shoto nodded. He actually nodded. I understand. Well, that Shoto somehow saw his own mother in Pearl? Well, he didn't really know that much about Shoto's mother or even Dobby's, and it didn't really matter. In the end, Pearl was a mother, and a very caring one as well, so if that played into Shoto getting attached and starting to actually distance himself from his current situation, it was a good development. And well, once again, Pearl was a mother even before she had gotten PRGNNT. She had taken care of her rowdy bunch of transmigrators. Way back in the beginning, after she and the Kan had started dating, she had made them bento boxes whenever they headed out, and later on when their number had dwindled, Pearl had literally been known for feeding her complete guild when they were heading out. She had always stated it was the only useful skill she had learned from her mother, just joking about it, but still. It was one of the things that did get to Izuku a lot, the fact that Pearl since coming back to Earth hadn't cooked a DMN thing. Yeah, sure, in a way it made sense. Strictly speaking, everyone she had cooked for was gone, and Izuku could imagine that what was going through her head most of the time wasn't pleasant, and then cooking for herself after literal years where she had fed a whole crew, where no one from them was with her anymore, had to be messed up. But Shoto very probably was Dobby's brother, and this was kind of an extension. It could mean that this was it, right? Maybe she would cook again. In a way, Izuku was convinced that the main factor why Pearl was even receptive to the bunch of strangers Izuku unload on her was due to that. Guild leaders were kind of parents. They had all joked about that on more than just one occasion. Like even Izuku had as a joke called Hera Mum at one point, and Dollface literally had been called Nana on the regular, which to be honest was a joke about her being the oldest transmigrators left, and with Dobby alone. Pearl had literally been on his butt for at least a decade. Back in the day it had helped them all as well. Both him and Reena had a close relationship with their actual parents. Well, Izuku only had contact with his mother and Reena was alone with her father, but it had been difficult to be apart from them, to just grow up without them, to go through all this shit without having them by their side and also completely unaware how their parents were actually faring. So yeah, maybe a lot of them had jumped onto their makeshift families. On second thought it did sound as if he was planning to give Pearl another guild, which well, was questionable, especially as he was actively working on putting 2 future heroes into her custody. Well, at least he did know that if she took them under her wing properly then they would become amazing heroes. Well, he would see. Right now he had to call his mother to tell her he had to get to the airport tomorrow. 16 hours. Being on a plane for 16 hours was hell, but even then Izuku had not minded. In a way even glad that it had gone off that quickly, so quickly that it hadn't really allowed his mother to overthink it too much and say no. Nonetheless, even while he hadn't exactly minded it, he still could only say how glad he was when he finally got out of the plane. He wasn't an air mage after all, he very much required earth under his feet, or well, at least wood. Okay, that was kind of not exactly accurate as he didn't hate buildings, but the point still stood. But far more important was that he had finally gotten his luggage and now all he had to do was find his pickup, which he kinda did hope wasn't Dollface, because if she was then he would have another far too excited official first meeting. Well, maybe he could actually do that. Lay it on really thick and pretend to be her biggest fan. It might be funny, especially if it ended up on the internet, maybe under the caption of, "Weirdo has a psychotic break in front of a pro hero." It might possibly be the key to give Aizawa an actual aneurysm. The man had been so mad at Izuku's disregard towards him, so well, okay, maybe he shouldn't go that far. He didn't actually want to get kicked out of class just because he got onto his teacher's nerves too much. Maybe he was just in far too much of a good mood, and maybe the plane ride had not helped with it. He should probably not entertain any of these thoughts, but to be fair, he was possible just seconds away from meeting Dollface again. Who could blame him for being a bit giddy? His eyes flickered through the crowd, trying to find the tall Italian, but what he got instead was pink, a very bright pink, and burned scars, and that was brought together by an incredibly sheet-eating grin while the man was holding up a simple cardboard cutout tree hugger. Izuku admitted he had been wondering what Dobby was up to, had even contemplated if the man was simply lying in wait for some kind of master plan. He had considered a lot of things, but that Dobby out of everyone was somehow in Italy? Waiting for him? Izuku didn't even want to comment on the questionable hair color as it really didn't do well with his complexion, but again, what the F was Dobby doing in Italy? Honestly, it threw him for such a loop. He didn't even get any relief from knowing Dobby was alright, because, what the hell was this man doing here? Was contemplating between weedwanker and tree hugger, but Sassy told me I should pay in mind that there might be children present and that includes you. You're not even pretending, are you? Also, am I supposed to know who Sassy is? Dobby grinned as he extended his hand to simply grasp his and pull him in a half-hearted hug. Yeah, I do think you should know who my girlfriend is. Izuku blinked at him, speaking far more quietly now. Shouldn't we pretend to meet each other for the first time? Dobby grinned as he let go. We could, but first of all, how many people do you think can even speak Japanese here? Also, not exactly necessary, but I leave that to Sen, it's the boring part. Izuku's own eyebrow wandered up. You mean DD? Yeah, Racine Sinclair, Dollface, or simply Senator, turning around and loosely waving his hand. Get a move on. We got places to be and people to meet. Izuku's own lip quirked up. Also, you actually want to tell me that your girlfriend's name is Sassy? Nope, it ain't, but it's what I call her. Just don't call her by her actual name, she hates it. Most of us use Sasha. How am I supposed to call her by her actual name if I don't know it? Exactly, Dobby grinned as he looked over his shoulder, navigating the crowd and heading straight towards the exit. Also, us? And wait, wasn't Sasha supposed to be in Germany? Also, what are you even doing here, Anne? I've got questions. Dobby just laughed. Your hair color looks sheet. Geez, I'm telling Sassy that. She picked it out and we are matching. Also, bold words from you, Buttercup. I never imagined a boy with flowers in his hair had the right to judge me on my appearance, but I guess I can let it slide with how positively adorable you look, opening the door to the exit and not even holding it open for Izuku. Rude. Dobby laughed even louder. Also, isn't it like the normal thing to take pity on the person who just traveled for 16 hours and take their luggage? SLV away yourself. I just got my nails painted, can't possibly ruin it straight away. Izuku's eyebrow rose up. Who in their right mind would want to paint your nails? Wouldn't you want to know? You're still in, but, just saying. Dobby snorted, pulling a set of keys to get his car to open, which looked definitely far too expensive to belong to him. A very good looking, but though. You do know that. Sasha only tells you that because she has to. Wild accusation. Last time I Checked I was still hotter than you. May I remind you that I'm the one who's married? Clearly I have more SEC appeal than you to achieve that. Dobby huffed, not fair. You know as well as I that I plan to surprise Sassy when it comes to making her a proposal. And you're still delusional enough to believe you can manage that. Feisty for a garden gnome. Now get in the car. Izuku grinned even brighter, but my mom has told me I'm not supposed to get into the car with strangers. Still going by Dobby. But does the Dobby have a name? Tuya. Now that we're best friends, how about we get a move on? Well, that definitely answered one question at least. Izuku glanced around the car interior for a moment. It still looked far too expensive to suit Dobby in any way, but there was the ugliest thing hanging on the mirror. He didn't even know how to describe it or what it was supposed to be. Just a thing with awful clashing colors. If they were still in Phephila, Izuku would have bet his but that the alchemist had run wild again and made an unholy creation that had somehow hardened. Still, Izuku didn't need to try to figure out what this monstrosity was. There were far more important things to think about and most importantly ask. So, what does a Todoroki Tuya do in Italy? Dobby was far too calm as he reversed the car to get out of the parking lot. Geez, I always thought you had a thing for me. No one can blame you for that, but that you would stalk me to such a degree does make me worried. For your information, my girlfriend doesn't like to share. He rolled his eyes, even while he half-heartedly punched the older man against the shoulder. I'm driving. If we get into an accident you gotta tell Nana why the car she got me got totaled. As if that could actually disturb you, but you admit it? You're a Todoroki. Dobby hummed, one hand on the driving wheel while the other was ruffling through his hair. You should be glad for that. It's the only reason I even had the UE Sports Festival streaming. Wild speech, man. Didn't think you had that in you. Izuku's lip quivered before he got serious again. Then I'll repeat my question. What by Abernathy are you doing in Italy? As far as I know, Endeavor is still waltzing around as if Japan belongs to him. Dobby sighed, very loud and very long. You really want to start with that? There are a million things I could tell you and what I've been up to. I recently got into resin work, quite fancy I would say. Izuku glanced back at the dangly bit hanging from the mirror. If you mean that, then yeah, I think my question is far more interesting. Ouch, that was personal. But Dobby didn't glance at him, actually focusing on the street. I F it up, that's the reason why I'm here, or maybe not. Maybe actually the opposite. Possibly has been one of the few things I've done right. Izuku's eyebrow rose up. Care to explain? You know, Sassy never wanted to come back to Earth. Like. Why would she have wanted to? Phephila was everything for her, a place that helped her with her quirk, a place where they appreciated her, a place where she could let her nerd hang out and actually get praised for it. Sassy loves Phephila a whole lot, and the only DMN reason she left was because of me and me being DMN idiotic. Not that much of a surprise actually. Gaia, or Sasha as she was apparently called, had bloomed up in Phephila exceptionally, so. What happened? You know as well how I was in my early years and what my class entails. Izuku hummed, and yeah he did. Dobby was a miscreant, a class that enabled him to understand the corrupted thoughts of a being and also read the intentions of those who were already consumed by their own darkness. With further blessings he had been able to actually corrupt their mind further and practically possess them and make them do his biddings, which had allowed him to even control a limited number of bloodspawns while in the tower. The only limit he actually had was set by himself. The more in tune he was with himself, the more in control of himself, the greater was his control of others, which had been the main reason why Dobby had been forced to work through his own issues to actually be able to make use of his abilities and not get consumed by it himself. Tuya took another corner. Well, I guess I never fully gotten over it, because in the end the one thing I couldn't get rid of was my need to just go back to Earth and make Endeavor regret it, and didn't I have the perfect ability for it? His own darkness would have been his downfall. When I woke up I was in some backwater hospital. They hadn't even identified me, and I just got out after I gathered my strength enough and I returned home. Dobby sighed again, looking far more solemn now. I looked inside his head, you know? And it was ambition, it was jealousy. But that was it. As messed up as it was, that was it. Like, sure, it was ridiculously strong, but that was it. I didn't even know what I had expected, an evil mastermind, that he found joy in tormenting his kids and discarding them and all that, but instead of it was just a man so utterly eaten up by his ambition. And I just kept watching? I saw my mother in the hospital. I looked inside her, and I looked at my siblings. And just? What then? What was I even doing? He was already ruining himself and his whole life. What use did it have for me to manipulate him into anything? Dobby liked over his lips, and yeah, maybe I should have done something. Maybe I should have ended this man for my siblings, even while that would have meant they would have just ended on the street, but Sage? Only 3 years passed, and while I was stalking my birth family through the windows, what do you think Gaia was up to? Izuku's own eyes widened as he sat up straight. Wait dash. She was back with her grandparents, and, do you know how much that crippled me in that DMN moment? When all I had wasted my time on was look at this man who should mean nothing to me anymore. The knowledge that Gaia was back in that FING place, back to listening to her grandparents' thoughts, or even back on quirk suppressors? My decision to go back made her go back as well. My decision to come back here just for something as ridiculous and unnecessary was revenge, and for that I subjected her to that sheet again. If I had just gotten over it, we could have stayed in Fefala. We might already be married, maybe even had a kid? Well, probably not. You know, Gaia and PRGNNCY would get in the way of researching, but you know what I mean. If we had stayed, we could have been simply happy. So, what did you do? Dobby glanced at him. I stole money from my father and got my butt to Italy. Izuku blinked. Huh? How does that make sense? Because I knew where Dollface's firm was, just a quick Google search. It wasn't that hard to find out where she was, and Dollface had two things, political power and money. Was kind of effed up to actually get to her, but I made it happen, and just after that, we were on our way to Germany. Sassy was never really good at hiding shit, as you know, and for FS sake she talked about Kolsch alone. It was far too easy to narrow down her location and find her. And, then you all just left together? Davy's lip curled up. Not that easily. Remember, Sassy is underage. Wow, that does sound disgusting when I say it like that, but well. Good thing I brought a legally and authorized adult with me, right? Izuku's eyebrow rose up. What? Gaia is now officially the adopted daughter of Dollface. You have no idea how easy sheet can be if you've got someone like Dollface around, but well. You'll see soon enough. Izuku crossed his arms, leaning his head against the seat. You think Dollface can help me find Reena? And Dobby winced. She would, if she could. What do you mean? Dobby sighed, once again ruffling through his messy hair. Do you really have to get through all of the difficult topics right from the start? If it involves my wife, then absolutely. The first issue is that Reena is in America, and America has been the country that cracks down the hardest on us. Like you have no idea how messy it gets there. Our ultimate goal is to somehow get everyone out of that DMN country, but that's easier said than done. And the second problem? Well, Dobby pushed his hand into his pocket to pull out a crumpled up cigarette and a lighter. Not even asking as he lit it, the second problem lies in the fact that we are positive about her location. You see, many of us are pretty desperate to find gear, and well, obviously you were of interest as well. Sassy kinda can't really go into public without potion after all. We're pretty certain gear is with Reena, and this is the root of all this bullshit. What do you mean? Island. Izuku's eyebrow rose up. Okay? If we are accurate, then both of them are at Island, and this motherfucking shitfest is more under lock than anything. You can't get in without special permission, and leaving is the same. You're probably aware that it's the location for any renowned scientist, and that's why security is at such a max. And you're certain Reena is there? Not a 100% but 95%. Dollface is trying to reach out. One of the covers is that she's planning to expand and make a genuine hero support line with Sassy as the head. She used that as an excuse to contact support firms and filter through them, and the only place we got nowhere with has been Island. They refused to work with us in Italy. So we got literally nowhere to go with them. And the only one who had the skills who could breach their security and even check if they're there in the first place is Reena. Izuku exhaled slowly. You're telling me you know where my wife is, and even then I can't get to her? He shrugged. If you were a scientist in any way, you could apply to join the place, even if it's just for schooling. Wouldn't Gaia be capable of getting in there? With her quirk? Are you kidding me? First of all, she wouldn't be able to survive in such a packed place for more than an hour, and that is at most, and her quirk is a security risk. If she joined, she would never be allowed to leave, and didn't I just tell you that we were trying to get everyone out of America? You really think I would tell my girlfriend to go there? I know, but Izuku hesitated, not even knowing what he could say. So he finally might have the actual location but no way to even get in there? But you're on the right path. Yui has actively worked with Island before. I know some of Yui's support students even end there for internships. You even have All Might at Yui right now, and he's one of the few that can enter Island with ease. If you keep at it, at the latest you could manage to get referred to Iceland for your support equipment. Sooner or later you will get in contact, and when you get official gear, you at least then will be able to apply. You can bet but that Reena will see your application and jump on it. You're on a good track. He DMN well knew, and it went even further. He knew how close Reena was with her dad, and yeah, maybe Reena could have dropped in some way out of Island and built herself something to get through security, but it would mean leaving her father behind and possibly at the mercy of the American government if they were really that ruthless, and Izuku understood that. He DMN well understood that Reena couldn't and wouldn't do that. If she was that willing to abandon her father, then she would have never wanted to return to Earth either. Same applied to Izuku. He could have applied to a hero school in America. Maybe then he would have had gotten to work with Island from the start, but how was he supposed to do that? He couldn't leave his mother behind, not after 30 years where he hadn't even known how she was doing and he had seen her state when he came back. Izuku couldn't leave his mother. Sure, he could make small journeys like this, and if they had the money he might be able to do round trip through America in his holidays, but outright abandon her? He couldn't do that, and he knew Reena was the same. It was one of the reasons how they had connected. Both of them quirkless and both of them raised under a single parent that tried their best to stand with them through it all. Even while he knew all of that, it didn't help with how frustrating it was. He now had an actual location, a nearly guaranteed location, and even then he still had to be patient. Dobby glanced over, cigarette hanging in the corner of his mouth. It could be worse. You're pretty much guaranteed to meet her at one point. Just keep going as you are, it will happen. I mean, I pretty much found you by accident, and the same can't be said about most of us. You have no clue how desperate Dollface is to find both Hex and Chipmunk, and we literally have nothing to go off with them. Izuku winced, very much aware that it was the truth and also how messed up it was. Chipmunk had been too when he entered Pfeffela. The kid hadn't even remembered his own name or where he was from, and same applied to Hex. Far too young to even remember Earth, and the only reason they had come back to Earth was due to other transmigrators. The more he thought about it, the more fed up was it. Chipmunk was stuck in a 7-year-old body now. He didn't even remember his parents and now literally forced to exist in a kid's body with complete strangers? That was kind of nightmare fuel. Izuku thought he had it bad with his situation, but being 34 and suddenly practically being back in diapers? He wouldn't wish that on his enemies, and well, Izuku did kill his enemies, so it did say something in his opinion. Dobby rolled down the window slightly to ash outside, so just focus on that. It's a matter of time until you meet, which isn't the same for everyone. To be fair, we have at this point managed to find almost all of the guild leaders, only ones missing are Pearl and Hera. Hadn't Dobby complained that Izuku brought up the most messy topics? He shouldn't complain, not when he brought up Pearl. Izuku had come to terms with Pearl's situation. He had grieved over Evelyn. He was doing his utmost to try to help her, but this was different because it was Dobby. It was one of Pearl's actual guild members. Yeah, sure, Izuku cared for Pearl. They had been comrades for 30 years, but guilds were like families, and Dobby was one of Pearl's. The man had literally trusted her with his life, had listened to her commands in battle, had trusted her words. Dobby's connection to Pearl went far deeper than Izuku's own with Pearl, and this made it worse. This made it so impossibly worse to tell him the truth. Dobby hadn't seemed to notice Izuku's sudden silence as he kept on talking. We even found Blade and Karma. Well, not exactly found. Karma did a similar stick as you. That a bard could make it big with music is probably no surprise, but it's how she found Blade, and then she just showed up here as well, making an exclusive contract with Dollface for clothes. They aren't here at the moment though. Evelyn knows where those two are, but we do know what they are doing. Dobby wriggled his eyebrow and turned his head to face him, still grinning just to stop the second he actually looked at Izuku. What's the matter? Sage cleared his throat. How about we talk about that later? You know, when we aren't on the street? Nope. Dobby dash. That face of yours and your attempt to get me to stop driving is enough. What's going on? Can you at least stop the car? And Dobby did immediately. So what's going on? Yeah, maybe Izuku should have considered that going to Italy would also mean being the one to deliver the news, but this was far harder than he could have ever imagined. I know where Pearl is. Alright, so? That's good news. Where is the big deal? Anything wrong with Evelyn? Godsminute, maybe that was one of the reasons why Hera hadn't dropped by at Dollface's place. How was he supposed to do this? How had Hera even managed to explain it to him? Evelyn isn't with Pearl. Dobby's eyes narrowed, one hand still on the steering wheel, nearly white from how tightly he clutched it. Where is she? We think she wasn't able to cross over. That's bullshit. Dobby spat out. I know it's hard to take, but dash. No, it's bullshit. Not a possibility that happened, not even in a million years. We are heading straight to Gaia. I don't give a fing that Dollface is waiting. We're going to Gaia, and you never ever in your fing existence mutter the words that she didn't cross over again. Izuku didn't know if it was such a good idea that Dobby immediately went back onto the street. Actually, he was pretty certain it was a bad idea. Especially with how much faster the man was driving now. Eyes narrowed and the cigarette actually snapped through, which Dobby more than just angrily chucked out of the window. How's Pearl? Another loaded question. Well, Hera is taking care of her. Don't sugarcoat it. How is Pearl? Izuku hesitated once again, still uncertain if he should really risk telling Dobby about all of that while he was already speeding. Can't we talk about that later? But Dobby practically growled as he spoke. I asked you how Pearl is, didn't I? If I didn't want to know I wouldn't have asked. She's bad. How bad? He really didn't like this, especially not in a car he couldn't actually stop with not even a hint of wood around him. Sage, I wouldn't ask if I couldn't handle it. You don't look like you're handling it well. Leave that to me, will you? Now tell me about Pearl. She's better now, but, you can imagine. She doesn't really talk, she's eating if someone is with her, but she isn't as liveless as before. She got invested in another kid and I'm working on getting your brother to her. I put a few kids in bad situations with her and it's kind of working. Izuku wasn't certain if he should be relieved that Dobby didn't say anything anymore, that the man was merely staring at the street, still speeding, his hands still completely white from the pressure. Izuku absolutely didn't know how he would take it, but even then he was relieved when they finally arrived at their destination, the parking job more than just sloppy, but he didn't say anything, merely hurried to get his suitcase to follow Dobby into the building. Again it was telling, but no surprise when Dobby just marched through, completely ignoring anyone that wanted to greet him, and even Izuku didn't even pause to look at whom they came across, just trying to follow the other man and silently cursing how short he had been as a teenager. Sure, he hadn't grown that much, but something was better than nothing. Dobby even seemed to be irritated as he waited for him to get to the elevator, practically slamming the button the second Izuku was in and still not talking even when they got out in a corridors that seemed almost eerily empty. Dobby just marched forwards, cursing under his tongue when he tried to get a key card out of his pockets and pretty much slammed it against the scanner. Izuku didn't hesitate either when he followed the man inside, and the sight that awaited him was so DMN familiar that for a moment he questioned if he had even left Phephila. Gaia was halfway sitting on her chair, clearly in her older form, her platinum blonde hair exchanged for the same bright pink Dobby was spouting, skin littered with runes and enchanted jewelry not just hanging off of her but pierced through. The whole room filled with shelves, books, and handwritten papers, making it difficult to even figure out how to properly get through the room. The Claudivita guild leader had turned around, translucent green eyes hushing over them. Oh, that is far from optimal. Izuku didn't even need to guess how she had gotten it. Gaia's quirk was mind reading, something that had pretty much only given her grief her whole life, to a degree where she had become addicted to quirk suppressors just to keep others' thoughts out of her mind, which in the end only resulted in making her even more sensitive and barely able to deal with her own quirk. Something that has been resolved in Phephila due to potions that had been able to weaken her quirk to a degree where she was able to deal with it. And that also explained why the way to her had been that desolate, and Izuku couldn't even help. Yeah, he could make the herbs needed for the potion, but without gear? Nothing would change.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.